Strinton is live. Strinton is live. Welcome everybody to the stream. Bum 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 bum. I wish I could swashbuckle with the bastard sword. Yeah, you can't do that. You can use the swashbuckler tree with a bastard sword, which is really screwy, but you can't actually swashbuckle with a bastard sword. What's happening, everybody? How are you doing? It's a me, Strim Tomio, and today I'm very excited to talk to you about the video game, the Dungeons and the Dragons online. It's going to be cool, and I'm looking forward to kind of putting out some content here today for us all to talk about because, yeah, content, computer games, video games, Let me just actually load this up here. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Stream. I'm your host, Stream Tom. Today, we are going to be looking over Machrotect and Rune arm changes and playing around. Also, listen to that sound. It sounds like that rolling bones. So that sound effect is actually funny and interesting because that is the same sound effect that is used in the Lord of the Rings online for the burglar skill. What is it called? It's like multi-sided strike or something like that. And it makes me wonder. That means this sound effect has to come from a sound library somewhere. That like clicking sound afterwards. It's got to come from like some sound library that they own, or that they have like a license in so they can use it in both products. It's kind of interesting that the sound is there. Anyways, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to Stream Team. I'm your host, Stream Tom. Today, we're going to be looking at Artificer and Rune arms and other things because I really want to test around and play around with some of these things. Now, granted, there are a lot of bugs in this tree, which is unfortunate, so I'm going to try to fix that stuff like that. Like, for example, my lightning hammer literally does not work, and I have no idea why. It's a bit of a problem. I actually should test the sonic hammer to see if I can get it to function that way instead, because I don't know why it doesn't work. But again, we're going to be looking around at some of the bugs, some of the changes, also going through some of the other things here in the Epic Destiny, and try to basically sort out as many things as I physically can on this character to make it feel good. I'm going to do this. Again, I'm just kind of respecking stuff here. Rune arm DCs. We need evocation. Let's grab the evocation DCs. I need the drive, so I want the stun drive. Technique drive. I want the mana cost reduction. All this is good. And then we get the boost drive, so we go for the extra lightning damage on rune arm hits. I think that the lightning damage on rune arm hits is like kind of good, but it's hard to like fully get use out of. Speed drive and the spell DCs. Okay, so I now have a new button, which is the Thunder Hammer, and in theory this should work. And it still doesn't. I have no idea why I can't use Thunder Hammer or Lightning Hammer. My character just can't use it, which is very confusing to me. I just can't use either of them. So I don't know what's wrong with my character, but I cannot use them. I have used them in the past, so I have to kind of avoid these abilities for today, which is unfortunate because it's a really big impact and part of the character, because it's like an extra part that you can use in your rotation. So you can like, you know, freeze them, hit them, lightning bolt or whatever, and get a bunch of extra damage. And then when the hammer can't come down, that's a little unfortunate. So what are you going to do? But one of the things that I wanted to look at here specifically was filigrees, because there's a lot of filigrees you can use. That are interesting. You know, obviously, if I'm playing as a caster type character or a character who's heavy into the rune arms, you need DCs. So we got like, you know, the intelligence rare filigrees here. We got the so both the double rares, which are quite good because they give universal spell power as well as intelligence, universal spell power as well as intelligence, which is good. Oh, also Goro, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Hope you're having a fantastic day. God damn, dude, 26 month, crazy. Welcome back. It's a long time, and I appreciate it. Buy a Panther supporter pack. I can't do that because I already own it. I can't buy something I already own. And then we have the auto set here as well. Now, the problem is, unfortunately, if you actually go to the Filigree vendors, even though they have Saltmarsh gear, they actually don't carry the Filigrees from Saltmarsh. So one of the main Filigrees I'd wanted to test out is the Machrotect. But fortunately for you guys, while I was offline, I went in and I got them. So I have all the Techno Mage Filigrees, and I can now use them and place them on my character. So that way we can actually take a look at what some of these do, because I transferred them from the regular server. I'm missing one Techno Mage Filigree, so I will have to double up, because it's 20% Rune Arm charge rate, as well as Rune Arm DCs, which I think could be quite good for this character. So I'm going to be testing that out as well. So let's put these in here. So I want Intelligence and Eye of the Beholder. So we'll do Zarigans. That's good. And then I'm probably going to have to finish off the Eye of the Beholder set. So we'll grab, I guess, even more Intelligence here. So it's a third one. And then I want to have Techno Mage, so I need to have that. Actually, do I just fill out Eye of the Beholder here? Because I'm going to put Eye of the Beholder in there. So I want to go Techno Mage Intelligence, and then I need Techno Mage Rune Arm DCs, Techno Mage Electric Spell Power, Techno Mage PRR, and then we have to go on the Artifact, throw in the Rare Filigree, the Techno Mage Intelligence, and then it leaves me with how many Filigree slots? 3 remaining. And 3-piece autos is not quite as good as I would like, but it does give 200 spell points, which is not terrible. So it's pretty easy to go with Auto's Intelligence plus Auto's Spell Power, and then in here, you can just throw in another Auto's Spell Power for the extra damage. I mean, at this point, why not? And then when I throw these on, my character gets the full Techno Mage set, which gives me, as well as the Zarigans. So you've got the Techno Mage with 20% Rune Arm recharge rate. You've got the 10 PRR and MRR on here, the Rune Arm DCs, the armor class. You got the spell points, a lot of spell power, and a lot of intelligence. Bringing my character, no tomes yet, up to 77, which is not terrible. And then we can keep charging and kind of get some of that speed. I don't know if the speed actually all stacks, but it's not bad. The main issue is the lack of stable charge tier. So even though the damage on these, on the Rune Arms, is like not that bad, it just still takes like a little bit of time, and you kind of have to time it out a bit as well. So there's a lot of thinking that goes into the Rune Arm, which I can see a lot of people not really loving. That's a lot of fillies. It is a lot of fillies. It's good. Machine gun? No, unfortunately. If it was 100% reduced or increased charge rate, then that would mean it would have double speed. Yeah, it depends on what the total recharge is. I'm not sure exactly what the rate is on here and how to calculate it out. I think that's the hardest part, is like getting good data on how much the recharge rate actually impacts your character. I don't have a good way to check that, which would be ideal. Also, speaking of tomes, I'm just going to go buy them real quick because I want them. Give me the tome. Whoops. Supreme. Give me the old Supreme tome. Give me the old Supreme potion. Because, I mean, we're on the preview server. Might as well put that stuff in there, that they're tomes and points. Put this to Fade Arc Illusionist. Get out a Cat for some extra spell power. Cat with spell power. It's also important to note that you get a lot of spell power as well from the from like Filigrees on top of that. So just with the Filigrees, now my character's up to 781 electric, which again is not amazing, but that's still better than I was at before. And you get the spell power from actually being at the maximum charge tier, which is not bad. So it's an extra 40 spell power just for standing still. And then you can summon the dog if you want even more spell power, because there's the Arcane Engine. So then boom, it comes up. And then I get extra spell power, I think. There it is. Kind of goes on. It takes a second. You get the Arcane Engine, so you get 10 more universal spell power. And that's pretty much with my like bare bones gear set where I'm going to end up getting. And then, of course, you got the Epic Mage Armor, which gives even more stats. Character's got a good amount of physical, magical resistance rating, a reasonable amount of defense, especially once you actually get the like resistances and other stuff going on this character. I could probably even stack up the armor class even more if I went for like a protection piece of gear, so like protection augments and different types of augments. There's probably a lot of augments I could get to increase the power of the character, but like it's okay for now. DC 97 on Burst of Glacial Wrath is all right for a first life character. And in theory, if I can actually use the Rune Arms properly, then things will be good. There's a bit of lag here on the server, so we gotta figure that one out as we go along. But yeah, the Rune Arms feel pretty good. I'm not sure which ones are going to be the best, especially because one of the ones I would like to use the most is the Electrical Lash Rune Arm. However, Electrical Lash is a little hard to get because, at least right now, there isn't one you can get on the preview other than the one you can buy from the store, which I don't know where it went. Oh god, I need to like go in here. Where's the Rune Arm? It's not called Rune Arm. A lot of them have their own individual names. Perfect. I forgot about that. I forgot about the fact that a lot of these have their own names. Flame Warden, Driftwood. They're just Greater Lightning. So this is the electrical blast that you want to see. And this is one of the classic rune arms that works fairly well for a character like this. I don't know why my rune arm charge reset to 0, but something like a melee range with all the extra lightning damage. The problem is if you're not using this, you can use Tovin's Hammer, which is the lightning rune arm you would use in place of this. But the problem is Tovin's Hammer is weird and that it oftentimes hits other nearby targets, which is not as good. And the damage is also not amazing. It was pointed out by somebody else on the forums that there actually is an issue. So I rated this ability here, Spark Drive, pretty poorly because Spark Drive only hits one target. So it ends up being not very good in comparison to a lot of other things. What I didn't do is test out Spark Drive if you just mash the button. Turns out if you just mash the button, the damage is actually really strong because Spark Drive hits constantly, which I didn't know. So charging the rune arm is actually, especially with Spark Drive, like a waste of time because of how much extra damage you get from it. So then just the rune arm alone, I can just like blast. And you can see the DPS test kobold's health is going down. So I'm not even doing anything. And I'm just mashing the one button on the keyboard. And this is what's happening. Which is weird. It's a weird consequence. So the ability is too good on the lower charges and not really good at all on the higher charges, which is weird to think about. So I just killed that kobold in 25 seconds using my not really charging rune arm, which is not good. Like, that's very good in terms of the timing. If I actually use just a couple skills here. And let's just do this, and do this, and do this. And do this. I'm actually, like, doing less damage now, which is kind of weird. I don't know why my character's somehow doing less damage while not just using the rune arm. Is it because I'm shooting less? There's, like, some weird interruption if I actually do something other than shoot the rune arm. Yeah, it took me longer without just shooting the rune arm. So there's also something screwy going on with the actual rune arm and its performance. I just don't know what it is right now. Why was this just doing more damage? Oh, interesting. So, also weird. If you charge to 2, or you charge to 3, the higher you charge, the more there's a pause at the end before you start charging again. So it's actually just dramatically worse to use the higher charges because you should always use the lower charges. Because then you can fire them more frequently because there's less downtime on the charging. That's hilarious! Wow. Okay, so that's also a weird bug. Something I didn't expect. You guys know that? I think I knew that implicitly, but because it has to drain, it makes it so that it's actually twice as bad. Interesting. I didn't entirely expect that. Okay, this is why it's good to test out these things with the rune arms. I'm just going to add to the thing. Rune arm feedback. From testing, higher tiers seem to never be worth it since you need to wait for the rune arm power to drain as well as recharge, effectively doubling the downtime. One blast is the best thing in basically all cases. Yeah, interesting. It's pretty much just better to mash in all cases. Like, there's no reason not to mash. Splendid. Doing anything other than mashing is just a bad idea. That is interesting. So you just need a macro that automatically presses the button once you get into a quest, and then it'll just keep mashing it for you. You don't have to worry about it. Because I'm pretty sure you can, like, just firing your rune arm interrupts a couple things, but not that much. Weird. That's so bizarre. This is something I was definitely not expecting. That is basically just better to mash. Well, I learned something today. So, rune arms, if you mash them, are not that bad in terms of the damage.
So a fully charged rune arm is more like a rube arm.
Correct. It is more like a rube arm. Actually charging the rune arm is a bad idea. It shows that you are not good at Artificer. But not charging the rune arm is actually quite good, which is also very interesting. Okay, I'm going to go do some adventures and see how things go. Let's see how the things do with the old Artificer. I can't use several of the abilities in the tree, so I can't use the lightning hammer and thunder hammer. I don't know why, they just don't work on my character. I haven't figured out what that is. So if you guys also find that this ability doesn't work, try to record what made it not work, because I have yet to solve that one. Are you lawful? I am lawful. Oh, you fucking, are you kidding? It's Chaos Hammer? Oh my god. Oh, it's just Chaos Hammer. Oh, that's hilarious. That's why it doesn't work. Amazing. Oh, okay, that's going to go into the bug pile. I didn't even think about that. Alignment. Alignment change. Let's be chaotic good. Hey, there we go. I have to be in a tavern. All right. Oh, that's funny. To be fair, that's something I also could have figured out because it did say on the thing that it's like Chaos Hammer, but another damage type. So they probably just take the Chaos part out of Chaos Hammer and just change the damage type. Which is not gonna, it's not gonna end up like that on the regular server. Now that we know, because I'm gonna report this one, but yeah. Okay. The hammer spells are Chaos Hammer and don't work if you are lawful. Hilarious. Now I'm chaotic, so this spell, in theory, should actually function. I was wondering why that didn't cast at all. All right, I gotta reset this now. As another tree? Yeah, that's definitely a bug. I don't think that's going to be making it into the game. I'm pretty sure they just forgot to make it mutually exclusive when they were doing that. Or maybe they're just going to make Machrotect stack with literally everything else, and you can always take everything at the same time. But I really don't think that's going to be the case. But maybe. We shall see. Occasion DCs, boost drive, not echo drive, this one. I want the, I missed something here. Oh, the spell power, this, and this. I know, obviously, Armor of Legends doesn't work, but I'm pretending that I would be taking Armor of Legends to test it out. Okay, so now I have Lightning Hammer. And in theory, Lightning Hammer should actually work this time, which would be good. So let's see. Well, I'm going to get the broccoli juice real quick here. So I can get my health up, or my mana. Yep. Like I said, SSG has a habit of selling underpowered things more often than overpowered things. Which is, neither of those is good, by the way. Can you not do that? Thank you. Neither of which is good. In theory, they should make things that are like appropriately powered on day one release, but what are you gonna do? Okay, so let's take a look at this then. All right, let's go over here, and a little better underpowered than overpowered. I disagree. I don't like buying something new and it sucks. I'd rather be overpowered and get toned down than the other way around. Okay, so it works. And it does shitloads of damage, so that's cool. Yeah, have you looked at the Harbor Quest routing yet? Yeah, we have. It's very cool. Okay, so we go like so. Oh, God. Okay, so... Oh, God. Mental gymnastics. I need to put fire rune arm on a different button on the keyboard so I can easily fire rune arm button on the keyboard. Oh. Have you looked? Did you want to see the Harbor Quest routing? It's very cool. If you haven't seen it yet, I can show you it. I really like it. I think it's a really, really good tool. All they have to do is find a way to let players know that it's something that exists in the game. They need to find a way for players to know that the Harbor Quest routing is a real thing. How do they do that? I don't know. Once they do it one time, and then they just put all the taverns and give all the taverns quest things, that'll be great. So you talk to them, and they go, oh, hey, I'm an adventurer looking for work. And then they say, thank you for going over here. I got leads, level 2 quests, level 3 quests, dealer's choice. What have you got for me? And they'll just give you something level appropriate. So you do level 3 quests, and they go, oh, level 3 quests? I've heard about where there's smoke. Oh, good thing to see you. I was hoping you could help with something. My friend Nash Bradley's something. His farm's in the Rune Hills, southwest, through the southwest game. Could you check out him for me? And you're like, oh yeah, you got it. There's also the secondary option where are there any, who are the big players around here? They say, oh, there's so many patrons and factions. So the Mages of the 12 and the Dragonmore House control whole sections of the city. But I get ahead of myself in the harbor. There's just these 2 patrons, the Coin Lords and the Free Agents. How do I curry favor? Oh, you can do this by hitting the adventurer thing. How do I claim the rewards? Oh, you go talk to the guys. Coin Lords, where do I go? Montague Kudru, he's in the Marketplace Bank. And they tell you literally everything. It's very cool. It's really, really, really well done. Is Artie buff going to replace Alki or Druid and High Reaper? No. Making something more accessible doth not change the overwhelming supremacy of those classes. That was my suggestion. Yeah, having the Dungeon Master say like, oh, you know, like having an actual voiceover text be like, oh, you should go do this, or even putting it up here. Be like, look for jobs and rumors at the tavern. And you go, oh. You can like check it out. All right. Let's do some Reaper mode and see how this goes. I don't know how to play this character, and I'm not good with the Rune Arm. I don't have the bee cannon. What do I got? I got Lucid Dreams. I got Tovin's Hammer. I think Tovin's Hammer is going to be the play here, probably, because a lot of the homing shot Rune Arms don't really work. Breaking the Bank is also nice, but everything here is immune to fire. Rebind your Rune Arm? No, I'm going to try using the same one. We'll see how it goes. Do I not have movement speed? I don't have movement speed. Goddamn slow-ass Artificers. I think the epic moment should be? That's a great question. Oh god, not knowing the buttons. And not pressing the Rune Arm keys. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, Dragon Breath would be quite nice to have in this spot. I mean, my character's not doing too bad, but Dragon Breath would be nice to have here for sure. Oh, right. The Blue Abishai are immune to lightning until I hit them with my Rune Arm, which I didn't do because my Rune Arm isn't AoE. Right, I need the AoE on the Rune Arm. Also, my wolf is or my Artie dog is always going to be dead, and everything costs a lot of spell points because the damage on this is not great. Galvanic Blast is like the big ability they were supposed to give out, and it's supposed to be doing more damage. It's just doing less damage on the preview for some reason, which is unfortunate. And then just also habit of using the Rune Arm. I'm not into it. How do you feel about its name, Maximum Overdrive? Okay, so I love the ability Maximum Overdrive. That's a great concept. It's a great starting point for like what they want to do with the ability. What is it going to do? I'm not sure. What would a Maximum Overdrive be? I kind of like the idea that you just turn everything up to 11 for a short period of time. So maybe give them like sorcerer adjacent spell casting, like with the speed. So you like cast super fast. That'd be kind of cool. I think this weird resetting. I don't know how to describe it. Also, I'm dead. Sorry, I was like focusing on the Rune Arm too much. Okay, I'm gonna try that again. I know this views a lot, but for your Rune Arms, that could also be kind of cool. So your Rune Arm never stops charging. That'd be kind of neat. Is there a mentioned circumstance where your Rune Arm just never stops charging? I need a new button for the Rune Arm because having it where it currently is doesn't work. You want to press it like all the time. I almost feel like this is going to sound dumb, but I kind of want to change left click to Rune Arm use. Because right now, I have it set to attack, interact. But I kind of want to set my left click to Rune Arm use. Does that make sense? So I can just click to constantly shoot. So I just click the mouse to shoot the Rune Arm. Where is it? So Rune Arm use. Do like this. Oh, dude, it won't let me. It won't let me do that. Damn. All right. Yeah, it actually won't let you rebind it, which is kind of funny. Yeah, I know. I could probably bind right click, but I think left click won't let me do it. Mouse driver software remapping. I could do that. I could use my mouse software to remap it. That's an interesting concept. Interesting. Yeah, I could do that. Bind it to spacebar. Then I can't jump. Okay, hold on. So Runearm, I bind it to spacebar, and then jump. I bind that to where my old Runearm key was. So now I can jump like this. That's not that bad. Spacebar is all right. So I don't have to worry about it as much. Bind it to mouse wheel. I don't like using the mouse wheel. I don't know why. I just never have. Jumping is really weird. Get a stream deck pedal. That could work.
Bind it to voice command.
Fire, 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 fire. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Runearm use activate. Runearm use activate. Runearm use activate. Oh, dude, every time I try to press spacebar, it doesn't work. Or madness? Yo, quality crits. You gotta, like, find some calming chamomile tea in your life and use that to, like, just chill. You gotta chill. You got this very, you know, high energy all the time. And we gotta take it down. It's not the XP changes are not over. They're gonna have discussion and probably talk about it. If we get to preview 2 or preview 3, then and it's still the same, then yeah, we can start kind of worrying about it. But a lot of people have given good, intelligent feedback. And when I can actually log into the forums, I'll be able to do that too. Because I can't log in, I'm stuck. Every time it goes, it tells me that my credentials are invalid. And we'll see. Yeah. So eventually, when I'll be able to log into the forums, I'm just going to copy and paste what Doc Jekyll wrote and claim it as my own. Because I agree with it. So it's basically my opinion anyway, and then go from there. And I'd go, are you guys? No. Never. It's okay. There's the expression, which is at least I'm known for something. At least you're known for something, right? Isn't Doc Jekyll in the same place? True. I could just be typing. Maybe that's why I can't use a foot pedal, because I'm just too busy typing. Alright, Runearm, let's go. Okay, I can already see myself not really dealing well with this, because the spacebar is not what I want to do. Oh my god, it's like I'm trying to rewire my brain while I'm doing this, and it's not working very well. Okay, let's just not use the Runearm at all and see how this goes. I'm going to do the next room, no Runearm, and see how my brain likes that. Except I can't kill this, which is annoying. Thank you. Damage low. What do we do? What do we do? Like, my brain really does not like trying to press that Runearm as often as I am. Oh, right. I have to actually use the Runearm to be able to hit the blue Abishai. Here we go. So if I don't use the Runearm, then I can't actually deal damage to the blue Abishai, which is kind of funny. Blue Abishai being immune? Correct. Yeah. So this is why we then get the exploding fireball Runearm. So I don't have to deal with that anymore. And then I can just do this. Bring him over with one of these. Bring him with one of these. I gotta press Chain Lightning more often, which I'm not doing very much. More crit and crit multi. Across the streams? I agree. I don't want to cross the streams. Oh, God. And then I changed the space bar. It's not good. It's not good, man. Oh, I'm stone dead. Can I tactical D and get him down? Just think about how my character would feel if I had Dragon Breath right here. Dragon Breath. I don't like this guy made a save against my stuff. Or the fact that I can't jump. Fuck. Also, why did that not hit? Or do anything? Oh, God. Okay. So. Rune Arm use, problem A. Big problem is, man, playing the game without Dragon Breath is really, really rough. Because Galvanic Burst is a D6 plus 6. Yeah, shoot the Rune Arm, stupid. Versus Dragon Breath, which is a 2d6 plus 20. Dragon Breath. Is this a new ED pill for DDO? I don't know what you mean by pill, but yes. I'm a large language model. Oh, it's amazing. I don't like this spacebar, man. Okay, I gotta fix this. Erectile dysfunction? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't have that, so I don't think about that very much. But sorry for you guys, feel you on that one. Right, I guess I can't, but you know. Okay, let's try to get this back to where I was. Okay, so now my video game feels normal. I can play and do things. I can still fire the Rune Arm. Oh, but I can actually move around. It is. I still have this problem with my right click that I have to fix. I still haven't bought a new mouse because I'm stupid. Yeah, I wouldn't know. Rune Arm use is kind of weird. It is kind of weird. If I could get more spell power, then maybe that would be different. Let me pick a higher damage Rune Arm. Extra lightning damage isn't insane, but it's noticeable. You see the damages. Most of the big damage is obviously from the damage over time from Attune the Arcane and whether you get crits or not. But against a full party, I don't know. The Rune Arm still does not feel like it's very good. Especially because when you do any of the charges, it's not going to be that strong. Any suggestions for maximum overdrive? I'm curious. I should probably look through some of them. Like I said, for me, I kind of like the idea of Rune Arms not ever being able to drain their charge. So when you fire, they stay at the same charge. Or that your Rune Arm can maximum charge to your 5, or you get a bunch of Rune Arm charge rate. I think all of that stuff sounds good for maximum overdrive. I think a lot of people want tank stats, because if it doesn't have tank stats on it, then this tree can never really be a tank tree.
Fire to test it.
St. Murray's Fire. You know, I could go get St. Murray's Fire. Never. But thank you for your suggestion. Machine more dangerous, but likely expensive defense. Yeah, I think that the problem is if the epic moment doesn't give a lot of defense, then a lot of people won't want to use it as a tank tree. But also, it's kind of okay. Maybe they shouldn't use it as a tank tree, but it has tank elements to it. So, Unyielding Sentinel is the main tank tree, and then there's the other tree, which, you know, the Machrotect, which is kind of wonky and just does its own thing. Where did that go? Where's the juice? There's the juice. And get rid of this. Here we go. The space back there. So yeah, so we'll see. And so a lot of this is coming down to like my brain not being able to wrap itself around this and also not having Dragon Breath. Oh, Galvanic Blast just does not do as much damage as you want. Lightning Hammer doing less damage makes sense, but Galvanic Blast, you definitely want to see more damage on that. Which is crazy because that's also the damage of like other Epic Destiny abilities, so what are you going to do? We give it Unbreakable Force Field? Yep. Yeah, what they should do, Maximum Overdrive should just make it so your character can't die. You get triple loot, so the chest has more loot, and also you have 100% name drop chance with Mythic and Reaper. Also, you get 100% increased experience also while it's active. That would be good too. We should just do that. Also, what's up, Mail? Welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Hope you had a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. Take a bit of a deviation on adventure. Let's do something different. These monsters are immune to stuff. I don't like monsters that are immune to lightning. Let's try an area where monsters are reverse immune to lightning. Yeah, we'll take a look at them later.
Fate has sent us down this path.
Server's defenses is
Now
gaining
let's
damage.
explore it.
Yeah, I can see that. Like I said, I don't hate that idea. I just don't know what SSG is exactly going for with it. That's all.
Encased in a magical bubble of air. A warforged waits
Impute dice and rearm damage for the duration. It's also not a bad idea. Not this one. Tobin's Hammer. There we go. The old crab. So the Rune Arm is nice because it gives a little bit of an augment to damage. It's not amazing, but it does help out a little bit. I have like these blasts that I can do to things. It's just weird because I feel like the range on my spells is just super short. So even though I can like freeze these guys and hit them with the Rune Arm damage, I feel like I just can't actually hit anything, which is unfortunate. These guys have evasion? No, they don't. It just doesn't feel very good, especially considering it doesn't feel like it's got the same power as energy burst. I think pairing the damage, I think all the epic strikes should do the minimum, like the D6 plus 10. I think that would fit best for all the epic strikes. You guys already did 10 to 15 second epic moment where your maximum charge tier 5 and Fire Node is not drain your charge. You scroll out Rune Arm as much as you can. Yeah, but I have a feeling it still wouldn't be very good somehow. Recent Rune Arm DCs? I also agree with that. That's also an issue, is that the Rune Arm DCs are a genuine problem. Oh, that was fast. I don't have the DCs to actually land anything here because my DCs are only like 97. So I couldn't actually crowd control a single monster. Oh, I got one guy out of 5. Yeah, DCs, huh? DCs. How else do I get DCs on this character? What do I do for that? I don't think of the process in which I go about getting more DCs so I can actually land stuff, other than being in Reaper mode. Yeah. I think that's also an issue because I'm trying to play as like the actual spellcaster instead of the melee version. And I have, as far as I know, I have everything on DCs. So we have Quality, Profane, Sacred, Regular, and Insightful. And then my intelligence currently is 84. With other stuff. I have the Capstone. I have Intelligence, 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 and Intelligence. We have +1 evocation DCs here. And I only took 1 point in DCs? How did this happen? What did I take instead? Oh, hold on. I gotta respec this tree. Hold on. I did something stupid. I don't know what's going on here. Let me go through here. Oh, cheap. Give vulnerability to electric. The only one that gives vulnerability to electric is lightning motes. More spell power, please. Take this. I'll take the cheaper quicken because I need mana conservation. Arcane engine, evocation focus. This. Okay, there we go. So that's what I wanted to do. And then I have 2 more points to spend anywhere. Which I guess I just dump into PRR or mana. So I'll just go with the PRR because it seems kind of good. So, yeah. So now I'm at 99 on my DC. Which is still not even close to enough. So as far as things that I have for DCs, just to make sure that's super clear. We've got Intelligence, Insightful Intelligence, and Quality Intelligence. I also happen to have an artifact set from Sharn. So we have the Arcsteel Battle Mage. So we got the artifact bonus to DCs as well as Intelligence. So I got all of that. Then I've got full Filigree set. Game is freezing. So I can't do anything. There we go. We got full filigree set, so we have full double set filigrees, Eye of the Beholder, and everything else. We got intelligence on as many slots as possible. Arcano, our Techno Mage for the Rune Arm charge rate and DCs, so I thought it'd be kind of cool to check out. Plus, we also got Eye of the Beholders and autos, so DCs, plus 2 DCs, plus 2 DCs, and then all the intelligence your body can muster. So my weapon alone is giving me plus 9 to my intelligence. There we go. Look at that go. Or plus 7, I guess. And then, of course, you have the artifact as well. So we got the artifact intelligence. Things that I'm missing on this build so far is, intelligence from... I guess I could drink this potion for an extra plus 2. I could get an extra plus 2 intelligence from a litany augment, which would bring me up to 88. And then that's basically it. Everybody, yo, what's up, Rick's Richard? Do you try Tears of the Kingdom? If yes, what do you think about it? I didn't like Breath of the Wild. I thought Breath of the Wild was a trick by Nintendo to sell gamers on an unfinished product that they need to put more work into, because I didn't find it very fun, and I don't think open world is a good concept generally as a video game. So I didn't like Breath of the Wild. I put about 30 hours into it, and then I put it down, and I did not play Tears of the Kingdom. Although people have told me that they like it a lot, and that it's very fun. Which is good. Barter box, different barter box. Where's the... I think it's this? It's in Filigree? I'm trying to think of where the augments are. I don't know. Where's never 9 spells? Yeah. Yep, that is correct. Where are you at on hardcore currently? I'm done hardcore, so I've completed everything. So I don't really need to do anything else. Is it update 50? No, it's not. Where's the, Oh, it was after Feywild, right? It was update 48. Oh, update 48 is the augments. There we go. This new archetype? No. What's up, DeWitchy? How are ya? But yeah, also building stuff is like the worst concept for me in a video game. Anything where it's like, oh, you look at this, you can customize and build everything. I'm like, oh, great. No thanks. I want the developers of the video game to build the things for me, please. Thank you. I don't want to be the one to do that. Okay, so with everything I can muster, I'm at 101 DC. And I don't think I can get higher than that. Galvanic Blast apparently still has a 20, so something is not calculating properly here. To be fair, it doesn't say it has a DC at all, so it's probably just not done. And then the rest of my stuff is 97. And I don't think without past lives I can get this that much higher reasonably. There are a few things that I'm missing, so obviously Completionist and Racial Completionist would bring me up an extra, like, 5 or 6 DCs, which would be nice. I could get Intelligence Potion from Yugoloth, that would bring me an extra 2. I could get Festive Intelligence, that'd be an extra 2. So I'm... And then also Reaper Mode would be the extra bits. So I could get this character up to, like, 96 Intelligence, or, like, 98 Intelligence reasonably. But yeah, the idea to make everyone use Rune Arms was right. I think I mentioned at least years ago. I mean, I don't think that's... I think if they're going to make an Artificer Epic Destiny, that was always going to be in the cards to make everybody use Rune Arms. I don't think that... I'm not going to claim ownership for that idea. Also, Past Life Wizard, yep, because I have all the DC feats. Also, Embolden. Oh, I don't think I turned on Embolden. Embolden spell. There we go. So I can turn on Embolden spell. So now this is still 101, but now it's 96, 99. Tactical Debt's 99. So, yeah, 101 DC, and that's just not enough. It's not going to land on most things, which is unfortunate. So I don't know what you do outside of that problem, because that's, like, a huge issue. With, like, the best gear I can muster. 2 to 4 for being actual int race. True, yep. Because I went with Warforged instead. Yep, that's true. Yeah, and it's a lot of DCs. And that's the unfortunate part. For, is that setup is like upper 1%, so imagine the normal player? Oh, 100%. Yo, what's up, Light Wielder? Welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much for tuning in and resubscribing. Thank you so much. I'm not trying to seem like a Debbie Downer. It's just, you know, Artificers really struggle with getting the DCs. This is a concurrent problem. And I think the fact that also Galvanic Blast not working also has other issues on top of itself. Yeah, this is definitely a look around and see how it feels, but then also it's going to be we're going to have to wait until Epic or like the second run through to actually see how this works. Runearm DCs or Spell DCs? My Runearm DCs presumably should be high enough because I get 3 Runearm DCs here, and then I also get +2 Runearm DCs here, so I'm at 5 extra Runearm DCs. It just doesn't display anywhere, so I don't know.
Crew sent to salvage the ship's cargo.
So my Runearm fires through, no problem. This is now on Epic Elite as opposed to anything else. They're still saving, but we'll see. Yeah, it's if you're not chaotic, you can't use the hammer spells because they're based off of Chaos Hammer. It's just a bug. They copy and paste the effect. So on Elite, I'm having no problems, which is good. So that I can't see this target. Also, I like the fact that my dog already died. Yeah, do you have an AoE Runearm? Yeah, I do. If you're neutral, it doesn't work if you're lawful. That is correct. Yep. The repair is also supposed to have a 6-second cooldown. Can you tumble underwater? No, you cannot. You cannot tumble underwater. So even with my 100, I'm also still not really succeeding most of the time, which is kind of bad. So 101 still not good enough for like Epic Elite on Sharn. I am terrified to think of what you need for Isle of Dread to be consistent, so you know, it is what it is. The DC requirements are definitely very good. Or definitely very high. Yep. The Runearm damage is like not terrible, but yeah, we'll see. The endgame Reaper is a caster already? Yeah. It can be tough. It can be tough for sure. Go, my Runearm. Get him. Oh, I'm gonna run out of health here. Dude, I get nothing with this? 0? Damn, man. Nothing. Use color spray? I don't have color spray. Obviously, every monster is going to be different. Some monsters will have higher fortitude saves versus reflex saves, so not everything is going to be equal. But it does, you do feel bad on the old canister already, you know. Yeah, Blast Rod doesn't work, so that's why I'm kind of avoiding using Blast Rod because I already know what it does. Oh, I didn't destruction. Oh no, the old not having death block conundrum, which is unfortunate. That's actually really funny. You can get a reasonable amount of damage on this guy. Like I said, when you have the maxed out break in the bank. Okay. That's cool. Is he gonna destruct me again? Please give me a second to like attack you first. Get up. Come on, boy, get up. So break in the bank is like the reasonably powerful Runearm, but that's about it. Runearms and Artificer. Yeah, targeting is tough. Targeting is tough. I'm excited about Machrotect once some of these things get fixed. Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit of time, but that's okay. It's the preview. It's the first thing. There's bugs. Expect bugs. Like the fact that the Machrotect stun doesn't really function because its DC is 20. I don't know what this scales off of, but it's 20, fortitude, and will, apparently. So that's going to be weird.
will no longer be able to.
It's straight from melee range, but it's also understandable. Yeah.
Let me see.
It would be kind of neat if they had a strike for melee and range characters, but like I think possibly what could be going through their heads is the fact that like if they did want to make a strike for melee and ranged, they're very, very limited on what they can do, especially considering they know that a good chunk of the player base is already using, you know, if you're playing as a range character using Shirati every single time, like there's no other alternatives. Everything is just that much worse, that far behind it. And if you're playing as like a melee, then you know, you already have like the top tier options. Drifting Lotus, nothing's going to compare with Drifting Lotus. That's already a wash. Adrenaline, they're not going to compare with Adrenaline.
It's out of the way. You can finally take a look.
Magic Fang and the level 1 spells? I don't remember.
What secrets this contains.
Offhand.
You've recovered Vaughn's mysterious ship.
So that was like painful.
It must be very valuable to have drawn such attention. Whatever it is.
Proof of concept over a preview? No, it's just there's bugs, that's all. There's just bugs. Well, it's like I'm playing Caster Artificer using Machrotect instead of focusing on Draconic, which would end up being a lot better. Which is something I already know. Like, I'm not saying to you that Caster Artificer is always going to feel bad, because you can actually make Caster Artificer feel good. It's called Draconic Incarnation. Draconic Incarnation's awesome. Blue Dragon Breath is amazing. So you can definitely make a character that feels good with this. It's just not this character in particular. So yeah. Yeah, I think that it's a great secondary tree right now, for sure. Right, think about what you can get out of this. Low-hanging fruit. We got ramp, plus if you have Contract Exemplar, you've got this. Pretty much any melee can use this as a second tree as well. You got melee power and health in the cores. You got, if you have Contract Exemplar, that's huge. You got no-fail reflex saves on a 1. You got physical resistance rating and armor class. All of this is just great. Plus, you get the augmentation, which is only good for your rune arms, but later on, you get the armored augmentation, so you can have the improved blade of armor, which again is only good if you're an artificer, so that's kind of weird. And this is more rune arm, so these ones you can't really use that much, but you can use the armored augmentation. The fortification is not that bad. And then moving up, even still, like tier 3, you can pick up 6% double strike and double shot. If you wanted to have the epic strike, you could. But again, I don't think it's terrible as like a splash tree for a lot of melee characters or ranged characters or casters. There's a lot of good stuff in here. It's just that I think that right now, Galvanic Blast dealing 1d6 plus 6, it's supposed to be dealing 1d6 plus 10, and it's supposed to have an actual saving throw. Right now, not having a saving throw means that monsters always make their saves. This is always doing half damage. So its damage already is half of what it's supposed to be. So obviously, this is not going to be as good.
I came here
right
looking
now.
for endgame Machrotect builds, but Strim again shows us he's only making casual builds.
That is correct. And then we have Rune Arm use as well, which does not do what it says. It does not give you catch level equal to half your character level, so that's not functioning on the preview. It also does not give you a stable charge tier. So that also impacts the effect of the character. And then, of course, Blast Drive is based off of the save entirely, and the monsters can't fail, so... Or, sorry, yeah, they can't fail. They always succeed. So, like, it makes it a little difficult to get this whole trifecta and the Epic Strike functioning. And, of course, Lightning Hammer just always works, which is kind of fun. Center or not break Druidic Oath with Rune Arms. Yeah, I don't think they would plan on going that. I mean, they could put it in the drive. They have Echo Drive, Spark Drive, and they could do, like, Nature Drive or something like that if they wanted, as like a third arm of the multi-selector. So I think that's going to be, a bit of a wait and see. But so far, with the bugs that we've seen in Machrotech, this is a good framework right now, where if they fix bugs, tune up some of the damage, I can see a lot of value in this tree. It's also probably a good sign, because if they are going to make the damage 1d6 plus 10, obviously it does not have the double damage of Dragon Breath, so it's not going to be the same thing. But Galvanic Blast gets the ability for a stun, gets the ability for vulnerability or other ways to specialize it, which can be valuable to some people. It's also directly in melee with the energy burst, and it costs less than in another tree. Whereas for Draconic Incarnation, you're required to go 21. You don't have to do this. On top of that, they also get the secondary option, which is they can make it so the other trees also do the same damage. Nightmare Lance should do a d6 plus 10. They should change Exalted Angel to make the pillars do a d6 plus 10. So things feel at least comparable with Dragon Breath. Dragon Breath being not only the highest, but double itself, which makes it about like, 150% stronger than any other Epic Strike, is a little silly. So if they went through and just made d6 plus 10 across the board, all over the place, that would be kind of cool. I also really like what they said on Lamannia with the preview. Let me just load it up here. The old Machrotect Epic Destiny preview is still a bit underwhelming. Yeah, but that's a separate problem of a different proportion. But what they said here, where they've got the Mending Burst having a shorter cooldown, which is very cool. So you can use this as like an AoE heal. I actually kind of love this. There are situations where Epic Strikes aren't the most helpful in all cases, or your Epic Strike is usually off cooldown. So consider the following. This is obviously stupid, or not stupid, but like an edge case. But imagine for a moment you're playing someone who is a Warforged and also somebody who's using the Fatesinger Epic Strike. So pretty much, Blade Forged Paladin, any type of Warforged Ranger, stuff like that. Anybody who's going to be using that Sword Sing's Epic Strike, it's pretty much always off cooldown because it only has a 4-second cooldown on it. Which means if you're playing as a Warforged Ranger, you can use Mending Burst when you need to heal in between because it will be off cooldown, and then you can go back into your melee that you're already doing. Something like this is a low flex, given the fact that the tree itself gives melee power, gives defenses, is actually not that bad as an alternative for an in-combat heal. And if you really want to, you can stack it up with a stun. Now, I don't know where the DC on this comes from. It has no DC. So it's cool the fact that functions. Now, obviously, there is another issue, which is that the stun works on allies. So you can stun people that are nearby you, and that's obviously not ideal for everybody, but it is what it is. Because the damaging stun doesn't work. So if I do this, everyone is perfectly fine. But if you haven't tried this out here... Let me just get the repair. Where are you? Repair Mending Burst. That's not Mending Burst. Let's go here. And now we grab the stun. Blast Drive. Perfect. And now I grab Mending Burst. And now when I'm Mending Burst, I stun everybody, including my teammates, which is hilarious. So it's obviously not ideal that functions like that. Like this guy's a level 2 paladin, and I'm so sorry, level 2 paladin, but you're about to get stunned. Hold on. They all saved? Oh, the DC is so low, it's really easy for people to save. Oh my gosh, no. I gotta stun somebody for the point of the video. DC 10? Well, somebody's gonna fail eventually. Got him. See? Stunned. But this actually does function. So the Mending Burst stun does stun enemies. So having Mending Burst be an AoE stun as well is very, very, very cool. So if they can make it so that Mending Burst will affect allies with the heal, but not the stun, and the stun is only enemies, not gonna lie, that is a very cool option. It is a very, very cool option, and I think that as a low-level heal, like, I can see someone using this. Like, I don't have a problem here. This feels really good. So I'm hopeful to see, like, more of that. Test the rust damage upgrade? That's a great question. I didn't do that. Let's do it. Is that built in? Yeah. Like, that's the cool thing about the Epic Strikes, and I was kind of hoping that there would be more diversification of just, instead of it just being like, oh yeah, every strike is damage. Like, this one is like a heal with a weird thing on top of it. It's just it's very customizable. The customizable element of this feels really good for the Machrotect. Oh yeah, dude. I hit my doggy for a lot. Oh, where's Axel? Oh no, you guys aren't robots. Oh, is this guy a robot? Come back. Come back. No, I died. I crit, I think.
It's all over the floor.
Yeah, I crit. Rats. In epics, you can only make it to support to really be useful with the tank tree shield. Well, like I said, I think also a lot of people want there to be a shield in this tree, but I think having it be different from Unyielding Sentinel is also okay, because in terms of the power that you get, this does give you a lot of defense, more when you're wearing a rune arm, which is not bad. I think the main issue is that the damage effects from other mantles are so strong, and DDO is such a like a damage heavy meta. There is nothing else that beats that,
like
so every caster's going to want it.
With that mallet. Have a great stream.
First of all, Ritz, thank you so much for the bits, and Mustang, thank you so much for the sub. I hope you're doing super well. Appreciate it. 30 months. Damn, dude. Mustang, do you want to see something really cool? Check this out. So this is what the new Machrotect can do. Oh, I didn't crit. Rats. I was really hoping to crit to be impressive. The shield line apply to shields, though. That'd be kind of cool. Damn it. I'm not critically striking. Hold on. I want you to see this cool thing. I just can't do it because unfortunately I'm not good enough. There we go. Machrotech.
And my destiny part ways.
Not a terrible idea, actually. Making it so shield line can apply to rune arms. If there was a way to do that, that would be interesting. Oh, Lightning Hammer is just straight up good. Lightning Hammer and Sonic Hammer are just straight up insane. Yeah. So, there might be people out there that are, like, upset. Thank you for the bits. Mustang. Yes, definitely working as intended. Hold on, I need a robot. Are you a robot? No. Are you a robot? No. I feel like there's something morally wrong about walking around murdering people. Also, there's no robots here, so I can't murder them anyway. But I don't think Machrotech is bad. And I think that, much like... Okay. Machrotech is a lot like Diablo 4. Where it's clearly not the best. And anyone that calls it a 10 out of 10 is delusional. But it's also very much not the worst. I'd rate this Destiny pretty good in terms of its general concept and themes, and I think that some tweaks here and there and some grease, we can shine this up and make this a pretty nice Destiny and to fit in. Because a lot of the stuff feels pretty good. I also agree, shame there isn't a Rust Hammer. A Rust Hammer would be nice. So let's do some theory crafting about things that can, like, you know, be mildly improve here. Machrotech. So let's get the things out here. So one, I do think Rust Hammer would be great. So I'd love to see a Rust Hammer. So rune arms in mantle are more shield adjacent, like activating the shield line, our shield mastery feats, for example. They could do something like, oh, maybe if it's here. So, for example, this force field generator, this one's kind of bad. This is probably the only one that's bad here because the epic spell resistance is not really very helpful. They could do something along the lines of like, oh, a force field generator, while using the Machrotech Destiny Mantle, firing rune arm does this, and also your rune arm now counts as a heavy shield for the purposes of the shield mastery feat. Which would be kind of cool. Something like that would be interesting. So then you'd be able to, if you had those feats, you'd be able to use them. Obviously, if you don't have those feats, you wouldn't be able to use them. But I think having the option and the choice would be interesting with that. We get to work making a viable build for everyone. Yeah, it's not going to be good for everyone, but there's a lot of things that are exciting about this. Also, maximum overdrive. I don't know what they're going to do with that. It's kind of like Renegade Master Maker. Yeah, I don't know how they would program that into the game to get a shield bonus. Oh my god, is there music now in the test dojo? Taunt like shield throw? I don't like that. Because if you want to use the mantle but you don't want it to taunt, you're stuck. You might be like, well, why would you use the mantle and not want to taunt stuff? Hardcore League. If I'm playing an Artificer on like any type of Artificer, like Caster Artificer or something on Hardcore, I'm taking tier 5 Force Field Generator. Like, this is sick. So, and then having it taunt everything is not great. Yeah, this is already class previously being very interesting, but ultimately the best at nothing. Also very true. Also very true. So I want to take a look at some of the preview and feedback here under Artificer. So just give me a moment because I want to see some of this. I want to see what people are saying. Taunt should be one of those drives. Yeah, and actually, I will say the drives are like one of the coolest parts about the tree. The technique drive, where they could put under like, one of the drives here could be like your hammer is now taunt. You know, there's also more drives that they could put here that do something. So expanding out the drives as well is cool, and then having it be in the Armor of Legends. So imagine that if you take the taunt drive, then Armor of Legends will give you like 10% or like, 50% action boost bonus to threat generation or something from all sources, and it kind of feeds together for every drive they add in. So I like that. I like the drives. What's this called? This ability? Armor of Legends. Add imbue dice to rune arm option. Yeah, just make an imbue that makes it do imbue damage on the rune arm. Yeah, maybe. Anyways, let me just load it up here. Lamannia. Okay, so is this the actual thread? This is the actual thread. Okay, so I want to see people's feedback about what they want to do for maximum overdrive. So this is maximum overdrive feedback. I'm going to be ignoring a lot of people who are just talking about the tree because I just want to see like maximum overdrive ideas. Transform into dual rune arm wielding Warforged Titan. Each time you fire rune arms, it fires from both cannons. Boom, pew pew pew. I think this is cool, but it's definitely outside the budget of what they want to do. They want something that gives you numbers. They probably don't want to have to design a new animation set. That being said, I would like them to do that. That'd be very cool. At the very least, involve overcharging rune arm so you shoot some sort of mega charge from it for X number of seconds. Yeah, maybe. Maximum overdrive, 100 spell power, stable charge tier 5, increased rune arm charge rate, unbreakable force field. I mean, this is okay. I think this is like what people would expect. I think it's kind of like in the box. This is the in the box thinking of like, this is what we already do. I want maximum overdrive to be like all damage. So maybe do something along the lines of like, instead of unbreakable force field, it's the opposite. It's like, instead of unbreakable force field, you get like breakable force field, like glass cannon. So you take 10% more damage or something, but you have crazy rune arm charge rate. You get double cast speed. So like you get the sorcerer cast speed, so your cast rate's increased by 100%. And you just get to blast people. And like, minus 50% spell cooldown or something. And you just go, 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 go. Suggestion for maximum overdrive. Charge speed, sure. Imbue damage increased by X, doubled when using a rune arm. Imbue damage is interesting. Double imbue dice while using a rune arm. That's kind of neato. It doesn't fit well with the rest of the tree, but it is kind of neat. 4 bullets grant spell crit and rune arm DCs for X seconds. Having a proc inside of the epic moment feels kind of weird because you're adding an extra level of like RNG. I don't love that. Maximum overdrive seems to me like this should be an endless fusillade for your arm. Rapidly fire at full when you have selected increase maximum charge tier by 1. Grants 100 spell power, radiant force field damage for the duration. Again, it's not a bad idea, and I think this would fit, but this is like what people would expect. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's a bad idea. And I would be happy if that was in the tree. If this said, if it was like, oh, you get, plus 6 tier and you can do whatever you want. That's cool. But it's also like, I don't know. I want the sauce. For 20 seconds, all spells count as being the effects of all meta magics for free. That's cool. Rune Arms charge fully every 5 seconds, so 4 fully T5 blasts. It actually charges faster than this, so that's not great. Can be fired during Warlock blasting, but won't stop recharging until you stop blasting. I do like the idea of all spells counting under all meta magic feats. The problem with this is that a lot of characters will already have that. So it's not that great, since if you're a caster like me, you're going to have all the meta magic feats. Although it could be interesting if it did have this. So for like your melee and ranged characters, all rune arms and spells count as having the effects of all meta magics automatically. So they apply that to your character. But then, so that's for like your melee and your ranged component, because those characters won't have those feats. But then by contrast, it does something for your spells on top of that as well. As turns your rune arm to an AoE electric punch like a Marut. That would be cool. Give me tree line. Moment Warper Titan. Technique Drive Double Strike. It is in game. No, you're not talking about it. Decreased meta magic cost isn't appealing. Oh, that's talking about this. No, Maximum Overdrive. You glow blue. A sick guitar riff plays. For X seconds, all your damage dice uses their maximum volume. Your rune arms charges at double speed. Okay, actually, great idea. Actual maximize, where your damage is always considered at its maximum. I don't know if they can program that into the game. But if they can auto-roll so you do max damage every time while it's active, that is maximum overdrive. There is some dev max roll option. Oh, that's true. That's true. So that would be cool. I would love to see something like that. That feels good for maximum overdrive. You just maximize it. You max out the damage. Just power play explosive charges? Yeah, that'd be cool. What's up, Mary? How are you doing? Unbreakable force field for 20 seconds. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I really don't see them adding 95% damage reduction for 20 seconds. I know a lot of people want that. I don't see them doing that. I feel like that is outside the scope of what they want to do for the power of an epic moment, basically making you invincible for 20 seconds. 20% boost to Rune Arm. And you might be like, yeah, but doesn't the other one do that because it gives you 10,000 temporary HP? If you've never done R10s or high Reaper rating, you would be astonished probably by how fast that those 10,000 HP or temp HP will disappear. Rune Arm speed, again, stable charge 5. We've seen this. Catch level Rune Arms equal to character level. That's not a bad idea. Rune Arm DCs per charge tier. That's a great idea. Imbue dice per charge tier. And saves and AC. The problem with this is it's just like not exciting. You know, it's not breaking the bank. Also, the other issue I have with the defensive boost being in the epic moment is that you want to press it reactively, so there's a good chance you take a huge hit, then you try to activate the epic moment, and you die during your epic moment. Whereas proactively is like the damage stuff, so you know you're going to do it. It's underappreciated as it is. I also agree with that. I have bugs to report. Perfect. Master Drive, your Rune Arm has many shot, and while it's active, you're always at max charge, and that cutie in the store from that one time will notice you finally, and your spouse won't mind. All right. Everyone has different ideas about what abilities should do. One or more Rune Arm boost suggestions above, posted with you gain the benefit of all drives. Ooh, that would be kind of neat. It's literally called Maximum Overdrive. So it gives you the benefit of all drives. That's kind of cool. There's 12 blast rod turrets around you. It's kind of cool. 10% of your health and damage. That's just the one from what do you call it? Azamar Scourge that kills you. There's a 5 level Kenneth crafting. Yeah, I like that idea. Something Mega Man. Yeah, that's not what I want. Your Rune Arm shots gain spell crit chance and crit damage. I don't hate that, but they said they want to keep crit chance and damage out of trees, so they're probably not going to do this. Your next Rune Arm shot has 100% crit chance. Again, they kind of said they didn't want to do that. Or like shield charge. You charge first target, it passes all 3 enemies, hit with your Rune Arm shot at its current charge level. That's just a good idea for an ability. I don't like this picture. This is why usually when I go on Discord, I actually have all of people's avatars not showing. I'm just gonna go past that. Anyway, maximum overdrive. You gain 30% action bonus to movement speed. Your spells have their cost and cooldowns reduced, and you do increase weapon damage. Your arms crossed. Shots decrease your charge by a single tier instead of fully. That would be interesting, but I don't think they could do that. Nope. Not a suggestion. Not a suggestion. This steel star. While electric, aside from the theming, it's our intent eventually that major offensive spell power types represent 3 or more destinies. A few are already, for existence. Fire in 3, cold in 3. Third for Sonic, Primal Avatar, Machrotect. The third for electric as well. Forces in 2 at the moment, which aren't necessarily the most traditional caster of options. The plan includes a third tree for Force down the road. On the EPL, there's a Martial EPL, which I wasn't expecting given the Arcane Destiny we're releasing. When we did the Epic Destinies, EPL stopped being tied to specific Destinies, giving us a little more room to create new, interesting feats. Alright, cool. You can have both this and Arcane Elemental Absorption going at the same time. True. That's kind of neat. You know, drives have the overcharge granting 5 times the usual effect to be cool, but then there need to be more to it. Yeah, especially because even if it's all drives, the drives have like conflicting elements, and a lot of them, they're just like cool passives. Like, I think that's the problem with the drives, is that they're just cool passives. Like, you know, if you're a caster, you don't care about the attacks. Like, even if it's like you have all drives and it's activated, cool. I get 15% attack speed, don't care. 15% movement speed, don't care. I guess you would get 30 PR and MRR, that's okay. You know, 30 spell power, that's okay. Plus 9 to saves, that's not bad. Plus 9 tactics, don't care. 30 energy resist, 3 imbue dice, don't even care. So that's the problem with all drives, is that it wouldn't be great. Destiny makes zero sense. Not very DDO. I don't super care about the issue. It just means there's more stuff. So they'd have to, like, if they add in more drives, maybe. For Max Overdrive, I want to turn into a golem, which is cool. But that they're not going to do that because it's outside the animation budget. But they should. But it's on Lamannia now, and we know the expansion's coming out during the summer, so they don't have time to add a playable Warforged Titan. I would love for them to do that, but yeah, they're definitely not going to. These aren't new ideas. These aren't new ideas. These are not new ideas. For 1 minute, your unarmed stable charge shares increase to 5. Usually the next X seconds, your unarmed charges at a highly accelerated rate. Yeah. Again, it's a lot of the same thing. Offensive, supercharge, the rune arm. Make it around rune arms. Besides, I recall the elements of epic design moments. The original Destiny letting the epic moment break a rule. In this case, the player gets to break some rules. Maybe the character fully benefit from rune arm scaling for the duration. And then make them invincible. Yeah, I don't know. Nope. Who's clamoring for trap damage absorption? Oh, my friend, you do not know the general player base of DDO. A lot of people will be excited about trap damage absorption. Even when I posted my video, and I was like, some people will be excited about it, there were multiple people already commenting on my video being like, oh, man, I hate dying to traps. That trap absorption will be awesome. And I'm like, well, this is not a problem that I have, but there is a big chunk of the DDO community that gets obliterated by traps all day. If you don't know about this, if you go on hardcore, you'll see it. People get obliterated by traps all day. Make the epic mode a heat mechanic that overcharges lightning like a Tesla coil to and vent heat damage in AoE format. That's kind of cool. What if it had a heating mechanic? So maximum overdrive is as you cast spells, you get a stacking buff on yourself. So you activate maximum overdrive, which increases like your spell casting speed and your rune arm speed. And then as you cast spells, you get stacks of heat, and the heat vents off of your character, so you gain stacks, but you also lose stacks. And every time you lose a stack, it deals AoE damage. And so let's say you cast 15 spells, you get 15 stacks, but you lose 1 stack per second, so your stacks will go down. So every second you're doing an AoE blast of damage as you're venting off heat, and even if the epic moment is over, you're still losing stacks and blasting out the heat as time goes. I actually really like that idea. I'm going to write that down. Maximum overdrive idea. Lower spell cooldowns. Faster rune arm charge rate. When you cast a spell or fire rune arm, you get 1 stack of heat. And every second, 1 stack of heat is removed from you, and you deal AoE damages. That'd be cool. What's up, Nacho Wench Raiders? Welcome to Stream Team. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. I hope you're doing super duper. We're going over ideas of what people want for Maximum Overdrive, the new Epic Moment ability, because they're looking for suggestions, and you know, people are putting them in, and a lot of them are pretty cool. Playing Call of Duty with your Rune Arm, an amazing idea. Irina, how you doing? Nacho Wench, thank you for the raid. Hope you're doing well. Self dot in exchange for blasting damage also could be cool. Yeah. I like the idea of a shoulder cannon which would fire the same strength and power of your Rune Arm. The Rune Arm would auto fire every 2 seconds. Honestly, the Rune Arm auto firing would be nice for a lot of people. So yeah, that one's not too bad. Not too bad. Ballistic like ToE. What's up, Jack Burton? Flippin' Kiwi, how are you? This isn't Maximum Overdrive. That doesn't say Maximum Overdrive. That says Mega Man on it. That doesn't say Maximum Overdrive. That's not... You gotta buy it in the DDO store. Yep, I know my account is flagged. I think this person's having problems. Nope. Nope. Maximum Overdrive. Ideas. Nope. Thoughts on Maximum Overdrive and left wide. I think you already know what the effect should be, but you have it in the wrong place, and you should tweak the numbers a bit. Take the drive bonus and armor legends, move them. This is a pure passive. No, the epic moment can't be a passive. It doesn't make sense. No. Come on, people. Where are your ideas? Where's the ideas? We need something related to Stephen King's story with the same name. Maybe have the Artificer summon a swarm of those robot spiders who explode on the target. There's a Stephen King story called Maximum Overdrive. Oh my god. Internet wasn't holding up, so best to raid out and leave everyone hanging. Yeah, I've had that problem before, where the internet stops working. Like last week, I had it so my internet just fully disconnected for like 4 hours. It was great. Also on my birthday at the beginning of the month, but the internet went out for like 2 hours. It affected the stream. Yeah, it's like a favorite Soul Archon, but yeah. This is not Maximum Overdrive. This is not Maximum Overdrive. It's not Overdrive. Oh, my idea. Make the Rune Arm either charge super fast, or after shooting it, start directly at the higher tier, like tier 4. Imagine Overdrive plus Fusillade, which is there. Or more boring idea, a sort of arcane aura around you dealing damage, or over time stacking, dot, or damage. Maybe stacking with vulnerability. I think that's not a boring idea. I think that... I'm not saying that they have to not do something like other than like the Rune Arm damage. I just want new ideas, as in, if they can't think of anything better than spell power plus Rune Arm cooldown or charge rate plus Rune Arm damage, then they go for it. They can do that. I want new ideas because we already know about that idea. You know what I'm saying? I want new ideas. We know about the old ideas. Sony wants to see a new combination like Rune Arm's not breaking Druidic Oath or uncentering you. They probably could do that. Bonus trapping, auto searching, something. That's nothing. Overdrive. That's not Overdrive. That's not Overdrive. That's not Overdrive. That's not Overdrive. Come on, people. Oh. For 30 seconds, you grow huge into a massive Warforged Titan with uber fortification and life, and you deal double damage to weapons. Rune Arm stays the maximum tier, and your Iron Defender also spit tactical detonation. A swarm of spiders fan out from you, and at the end of it, you find yourself back in normal shape, lying flat on the ground to sleep as it was all just a dream. That would be cool, but they're not going to give us a new model since it's coming out in like 2 months. Nothing. That's not an idea. Keep going. I like a lot of these ideas. The idea of turning into a Warforged Titan is great, and I would love that. But we're 2 months away-ish, so there's 0% chance we're going to get a Warforged Titan. Also, that's not an idea. That's not an idea. It's still not an idea. These are still not ideas. Is this an idea? All drives just makes it the worst epic moment compared to Action Hero? That is correct, yeah. Maximum Overdrive. It shouldn't have defenses. If anything, it should sacrifice some offense. Going to Maximum Overdrive is not something a sane person should be doing. I agree. Reduce max HP? Maybe. Reduce PRR, and giving offenses corresponding to the stats loss could be a very fitting and interesting way to turn the defenses of the tree on their head. I don't hate this idea, and also, Hephaestus, noted Artificer enthusiast, likes that idea. So there you go. I forgot you can like posts. I'm not logged in because I couldn't log in earlier, but yeah. So I do like the idea of like a trading of offense for defense. No, that's not an idea. Oh my god, no, 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 nope, nope, nope. Keep going. Nope. of these things are maximum overdrive. Oh? Listen, this is insane. Are you serious? I've defended devs a lot, but you completely switch yourself here and utter lost my sport. You do not design a game by coming up with a cool name for a capstone ability and then figure out what it does. Are you 9 years old? How is that professionalism in any regard? Things like this are why the player base is increasingly losing faith in your ability to design and balance the game, and you count me among their numbers right now. No, that is not the reason why people lose faith in the game. People love giving their own input. That is the complete opposite. I don't know how this idea comes up where it's like, oh, they're looking for suggestions. Like, yes, they should already have it and have designed it for sure. No doubt about that. But also, that is one of the best ways to get community involvement is to say, hey guys, what do you think this should do? And then people give their feedback and put ideas and they put it in the game. And then people go, wow, that was us. Community involvement is like the cornerstone of how these things are designed. So like, yeah. And they probably have a boring idea. Exactly. I think SSG probably also had the idea of make it charge the rune arms fast and shoot it, and they wanted to get some cool ideas from other people. Just draft numbers get overhauled because of community suggestions? Yeah. And for the better, because people have, like, as I've said this before and I'll say it again, SSG is a small company, right? So the people that are working, there's literally 3 people that put the Epic Destinies together. It's Steelstar, Linabel, and Torque. So if those 3 people don't come up with an idea, it turns out the thousands of people in the beehive that is the DDO community, that we can come up with an idea too and put it in. Come up with an ability that's balanced, distinct, compelling, and then figure out how to fit in the game lore. You're going about it completely ass backwards. Man, I don't know what to tell you, dude. But that's not... I find that so... It's just such an interesting take. It's an interesting take. It's not the one that I would... It's not the hill that I would die on, but you know what? Yeah. Anyway. I would say that's beyond forum levels. I mean, yeah, it's just one of those things I find, like I said, I find confusing. Anyway, okay, the following is my pitch for the epic moment. The mother of all lightning bolt strikes you and temporarily supercharges you with intense power. Its lightning bolt so powerful that even if you are dead, it will raise you and heal you to full health. They are never doing this ever again. They have had so many problems with self-raises, and they're definitely never doing that ever again. So already this one's like dead this part's dead on arrival. Let's keep going. Lightning bolt so loud, all enemies in the vicinity take a ridiculous amount of some sonic damage, like Primal Scream times 100. Okay, cool. Now comes the overcharge part. The lightning bolt has channeled unlimited energy. For 30 seconds, you benefit from all modules, as if you had trained them. Okay. I'm assuming those are the drives, but yeah. Every tier of Rune charge now shoots triple projectiles or damage, so a tier 5 is now shooting 15 tiers. The problem with adding more things is it's projectiles, which means it's going to cause more lag, so they might not love that. But like doing more damage, I think the damage is what they would do instead of the projectiles. Especially considering the projectiles currently don't land. Have there any defensive aspect to it too? Have there be a defensive aspect like temporary hit points based on spare skill times 100, so it'd be useful for tanks too. Maybe. Thematically, want them to like Frankenstein being brought to life, or that scene in Avengers where Iron Man is struck by lightning and his suit powers up to 400% capacity. I can see that. Have a damage burst resurrection. Again, there's no way they will do a self raise, considering they redid Epic Destiny, so they could cut the self raise from the game. So yeah. Power or speed is not, so rune arms and spells, more damage and or defense. So for me, when I think about maximum overdrive is like you're burning out your engine. So in theory, I would imagine like a lot of people have the defensive aspect. I think of maximum overdrive as the opposite. It reduces your defense because you're gaining something temporarily. Yeah, so I love the theme of this, but the actual effects could use some work. But I like it. Actually, have an epic moment that raises everybody, so I don't know. Correct. It raises everybody, except it doesn't raise you. Right? It doesn't raise you. So if you're dead, you can't use it. Now you say, oh, but I can self-raise because I'm playing as a monk with gibbers. And yes, I'm sure if they could remove Jack Gibbers from the game, they probably would. Something. I would like maximum overdrive to be a 10 to 20 second epic moment where your stable charge tiers 5 and find the rune does not drain the charge. Great idea. Did not read all Max Overdrive this ability. Did not read all the pages of it, so sure this got meant for maybe your rune arm shoots lightning and chain lightning every couple seconds for 20 seconds or something like that. That's a cool idea. It just automatically shoots chain lightning on top of what it already does. That could be interesting. A lot of extra visual effects. Depends on how annoying that would be. That's not maximum overdrive. This is a maximum overdrive, and that's not maximum overdrive. But overall, so a lot of really cool ideas in here of what to do for maximum overdrive. I don't know what they're going to do with it. As I said, I kind of like the idea of it being both a element of power and drain. My ideal for maximum overdrive is double your cast speed, so your spells cast faster or whatever. So it's like, you know, you're like a sorcerer for a short period of time. Also reduce your spell cooldown, so you can just like boom, boom, boom. You can burn all your spell points. If anything, honestly, they could do maximum overdrive where it increases your cast speed, so you cast faster. It reduces your cooldowns, so you can use your spells more, but it increases your spell point cost. So it can be like plus 20% spell point cost, so you can just burn through all your mana as fast as possible to do more damage. And then you would have like stacks of heat or something like that. And then the heat, because you're like overheating yourself, would then like cause some type of problem or change your character. Like for every stack of heat, you gain increased damage, but it also increases your spell point cost or something. Like for every stack of heat that you have, which is for every spell you cast, you get like 2% increased spell cost, but 10 universal spell power. So if you cast 15 spells, you get 150 spell power, but your spells are also increased by 30% in cost. So you get more damage, but then it also increases your spell cost. And eventually your spells become too expensive. But again, it's only like 20 seconds. So, and then the heat just stays for like an extra 15 seconds afterwards. I kind of love that idea. Like news point with PvP on? Yeah. I mean, you can PvP people right now. Can I PvP anybody here? Yeah, I can PvP this guy if I want to, and he can't fight back against me. Is there anyone else I can PvP? I just don't want to PvP people that don't, you know, because then you'd have to go to the abyss. This guy, I can PvP this guy as well, but again, that doesn't feel very fair. I don't want to just PvP people in the tavern, even though it's fun. I just feel like you shouldn't kill people. Is there a guest pass for Feywild? I don't believe there's a guest pass for Feywild, but I'm not sure. What I mean by PvP is right now Mending Burst. If you have the repair effect, Ruin Drive, it will deal rust damage to people that can be rusted on your team, which is not good. So I'm going to also write that down for bugs. Ruin Drive damages other players if you are using, what is this called? Mending Burst. And what's the other drive? I think it's called Shock Drive. Stuns other players if you are using Mending Burst. Lets you make a non-rustable creature rustable. That's interesting. You could... Oh, that's a great idea for a drive. So you could do something like Conversion Drive. Enemies hit by your spells are now vulnerable to rust damage. That'd be kind of neat. As an effect somewhere in the tree. So you could use rust damage against monsters. It would kind of make the Ruin Drive a little bit more powerful. But also, even still, that's like, do you want a little bit of extra damage or a stun? So you have to still make that decision. Is the tree working today? The tree's working every day. It doesn't work perfectly, but it's pretty good. Damage bypassing DDs won't happen, I think. You're probably right. But the damage sucks. So, who knows? Wasn't loading for you yesterday? Oh, did you unlock it? You have to unlock it in the DDO store. So there's like new to DDO store. You have to buy Machrotect, and then you have to go talk to the Fate Spinner to go unlock the Machrotect Epic Destiny as well. Also, if you can't do that, you can also talk to the Captain, and he will also unlock it for you. Because you say, I'd like to unlock the Machrotect Epic Destiny, and he will do it. So those are all your options. But an option that I need to investigate right now is using the bathroom. I'll be right back. Locked behind a pay on release is just Lamannia. I assume since it's coming out with the expansion that it's definitely going to be in the collector's edition, just like all the other things. So the $80 version of the expansion, and also you're going to need to wait 6 months before you can buy it in the DDO store. That is my expectation. Right back. And we're back. It is very cool. I'm going to be in Favor Lock too, since it's also technically about kind of paywall requiring multiple expansions to get Favor acquired. Yeah. Also, I was wrong with the $80 price. I think it'd be like $60 because it's like the it's going to be part of the mini expansion, which is only $20. Universal Tree, and that they're still planning to bring out the Universal Tree. Last I asked. Yep. As far as I know. We also know that they're going to be getting a new store soon because they sent out an email. I don't know if you guys saw the email. But we're getting a new DDO store with a new date. Let me pull out the email. Standstill Games. So, there's a new store on July 18th. So July 18th is the new store. I also posted about it in the Discord, but if you guys didn't see it, I'll go get the announcement here and pull it out for you guys. It's pretty poggers. So they said, "Dear value customer, we are waiting to inform you that the upcoming Enhancements to Sandstone Games, specifically a transition to the new in-game store designed to enrich your gaming experience. The new in-game store will enhance the payment experience, increase efficiency, and ultimately provide more value to you. This is likely one of the they have to fix a lot of this because there's a lot of currencies that are not accepted on the store. There's a lot of regions that have difficulty accessing the store, which affects people. If you're from Europe, okay, like it's hard to buy things from SSG because like Europe, you know, the money to send the money, you have to like hire a courier to take the money across the ocean. It's a whole thing. So this is going to help with that. So you can use the computer to purchase things, which will be nice. They also said as a result of this update, the way some foreign currencies are charged will change. For example, you'll no longer be charged USD because I'm UCAD after the opening of our improved store, currently scheduled for July 18th, 2023. Your recurring subscription will be changed to CAD, and the prices can be found here. I actually didn't look at the pricing table. Currency pricing table. Okay, so this is actually on their website now. Okay, was this article helpful? 0 out of 1 found this helpful. It's fucking hilarious. Okay, so it used to cost USD 100 bones. It's now going to cost me 135 Canadian dollars. So let's just go with Google and get CAD to USD conversion. So we're going to go with 99.99 is 131. So I'm getting fleeced for an extra $3.50. Which is like whatever. It is what it is. It also depends on the day and the currency. So like for example, if we're talking about like the currency at a lower value, then I'm going to be making money. So there's that. They also they did charge a conversion fee. That is correct. But yeah, so you know, if this was a month ago when the when the dollar value, Canadian dollar was weaker, that would be different. As the Canadian dollar gets stronger, it's gonna be more different. So we'll see. So as my dollar value stands weak, it's all right. So yeah. Anyway, so there you go. If you're from Europe, it's $89.99. There you go. So it's not too bad. New Zealand, it's 160 bones. Australian dollar dues. So that if you spend dollar dues, it's 159.99. There you go. Some of this stuff. Are these pounds? GPB. That's the British pound. And a lot of these things, I have no idea what these currencies are. SEK. Is that South Korean money? I don't know. JPY is Japan. I knew that one. That's a lot of monies. BRL is probably Brazil. Yep, probably Brazil. Damn. That's a conversion rate. CHF. SEK is Sweden. Oh, that's Swedish money? That's 1,049 Swedish monies? My God. Dollars, Brazilian real, Swiss francs, Danish kroner. Oh, euro, Norwegian kroner. Damn, look at all that money. Okay, all right, good to know. Anyway, if you want this chart, by the way, you want to save it, here's where you can save it. So you can have the pricing table if you ever want to reference it again. It's also on their website. Anyways, if CAD is not your local currency, then any currency exchange will be performed by your bank or credit card company as applicable. If you want to make any changes to your subscription or cancel your subscription, you can do this anytime by logging to your My Account page and clicking Cancel Subscription, link directly underneath the next billing line for the game. Information regarding your current subscription, including billing rate and subscription terms, will be found as you log into My Account page. I don't know why they're telling you can cancel your subscription, but there you go. So you can do that. Anyways, so for those that are unaware of that change that's coming through, that is going to be happening. And so since the new store is coming, I think the new store is going to get here before the release of the expansion, because that is a month away, basically. DDO Daybreak Games. Yeah, 100%. So yeah, so we'll be waiting to see what's going to be happening exactly with that. But anyways, my point is it's going to be like 60 bones, probably to get access to the Machrotect Epic Destiny. But also, if you're like, man, this Epic Destiny looks super mid, well, there you go. You don't have to worry about spending $60, and you can just wait till you unlock it with Favor, because it'll probably be in a Favor unlock somewhere. With like, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Moorgrave University Favor than unlock Machrotech, the Epic Destiny, because Moorgrave University has been deeply tied into all of the Vecna quests. Or you'll be able to just like pay, or like you'll be able to buy it a la carte after 6 months. So that'll be an option. You miss you living in Mexico? Oh, there's just no currently regional pricing, so you probably just still have to pay USD. So yeah. It will also come out on that day. I don't think Update 60 will be coming out on that same day. I don't know if they're directly related. Anyways, I just figured we would, you know, kind of make that super clear. A rune arm use? What's up with these, like, non-robot artificers? It's so bizarre. All these people playing arties that are not robots. Do people do that? Do you guys play artificers that are not warforged? It's so weird. And cringe. But you can't even do this. Oh, I'm still alive. Testing wand arty? Oh, God. Gnomes are humans? Miniature crafting? Honestly, not a bad idea, because taking the dragon mark and being an artificer gives you an extra 52 on your Caneth crafting, which is very handy. If you're going to make an alt crafter, make them a human artificer and get them to level 32, so they get plus 52 free, which saves you a ton of time on crafting. Wait, hold on. Oh, you are repairable. That's very cool. Stay here for just a second. Don't move. Don't go anywhere. Damn, I almost got him. So close. So close. I was trying. Because we're already removing their flesh? No, I didn't forget about that. Damn it. That's ridiculous.
Now it's all over the floor.
There's a conspiracy here. My mending burst is just, it only healed for 1 as well, which is very bizarre. I healed him for 1 instead of anything else. Already can't use wands when charging rune arms? Oh, really? That's hilarious. I can kill my dog, but I can't kill this guy. This is crazy. I somehow cannot kill my pet. I have internal cooldowns, only hits 1 person. No, it damaged him. It's out of mana. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. That works. Wait, is he just unconscious or dead? Oh, he's just unconscious. Damn it. I gotta finish the job. I need more mana. Ugh. Splash. Splash Waterworks reward list? Yep. Help me up? Yeah, no problem. You got it.
Perhaps
I don't know why it heals for 1 sometimes. It's so bizarre.
destiny part ways.
So yeah, so there's some funky stuff going on here. Yeah, I don't have a crazy amount of feedback left on Machrotect, just because there's not a bunch of stuff to test. Mending Burst doesn't function. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. I guess I can just check to make sure that the actual mantle functions. So we're going to test each function of the mantle and see if I can find any bugs. There's just a bunch of shit in here that doesn't work. So it's really hard to, like, properly put it together and, like, you know, examine what does and doesn't function, if that makes sense. Okay. All right, so let's test out the arcane armor stuff. All right, so force field generator. This is supposed to give 15 ramp and 10% absorption, and it goes up to 15% while wearing a rune arm. That should be easy to test. So my ramp currently is 158, and my absorptions, elemental defenses. Let's go to physical. There is no physical absorb on here, so it's not even tracked. So that's a bit of a problem. What can I track? Sonic. So my sonic absorb is 15. I turn this on, and it does give me 15%. Okay, so that actually does function. I didn't check the ramp. let's get this 15, and it does give 15 ramp, so that's good. So other Machrotect bugs. So I'm just gonna go mantle, bugs. Physical, slashing, piercing, absorb are not in
Hey
the
Strim,
plus tab.
Brian here. I was doing a quest in DDO and needed a shrine, but I couldn't find one, so I waited for 8 hours and my mana didn't come back. Please advise.
Yeah, that's something that happens to a lot of people, is they probably start DDO and they're like, oh, I'll just wait and get my mana back, and that's just not how that works. Which is a shame. Force field generator, so this is 24. Okay, so the Rune Arm actually does increase the effect of this, of the force field generator, which is good. Which is good. Yeah, so what I would recommend you do, by the way, is you can buy shrines out of the store. So just buy a shrine out of the DDO store and then use it. That'll save your problem. Force field generator. I should get 10 PRR and MRR. Let's find out. Boop. Hey, it works. Does it work if I take off the Rune Arm? Do I lose 5? Yes, I do. And I gain it back. All right. Next, this should give me spell power. So it should give me 10 electric spell power and 5 everything else. So we're at 708 electric and 544 cold. This gives me 10 and 5, so that's good. And it should give me spell resistance when I use my Rune Arm. Okay, it definitely doesn't give spell resistance when I use my Rune Arm. What if I hit something with the Rune Arm? Okay, so the spell resistance just doesn't work. Okay, so that just doesn't function at all. Spell resistance from force, or from doesn't work at all. So that's not good. And then the tier 5 is the life. So my current health scaler is it general combat? Hit point scaler is 10%. So we hit the button. It goes up to 30%, which makes sense with the Rune Arm removed. 20%. All right, so the hit point scaler appears to be working. Good idea. Have Rune Arm or not? No, the absorb is not the same, whether you have Rune Arm or not. The absorb changes. You get 15% as opposed to 10%. I checked and it changed. The Ablative Armor thing is actually quite good. It has a minute cooldown, but it is like a lot stronger. Right now it's only doing 50. Then if you turn on the Armored Augmentation, where's the Ablative Armor, this one, it's a lot more powerful. It feels good to use. Of course, it's on a long cooldown, but it is what it is. Should be suggested to copy your Rune Arm to your main hand like Inquisitive copies crossbow and just shoot, shoot, shoot with the attack button. Yeah, I think after the whole monk key caster thing, they probably don't want to make your main click be a casting thing temporarily, because they've had issues with that in the past. So I don't super think they want to do that. Okay, so those are bugs. Other things are bugs. Spell DCs function. This works. I didn't check the imbue dice. What's my imbue dice right now? That should to check that. Imbue dice 3. Okay, that's the only imbue dice I have, so that works. Like maximum overdrive could do your Rune Arm as an ES aura. It could. It would have to take the Rune Arm like as it is in the moment. So Blade of Armor functions. Energy Sheath. So this should function, Energy Sheath, and it doesn't. This or the scales the dragon. This should scale, but it stops at 450, which is level 30. It should go up to 32, which should be 480 instead. I'm also curious. Does the rust damage? Oh, I didn't take the rust. Reset this, please. Thank you. Mending Burst. And this, I just want to make sure I can kill myself still, and we'll take a look at the thread. Mending Burst. Press the button. Okay, it does not count the damage taken as rust as physical damage, which is good to know. Torch is posted in the thing. Torque. All right, here we go. Be great. Yep, we are reading and looking at these dungeons as people are posting about it. So when we started looking at this, we knew we'd have some, but I don't get Conquest extension problems. I alluded to this with Castle Ravenloft and Vault of Night, which have the Conquest thresholds adjusted in this build. We hope that these will be a few dozen outliers we can just fix. We did not expect not getting Conquest to be presented as really common in general. It is extremely common. You rarely get Conquest. If no Conquest bonus is more of a rule than exception, this plan will not do. Us devs tend to ramble out into the optional wings when we play, I guess. The thing is, he's right, because there are people who go out and do the optionals all the time, and they get Conquest all the time. And so that is something that does happen. That doesn't represent the general play pattern. And so I don't know how that one was missed, but that's okay. They are addressing it, so it doesn't matter. Don't need to dwell on those things. What I will say is that it is a fair assessment that if people are doing the optionals, they'll be getting more XP, both from the optional XP and the Conquest. It's not fair to expand that out to the rest of the player base. So I think they're going to address that. Because they said we do that and not addressing it to other people. So clarify a few things. Our lag problems are less about fighting monsters than running from monsters and leaving the farm behind. The bottleneck is in the path system doing long paths as the player gets far away. Ergo, not wanting to be bothered with monsters at all feeds into that. 2. As pointed out, this plan was all stick and no carrot. Exactly. And I think a lot of people recognize that, is they're saying you have to do more to get the same amount. We're looking at some combination of making Conquest thresholds more forgiving and or upping the Conquest onslaught aggression bonuses a bit further, as some have suggested. We may also punt until we can do more elaborate incentive systems instead. This basically means they might just shelve this for a while anyway, but they would like to push it through if they can. We really want killing monsters to be a worthwhile activity. I understand some folks have perfected some play patterns that avoid such a thing, and we really don't want to impact your fun, but we do want the Conquest option to have a certain attraction as well, because so much of your system and content do focus on combat. In a perfect world, both these would be perceived as equally valid options. In our current world, we feel like the killing monsters has dropped a little lower in the play patterns than is probably wise, which no one is disagreeing with and has nothing to do with this post. So I don't know why this is here. I think this is just because some people are upset about that. You know, they're worried that their play pattern of skipping monsters is going to be ruined. And it's kind of related, but again, this post misses the entire point that killing all of the monsters on the main path of the quest will lose you XP based on what they were talking about. And that's what I think a lot of people have an issue with. I don't think anyone has an issue with the idea that they want to incentivize you to kill the monsters as opposed to skipping them, so they want to put an XP bonus into the monsters that are along the quest. This is not a problem. I have no issues with this. I think most people don't have a problem with that. Doing the quest as intended, which is I start the quest, and then I kill the monsters, and then I finish the boss, and I didn't leave rooms full of monsters, and I didn't get any alerts, should get you the same XP before and after. The issue is, it's not doing that, because the assumption is Conquest is killing all of the monsters on the path to the end, and that is not usually the case. Conquest is usually required from doing all of the optionals, and asking players to do all of the optionals makes them mandatorials, which is not optionals, and it is a general XP reduction for people that are not doing the new mandatorials, which is what people don't want. They don't want mandatorials, they want optionals. So, that's what they become. So, they addressed that this was all stick and no carrot, which is not great, so I hope that they can get into it. This is why I was talking about specifically, just be like calm in your conversations with the devs, because people make oversights all the time. Okay, so having them as the ability to say like, okay, we're listening to your feedback. This is literally them saying we're listening to your feedback. But yeah, specifics are very helpful in regards to the Conquest bonus issues. Dungeons you typically play, how do you play them, and what level of Conquest do you get except for how many kills? What options are worthwhile? How you make the choices you do. So basically they're saying, what quests do you do that you don't get Conquest on? And the amount is big. It's big. I'm going to be playing some quests. I'm going to be recording which quests we do get Conquest on and which ones we don't. I'm going to be doing that here today so we can kind of examine what that is like. As I said, I think that the solution of making it so onslaught bonus is the same as before, and Conquest is an increase in XP, would be a better solution for a lot of people, because it means if you want to do a full quest clear, you don't feel penalized because that Conquest is now worth it, versus the other way around, where it was you had to do the full quest clear instead. Yep, Crucible is another one. Yep, that's a great example. know exactly what everyone is doing and how often. So the problem is, it depends on if they have those statistics now. Because to gather that data about the percentage of time people are hitting different types of bonuses, I don't know if they can gather that data. They might be able to, and if they can gather that data, then you're right, they shouldn't have missed this. You get any bonus on C just before? Yes. Admittedly, I did skip one monster pack. Oh, another problem that isn't being addressed also is that some quests have fewer monsters with less players, which also directly translate to the bonuses, which is also an entire issue. Newer, more modern quests have fewer monsters the less players you have. So that is also a part of the problem. That being said, this is good because the developers are saying, hey, we understand what you're saying. We want to address this. And they also said they are okay with putting off these changes until later if they can't find an amicable solution. Okay? So, again, this is not doom and gloom. There are solutions coming down the pipeline that can work for many, many players out there. Now, I want to test a bunch of things. So we're going to do that. Impossible to get Conquest of Solo? That's not true. Important, as well as Elite difficulty, has all the monsters all the time. So if you play on Elite difficulty, if you're an Elite difficulty player, you're never going to notice this issue. One, while charging a Rune Arm, blasts are in the air, bricks them, and they do no damage. Well, that's interesting. Yeah. This is also the best time to make Reaper and Elite the same XP, and I kind of hope that they do that, but I don't think they will. Other dungeons, but I definitely don't get max kills. Yep. All right. Oh, right. I need the tumble controls. All right. Experimental tumble control activated. Okay, so the front flips and the back flips still have a stop at the beginning, but they don't have a stop at the end. So if they can get rid of the stop at the end, or at the beginning of the front flip and the back flip, then that would be ideal. Presumably, that can't be much harder than ending the one at the end of the tumble. But yeah, the fact that it stops you dead in your tracks to do the front flip and the back flip means they're actually worse. So the lower tumble is better. So that's also going to go into bug pile. Tumble control. Okay, so overdrive, tumble control. Tumble controls. If your tumble gets high, you front and back flip, which is faster and cool, sort of. You stop moving at the beginning instead of the end. This stop needs to be removed, and then it will actually be faster. Let's just spawn an Elite when solo trim. There are quests that they don't, I think. Which ones, though? On Elite difficulty, everything should be spawning in. I can't think of a single quest where that doesn't happen, but I am curious if you know one. Quests like Death Bonus, you get an extra 20%. The problem with that is that there are lots of situations where you can't control it. Right? So let me give you an example. Combat Wombat, why this is a bad idea. Let's say, hypothetically, you have an open LFM. And let's say, hypothetically, that someone joins your LFM and they don't go the same way as everyone else. They're not familiar with the quest. So they join in the adventure, they're a little bit behind, and they go through a pathway that you didn't clear or is a direction you didn't go already. And now you get an alert, and because they joined in, you now get less XP for adding another player to your party. Are you okay with that? adding a player has a chance, and a fairly good one, to cause your quest to give you less experience. Now you might say, oh, but it's an extra bonus. But is it a bonus? Other people getting random louder bursts of Stream's voice every so often? Is that happening? I don't think that. An XP boost, but is it a boost? It's not really a boost. It's the same thing as the no death bonus. When no one dies in your party, you get a bonus, and that bonus would get taken away if someone died. It's the exact same thing. You blame that other player for not giving you this XP. You took this XP away from me. I was going to get it. You took it away. It builds animosity. It's not a good idea. Having the ability for people to go at each other over XP, which is what people go for, is not good. You can also make the argument. About like, oh, well, of course it would be a bad idea if that happened. You know, you don't want these things to happen to people. But people will do that about regular XP. Correct. There already is animosity between players all the time that exists, and so you don't need to like amp that up by a lot. I feel like that's not going to be good for the game just generally. But you know, it is what it is. As well, yep, you would disallow people from joining your parties. Also a big problem. Probably not good for a lot of people. Anyway, we can come up with a lot of reasons as to why you wouldn't want to do that. I guess we don't go with Hagel. I guess you go with Disable Device. Isn't only the one that died loses that bonus? Now, yes, but it didn't used to be like that. It used to be the entire party would lose the bonus. And so you wouldn't want to let other people play with you. HRM, Artie Fun Tank when? I don't know. When the idea gets good. I don't know why you would do that now, but when the idea gets good, maybe. Like the fact that the new tree doesn't function is a bit of an issue. This is called Experience Person. And I'm neutral. Imagine the guilt on the guy learning the quest? Correct. You walk in and you go a different direction, and then all of a sudden, hey, why'd you kill our XP by 20%? It's not a good idea. It just doesn't, it breeds problems. I think that's why they didn't do that. Be like, oh, there's a no alert bonus. It's just like, well, it's the same thing as like, it's outside of your control, which is why I think it would bother a lot of people, right? If you're playing solo, then that's fine. Because if you're playing solo, it only affects you. But the way that you can interact with other players is a bit of an issue. You have a noob question? I have a noob answer. What's up, DJ? What do you need? Learn the correct way to use quests. Are you the same as everyone else? Yep. The incentive for not red alerting should be the fact that red alert causes extra difficulty in your quests, and not because it gives you a bonus for not red alerting. I know I used the word not twice in a row, and that's obviously not good for a lot of people, but hey man, I'm doing my best. Oh, it affect the XP tomes? It won't affect the XP tomes. Not understanding? Not. I get it. You get it? It's a classic Borat reference. You guys remember Borat? You better not. Get it? See what I did there? Very funny. I need that. Artificer, please. I'm gonna be playing a melee arty for a bit. Just gonna be playing some melee arty. You know, classic melee arty. And doing some leveling with the rune arm. And we're also going to be tracking which quests I end up getting. We're going to be tracking which quests my character is going to be getting the bonuses on. And what bonuses there are. And I think that's fair. We're also going to ignore Korthos Island because I don't really care about the XP bonuses of Korthos Island. But it's just a good question. How often do you get Conquest versus other bonuses? 4 Reaper points. What is the best way to get Reaper XP? R1 or each epic levels and do R1 instead. So epic versus heroic is the same. Legendary gives double Reaper XP. So if you do legendary Reapers, you get twice as much Reaper XP as epic. Because there's a formula. So epic quests will have higher because they're higher level, but it's not the same. Does that make sense? So like the higher level quest will not give you the same amount of like, let me get you the Reaper formula so you can see it. Reaper DDO. Because I think a lot of people don't know this. A lot of people also don't know how to find information about Reaper XP. It's right here. But anyways, so the amount of Reaper XP you get is base. So the base Reaper XP is 50 plus 3 times the quest level on normal times the number of skulls. That's how it works every single time. So if you're doing a quest that's level 2, then it's 50 plus 6 times the number of skulls. And then there's your Reaper XP base for the quest. Versus if you're base level of 30 or higher, because it's legendary, you double it. There's just a ×2 multiplier at the end. So you double the amount of XP you get. There's also a modifier based on the length of the quest. So if you do it in heroics, your character is going to be getting just the base amount. If you do it in legendary, you get double it. So that's why people do legendary, because if you do legendary, you can do like 80, not even 80 quests. You do like maybe 50, 45 or 50 quests, and you're done total. Versus in heroic, you need to do hundreds of adventures. If you're doing heroic Reaper 1, you're going to need to do like almost 300 quests, if not more. And so it's the risk factor is you have to spend more time in Reaper mode, giving yourself more options to die. So that's why you want to be careful about that and why people do higher levels. Yo, what's up, Wrath? How you doing? How's it hanging? All right, let's go to... So does that kind of make sense? And why people... Does that make sense as to why people do the higher level stuff? If that doesn't make sense, I can't explain it any better, but I did my best. I need a bastard sword. I got a rune arm. Thought spike. Cool. I don't know if I have a rune arm. Legendary do there? Yep, that's what I would recommend to you. It's also because in Legendary you have more abilities, so you can better handle dangerous situations. Whereas in Heroics you don't have as many powers. So like in Heroics, if a Reaper spawns, if you can't like crowd control it, you kind of just die. But in Epics, if you have the crowd controls, you don't have to worry about that as much. Continuous casting. I have Revive Iron Defender. And I need X options. I want experimental tumble control. Detailed chest information. I don't want to gather trap parts. And I need rune arm. Rune, I think it's under sound. Here we go. Disable rune arm sounds. Perfect. So I can play this without my brain blasting. I don't need repair. Open lock goes here. And I don't need this. I guess I just have this repair, but I want the better repair, so I'm going to use the better repair. The dog revive is there. And I'm just going to get some... I don't need gear. I just need a bastard sword. I don't know what the lowest level bastard sword is. DDO bastard sword. I think I'm kind of stuck, because I can't get a Pharaoh Crystal. Salvage sword from Red Willow. Flame Salt. Chipped bastard sword from Tide Turns. Chimera's Fang is 5, so Chimera's Fang would be the one I want to use, but I can't get it, so I have to wait till Chimera's Fang. Alright, sounds good. Sentient slot. Nice. Anyone know where I can see the Fade Arc or Falconer requirement? Enhancements require the bird familiar to be present. Which ones? On the skills themselves. The skills will tell you if they require it. So that would be where you would look, is the skills themselves. That is a lot of XP. Damn, I can't take by the Chimera's Fang because I don't have the thing. Reap. A question, if I was to make a rogue alch and start with one rogue, can you swap out to a non-caster feed, a caster feed if you're level 2? No, you can't. You're limited. So you can't do that as well. Yeah, Spinal Tap, I also can't get on hardcore, or on the preview, but yeah. The 13. 13's higher level, I'm level 4, so I can't do that either. but that's also an interesting suggestion. I like your guys' suggestions. I like the animation, you know? I'm excited too. But. And unfortunately, I can't get a flame salt or a ferrocrystal, or even one of the other ones, because I'm limited on basically what items I can equip, because your character is not able to use any of those ingots, unfortunately. Because the ingots are not here. So I have to go farm it out. And if I'm going to farm it out, it's a waste of time anyway. I'm testing out the rune arms. Okay, rune arms. What rune arms can I get? Where can I get rune arms? Oh, starting at the bottom for a rune arm level. Necronomicannon, that's higher level, but I can go get that. SDK, I can do SDK. I can do Waterworks. Yeah. I'm just trying to think of low-level ones. Catacombs. Catacombs got revamped. When did Catacombs get revamped? I can buy that one, too. Squillum, also an option. Red Fens got revamped as well. So I think that should... I don't think it's going to be in here. I don't think they redid that. But update 50... SSS... Heroic Red Fens. I don't think the Rune Arm's going to be in here. You want Titan's Fist? Is that a Rune Arm? Okay, so it's not in the list. They didn't revamp it, so that doesn't work. Squillum works, so I can grab the Saltmarsh one. So I'll grab Squillum. Or it's not on the list. Where is Squillum? Isn't it legendary? There it is. There's Squillum. So Squillum is an answer. Tangerud, I also can't buy here, but I will go find it. The Pit doesn't have a rune arm, so that's a great suggestion, but it doesn't work. Where was Delaris? When was the Delaris revamp? Is that 44 or 45? Keeping the Borderlands? No. 45? I want to say 45. It is 45, yeah. And the rune arm is here. Candlelight. Beautiful. I can get Candlelight. I have Thought Spike. The Carnival I don't think has one. I just want to test out rune arms and see how they feel in Heroics while also recording stuff. That's not what I wanted. 50 SSS Heroic Carnival. One from the Sands. It's not here because it also doesn't upgrade. All the rune arms don't upgrade, so all the SSS rune arms don't upgrade. Just from Titan Awakes, and I can't get it, so bad suggestion. Cause your bird to, and your familiar absorbs means it needs to be out, but if that's not present, then isn't you're good. You get permanent blur without the familiar, but not magic missile immunity then. That is correct, yes. Okay, and then Necronomicannon is the next one, and then I'll probably have to go farm out some more. All right, that sounds pretty good so far. Where am I going? Necronomicannon. That's Feywild. Nope, that's here. Update 48. I believe it is winter. Necronomicannon. Beautiful. Okay, so I got a lot of rune arms, which is nice. So I got them all here. So we got the Sir Squillum Esquire. I got Candlelight. I'll just put this over here. So we got Sir Squillum, Candlelight, Candlelight, and I have Thought Spike as well. So I can kind of swap between these rune arms at need be on a moment's notice. I don't know how much damage they're going to do and how powerful they're going to be, but we're going to try to use them during the general leveling process. Here, also I get the rune arm charge speed and the weapon training, because I'm going to be using a bastard sword, so hand and a half sounds good. Grab the infused weapons, and I think this character is going to be largely just battle engineer, because nothing else is going to be really a good replacement for that. Do this, which then brings me up to Shattered Defenses, put 1 point in here. You don't ever need more than 1 point. And since I don't need more than 1 point, I'm actually going to do this first, because the hand and half training also gives strike through, which is nice. So my character is a single weapon fighter and does not have a huge amount of strike through. I got to put on spells, so let's grab spells. Insightful Strikes is good. I have a little bit of strength, but not that much. I don't even know if I have any intelligence effects or anything like that, so that'll be a sorted out later sort of problem. Enchant Weapon is good. Static, or this is great, and that's good. And I have the dog. Dog's fine. I don't have any other spells, so we're good. Keep does have a rune arm as well. Oh, does it? Oh, if it does, I should probably go get that then. Okay, so now I can stable charge tier 2, which is all right. Light Spirals actually works now, which is sick. It's actually neat seeing the animation. It's just it's an animation you like basically never see. So it's kind of cool that there's an actual option here. We're just using offensive escalate clickies and wands. No, Yasukai did a wand only life, like a maniac. Yeah, it's actually a really good looking animation. There's a bastard sword here. There's no starter bastard sword? Screw you, game. I need a bastard sword. So we're going to go to Panther mode. Panther mode. And I'm going to go to the House Beneath Weapon Shop to buy one. They shed this vendor for Kronzek's Cruelty? Good idea. Kronzek's Cruelty would be really nice to have as an easy access thing. Hello, exotic weapon vendor. I would like to purchase a bastard sword. Thank you. Beautiful. So now I got the item that I need. Character's all ready to go. We are donezo. I'm not worried about fighting oozes because I have rune arms that will take them down. And I have 3. So I have Thought Spike, which does will save 1. I have Candlelight, which does false life 8. And I have Sir Squillum, which does a whole bunch of stuff, but none of them are really good. Plus, also the title shot misses a lot, so we'll see how that goes. Yo, take care. Enjoy your morning walk. Yeah, look at that. +1. Holy moly, +1 Bastard Sword is crazy. I don't have intelligence to damage yet. My plan is to get to level 6 and then take Harper Agent to kind of like cover that off. But as I said, this is more of a testing low-level rune arms, part 1. So that's like, or like the first thing I want to test. And the second thing is, where's my enchant weapon spell? It's right down here. And then the second part of it is seeing about the XP and which quests I actually get on here. So, I wonder if I can download quests by level. DDO quests by level. I don't know if there's a big chart that has all the quests. There is. Perfect. So, I don't know if I can download this entire chart because this is absolutely massive, but if I can, I will. Okay, so we download the whole chart. Perfect. Copy. Thank you, people who edit the DDO wiki, for doing that. We're going to go to Google Sheets. Make a new one. So we have a new sheet. And I'm going to copy and paste the chart information in here. So, we got that. We'll just like... Where's my text wrapping? Is this text wrapping? No, where's the text wrapping? Oh, God. Yes, we'll wrap it. So nice, everything fits pretty good. I'll probably make a couple of these things a little bit bigger, just so they're a little nicer. Quest level's fine. The XP, duration, adventure pack, and stuff, patron. So there's all the quests organized by level, which is good. And then we're going to replace this entire column because I don't care about the favor. We're just going to delete the entire thing. I'm going to replace this with monster kill bonus. So now we can use the monster kill bonus to track. So I can now put this into this chart here and run quests and go tell you what the monster kill bonus is when I complete a quest. Isn't that neat? To track the number of kills? No, I'm just going to be doing the quest normally. I don't really need to track the number of kills. I mean, I could, I guess, monster kill bonus, and I can insert a column to the left, and I can do monster kills. Yeah, I can do that. And we're just gonna level normally and see how many XP points I get, how much experience I get from each quest. It just seems fair. Also, there's a string table error because it's tracking the bonuses differently. So I'm getting delving bonus of 100%. I should probably be doing these on elite difficulty, but my character can't hit reapers, which is a bit of a problem. So we'll tackle that problem later. Rune arm damage is definitely a lot better in the early game. Tell you what. Special Onslaught Conquest. That would save time. Okay, Rune Arm feeling pretty good. Rune Arm doing a lot of damage. I mean, I'm doing a fair amount of damage, but Rune Arm doing a lot of damage. This is why I think it's important to test things at all levels and not just endgame, because Rune Arm doing a lot of damage. It's pretty good. I will take it. Hey, Brigand, guess what? You're dying. Today. Hilarious. That feels good. Altering the animations? Yeah, they made a lot of them faster. So, like, for example, with, like, Thought Spike, with this force shot, it's now faster, and the projectile has this weird curvature to it. It's much harder to use, so I think I'm not going to be able to use the force shot that well. But, yeah, it's not bad. And then we got Sir Squillum, who is a little octoboy. The important thing about Sir Squillum is, I guess the heroic ones don't move, but on the epic one, the tentacles actually do move while you're charging. So I don't know what's up with that. It's kind of weird. Thought Spike still misses everything. Yeah, it's got the salt shot because it shoots out ink. It's from Salt Marsh. So the problem is when you target, they now do this. And so targeting with the Rune Arm basically makes it so that most of your shots don't hit, unfortunately. There's no real solution to that problem. So the answer is a lot of the spread shots don't function anymore. You know what? I'll kill the dogs because sometimes he gets the door open. So we'll just kill these right here. Because that would happen to me fairly regularly. Alright, so we'll just get rid of these. Yeah, Light Spirals is getting it done. This is a very good Rune Arm now. Would it be Machrotect? I don't know. Alright, so bring in the light. No bonus. So we'll start down here with the bring in the light. Which I can't find. So bring in the light. I killed 15 monsters. Is it this one? So yeah, 15 monsters, and I got no bonus. So already we're missing 70% of the XP. Right away. That's pretty good. Have the breath rune arms been changed or just projectile? All the rune arms have been changed. Including the breath rune arms. Alright. Also, I love the string table error because they changed it. I could probably do Reaper mode. My worry is that hitting Reapers is going to suck, but we'll see how that goes. I should probably grab a hireling for this, but whatever, it's fine.
This place stinks of kobolds and decaying trash.
So now there's 150% delving bonus, which I don't know if that affects Reaper XP, because I think the dev said it was going to, but I don't know if it actually does. I didn't test it. Also, because the Light Spirals is in fact a spell effect, these monsters get bonuses on saves against my Light Spirals, not against my Rune Arm, so I gotta be careful about that. Doesn't affect Reaper XP? I don't know. We're gonna find out very shortly. Because I can't see the Reaper XP, so I'm not sure if it will or will not affect it, but we'll find out. Usually get about 100 Reaper XP for each of these quests, so we'll get a clear answer right here, right now. Ruby, get him out of here. Destroy these guys. Go, my minion. I do wish I had like an AoE Rune Arm. That'd be nice, but for now, this is gonna be doing well. I'll get an AoE Rune Arm later. Actually, I don't know if I'm going to get an AoE Rune Arm later, because I'll do Waterworks and SDK and see if I can get one of those, but I don't know. Do reworks would really improve it, so if you don't get Conquest? For sure. Okay, so it says 178, which is more than normal, which makes me think that the bonus is, in fact... the delving bonus is actually working on it. Try is saying the same? Yeah, pretty much. Go farm 3 BC. I actually could, because I have infinity shards on here, so I could re-roll it. Give him the Borderlands Rune Arm as AoE. Probably is, actually. Make a poll? Why do you... Oh, do you mean like a prediction? oh, like, will there be Conquest in this adventure? I could do that, but some people already have information about whether some quests have or don't have Conquest, which would give them an insider advantage. And two, that's a lot of work in between each adventure that I don't really want to do. Because between each quest, and then I have to go into Twitch and be like, yo, I can pay you out, and then do whatever. And then people are going to bitch at me and be like, Shrimp Tom, you didn't pay me out yet. Shrimp Tom, you should set up the next one. It's like, no, I don't want to do that. Also, I have no way to get up here to this guy, which is annoying. You lose your Reaper XP by doing Elite. That is also an issue, true. Yeah, before you could do Elite. Now, if you do Elite difficulty, you will lose Reaper XP. Which is actually something I hadn't thought about. You do get a penalty to your Reaper XP if you do Elite first. Mega buff to casters? How does that buff casters? Please explain. Not his hand cannon? I could maybe do that. As Conquest is the wiki, it'd be easy to cheese that poll. Yep, also true. Hey, get the heck out of here, jerk. Yeah, everyone still has to kill all the monsters, and a lot of people were already killing monsters, so I don't think that like the concept that it's like, oh, it's a nerf to casters is really relevant, because most players are killing most monsters when they do quests, right? So, like, people are, it's not like casters have this magical power where they're going out of way to kill stuff, or like, just because melees kill slower that every melee player is suddenly not killing monsters in quests. It's going to affect people in the same rate as it would before. AoE casters are already beating quests faster because they're doing AoE, so it's not going to proportionally change anything. Right, but they're already doing quests slower, right? So it doesn't matter. Again, I don't think the connection, there's a connection there. I think it's more reaching. Need AoE casters for optionals, bring your own heals. Yeah, maybe. As I said before, SSG has already said that they're looking at some of these issues, and they recognize that it's an all stick and no carrot situation. And they need to add some carrot to the formula, which I agree. That's one of my big problems, is that right now, if you go into the system, you feel like there's only penalty and no motivator, which sucks, because obviously what they're trying to do is make it so people kill all the monsters, and so they feel incentivized for doing so. But every time you complete a quest and you kill all the monsters in your path and you get penalized for XP, it's just a penalty, and they hurt more people than they help. So if they want a carrot and a stick situation, I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea. The thing is, I feel like the XP is just like the wrong area to target this problem at all. And I feel like that's just not the right... Like, I feel like going after people's XP is not the right answer, but that's a side point. And it takes too long. Again, I think that if that is the average player experience, then I don't understand the average player then, or I have a big misunderstanding of the average player. I imagine a lot of people kill the monsters in rooms, regardless of whether they're melee or ranged. But if you guys are self-reporting that you don't kill the monsters when you play the quests as melee, and you just rush the end boss and then kill the end boss and then leave the quest, then obviously that's a bigger problem than I think about, and they're probably more justified in changing the XP requirements. So then I'm off base, and SSG is right. They do need to adjust the XP requirements to force people to actually kill the monsters in adventures. Okay, we got aggression bonus. I finished the quest. On this one, we have Smuggler's Warehouse at 31. We got aggression, which means this is an XP loss over the old one. Low base number of monsters kills. Everyone would kill everything. Because yeah, nobody cares about chest loot level. It's like a very low. That's not really something that a lot of people get motivated by.
They're coming after my X-ray photos, like from the dentist.
Yep.
Kinda weird.
It is kind of weird. Also, Clyde, welcome back to the stream team for 2 calendar years. Appreciate the support. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Very glad to have you here. I hope you're doing well. to play the game instead of allowing me to decide for myself what I would like to do. Again, I'm gonna keep sitting on the fence that is like in the initial incarnation, I agree. I think forcing everybody to have to do Conquest all the time is not a great idea. But I also think that they are open to feedback of not forcing everyone to doing Conquest all the time. And to pretend like they aren't doing that, even though they already posted about it, is you're doing yourself a disservice because you're living in a tunnel. That is my response to what you're saying, Qualdrian. I can agree with your sentiment that, you know, I don't want the designers to tell me how I have to play the game, and I do kind of get that, but they're also receptive to feedback, and they are making changes, so there's that. Lord of the Rings Conquest? Oh yeah, wasn't that a video game? So I think they don't want you to skip this crate here, but I always do this every time. So I'm gonna do it here. Yeah, I think this is like a shortcut here. So by taking the shortcut, you gain less experience points as well. Some playstyles are problematic. Yeah. It's basically, the developers have a technical debt, and they have to solve it one way or another. And the solution of, we'll just solve it by making the game code better, is more expensive than they probably want. I've never done Conquest on it either. Yep. So yeah. Playing the way you are? Yeah, exactly. I'm just going to play the way I normally do. I'm not going to go out of my way to do extra things. I'm just going to play the way I normally play. An alert. And it might be for popular... And it might be for popular playing hardcore that this has become a popular topic. What? Okay, I don't know what you mean, Jack Burton. I'm sorry. This fix punishes 99% of playstyles and players. That is correct. That's the issue with the fix is not representative of what they actually want to do, which I think myself and a lot of others can also kind of get behind. A long time ago was the previous time I felt this way, so in a sense they're at least been better than most games at not policing too much. Again, it's like, at the end of the day, something is going to change. Whether you like it or not, they have to change something because it is too expensive for them to fix the pathing problem totally by making their pathing algorithm smoother or whatever it is. I don't know how true that is. I just know that they are making the decision to change the game in the way that they're doing it. So presumably it has to be less expensive for them to do it. So something is going to change in the game. The specifics of how that is going to change is still up for debate, and that's why they're talking about it. But something is going to change, whether that's the XP or whatever it is. Incentivizing players or wanting players to not skip monsters is a good idea, because it means that it solves the problem and it also makes players want to get more XP. The problem is they're trying to keep it status quo by saying, okay, kill everything, and then you get the same amount of experience points without recognizing that everything does not always be killed because a lot of monsters are totally optional. It's what I said before. It's like, I can get behind the sentiment, but the problem is to get the XP I wanted, I now have to go out of my way and kill more monsters, and killing more monsters inherently is going to have worse performance issues on the server than less, or than better, because I have to aggro more monsters. Time to level, get TR, and get experience points. Yeah, but your opinions usually suck quality crits, so... you're allowed to think that, I just think you're very wrong. Also, double Reaper spawn in this room also sucks. I'm dead. I can't do anything about this. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, release. Like, again, I can't argue. It's like there's no argument to be had because there's no like I can't convince anybody. So if your opinion is they're just trying to, it's a smokescreen and they're trying to cause like they want people to pay more money for stuff, then I can't change that opinion because I just don't think that's correct at all, and it uses a bunch of assumptions that I also don't think are correct. I think that the answer that they posted, which is that the developers play the game in a different way than the players, which is very obvious from the way that the game is designed, where the developers will put something before the players, and the players go, yeah, but this doesn't work, and you can't do this. And they'll go, I see. Because the developers literally do have a very different playstyle than the players, because developers are going to do all of the content because they made the content, because they want to see all of the content. Whereas us, the players, we don't have fun playing video games. I don't have fun playing video games. Do you guys have fun playing video games? Don't you dare say yes. I know you don't. You play this game to get experience points quickly. Okay? We play the game to get experience. We play the game to beat the quests, to level up, to do it again. TR train, do all this other stuff. Exactly. Optimization is the fun. And so, for a lot of circumstances like that, I can see how the developers would be confused about how they're like, yeah, but we get Conquest every time, but the majority of players are not. Right? Exactly, I agree. It's fun to flower sniff the first time. The first time I do like a big quest chain, I'm going to enjoy myself. I'm going to have fun. But it's just not fun the 100th time. I don't want to do all optionals. What's the final quest of like the big temple in Isle of Dread? I don't want to do all optionals Isle of Dread every time. So I solo quest to go around and look at the thing. Yep. Everything but find a solution to the quest through alternate means? Correct. That's why I think they need to adjust the XP paradigm. Does it want mats? Yeah, exactly. I also do the same thing. I do it at cap for materials. Let me get Malarin. No, wait. Can I get a robot? Is there a robot on this list? Blast. No. Birack. No, there's no robots. I'm upset. Yeah, but Blast is level 6. I'm too low level, you guys. It comes up, they coded the conversation, we should always read it. Right? Exactly. So I think that the long and short of it is that they asked for specific feedback about which adventures are running into problems with getting Conquest. And I think it's going to be very easy for myself and many other people to create a list of millions upon millions of adventures that easily don't get Conquest. And they'll probably reevaluate the plan. 80% of them? I would say 90% of them.
The scurrying feet of kobolds can be heard nearby. It's likely you will...
I think 80% is probably an underestimate. Considering I don't think I'm going to conquest a single quest here in the harbor. Yeah. There are a few. Madstone Crater's a quest where you get Conquest every time. Because Madstone, you get Conquest after like 40 monster kills for some reason. I have no idea why. But you do. Oh, I have a dog that's not able to track to me very well. Yep, Litany of the Dead, a quest that is inherently multiple directions, also runs into a problem. True. And that's why I think that the approach that they're taking is not great, because they're going to keep running into problems. Like, a lot of problems. What Goes Up has that issue. What else? In terms of, like, just general directioning. So they kind of do need a blanket solution. They just need a better blanket solution. That's why I think putting it on either aggression bonus or on onslaught bonus instead of on conquest, and then conquest gives you more experience points, is the better solution, because you're not always going to get onslaught, but you get onslaught fairly regularly during regular play, just clearing most of the monsters. And then you sometimes get conquest. I think it's just going to depend. So either making it so, like, you get, I don't know, like 80% of the proper bonus on, like, aggression, and then, like, 100% of the bonus on onslaught, and, like, 120% of the bonus on conquest, it'll probably come out around the same. But, you know, it depends. Has that issue? Yep. Pushing XP bonus, a big part of the XP be the easy fix? Yep, that is correct. And I think that that's what they wanted to do. or they're planning on doing that, something like that. Because in the post that they had, where they talked about it, they literally wrote, you know, hey, we're going to be, they're like, we're going to be shifting some of the, or it's like, we think the better plan is to shift some of the XP into the aggression and the other bonus. And it's like, yeah, good. We're on the same page then. What do you open chests? Yeah, I need equipment, dude. You think my character's rolling around in gear? I got nothing, man. Nothing. I'm living in a state of constant lack of equipment, and I need items to help me out. Although I didn't get a lot of money, or items. Oh, I did get repair lore. Hell yeah. Okay, please don't be double Reapers in this room again. I can deal with one Reaper. I just don't want to deal with two. Alright. Kobold Ringleader. Doing it the normal way. So we've got aggression bonus and 31 monsters killed. So Kobold's Ringleader, we killed 31 monsters, and we got aggression. Also, there's 2 G's in aggression, which I typoed wrong. You killed mobs after finish. It doesn't it update? No, it does not. Once you do something, the screen doesn't update. Once it's done, it's done. This, when the quest ends, the experience support stays. Detour for red alerts. They want everybody to kill the monsters in the quests that they do. Okay. Okay. That's why when in the video that I posted where I reviewed the changes, they just seem counterintuitive because the initial implementation looks like I can see the perspective of like, oh, we want the players to engage and we want them to kill all of the monsters, so they want to shift the bonus. But at the end of the day, the problem is because you don't get Conquest in the majority of adventures that you do, you're going to end up needing to go do side quests and side adventures all of the time, and side areas and quests, which means you have to aggro more monsters, which means you're going to end up getting a increased amount, or like you have to have a bigger pathing budget, which is super counterintuitive and completely undoes the idea that they're like, oh, well, we want to give you more experience points. Or not more experience, we want to adjust the XP issue. So I think that there's just like conversations that need to be had about exactly how they want to present this information to the players in general. Also, I aggroed everything by accident, which is really annoying. I have to kill all these things. Fortunately for me, the rune armors are really good. This light spirals thing is kicking ass, man. Which takes me a little while to get these things. Also, my guy is on active, which is not good. Okay. Get this warrior dead. Warrior die. I'm just gonna kill everything except the prophets. Actually, you know what? I just realized I can probably kill all of these and it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna kill every single prophet in this room, and then I just have to not kill the rest of them for the rest of the quest. How's the new garbage? The rune arms are really good. I'm actually surprised by how powerful they are in the early game. Are there any other games that require players to kill all monsters? There's tons of games that require players to kill all monsters. Like, I can't give you exact specifications, but I guarantee you there are a lot of video games that force you to kill all monsters.
Several steps are spattered with rust-colored spots.
Yeah, it's just one of those things like, I don't know if this is the fight that they want to have, at least not right now, or if it's going to accomplish what they want to accomplish. Again, I'm not like in some type of like person who's like, I hate all change and I don't think they can ever make any changes in their own video game, okay? I think that it's perfectly okay for them to... Oh, fuck me, I'm getting hit every time. This sucks. I think it's okay for them to want to make adjustments and changes. And I think it's also okay for people to make mistakes, for them to have misguided assertions about what changes need to be made. Oh, I think it's okay in the sense that, you know, people make mistakes and they're human beings, and not it's okay as in they can do whatever they want without scrutiny. Yeah, Diablo 4, like every third map has something where you have to kill all monsters in the room. Like, you cannot progress until you kill every monster. which is annoying and not ideal. Okay, I almost got it, but I think it's going to get to me and kill me because it's making it save every time. And I need DCs. Okay, it's dead. Whew, that was nerve-wracking. It's mission successful for now. The response XP change has been overwhelmingly and relatively consistent as far as I can tell. Maybe. What happens then? That is only relevant for normal and hard difficulty, but that is also another problem.
There are many footprints in the dust on the
Better or scrap it? Yeah, they already made the note that they're like, we are okay with having to scrap this system. Or like to start from somewhere else. Guinness Theater Bastard of Borderland. The problem is if I did that, I'd have to go farm that out because you can't just get ingots in the place. So I have to go farm it. I don't want to go farm it because I'm lazy. I just want to play the video game. Yo, what's up, Wanderlust? How are ya?
the warehouse's lowest depths. Surprisingly, the rent
Okay, now you go there. Click the thing.
this makes you feel
Here we go. Oh god, this room's gonna suck.
airside shrine to Kyber. Gems vaulted below with a strange and sickly light.
Oh god, please don't get off the walls. Get off the walls. Ah, perfect. Beautiful. Oh, I'm surrounded by shamans. Ooh. Woo! Alright, I lived. That was actually not as hard as I thought that was going to be. I thought that bottom room would be more dangerous, but it's not. Okay, so 18 monsters killed, no bonus. So stealth through your possessions. 18 monsters, no bonus. Here we go. Yeah. Like I said, SSG also did themselves a disservice by opening. They started their conversation with like, hey guys, we're going to be nerfing your XP. Instead of, hey guys, DDO is Dark Souls now, and you can tumble in combat really easily. Which is what they should have started with. If they started with a gif of somebody tumbling in combat like that, that would have been a totally different reaction. Yeah, there's no pause when you tumble anymore. So you can just, so I'm just pressing the button. Notice how my character's not stopping? There's still like a couple weird small stutters. I think it's due to some of the specific animations. But yeah. Yeah, they buried the lead, correct. The difference from continuing to run, because there are lots of things that activate off of tumbling. Also, there's several tumble effects that let you move through monsters. Again, Sunday, 7:30. Sick. Are you available then? Let me check. Am I available then? I can be, yeah.
As you enter the sewer, Garrison calls from above.
Yeah, there's also effects that'll be like, oh, you gain a bonus while tumbling that you would never use. And nowadays, it's like, oh yeah, bonus while tumbling, I can actually make use out of the bonus while tumbling.
At the end of the tunnel, you see a makeshift
They can make a filigree set that gives you bonuses while tumbling, and it doesn't suck because you can actually tumble regularly. Problem is, tumbling was always bad as an option, and now it's not bad as an option. So you can actually just tumble if you want to. That's very cool. Dungeon and your DDO account is deleted. That could be an option. Everyone gets to? Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah, that's what I want to try out Thief Acrobat with the new tumble thing. It's time to add iframes to the tumble. They could add iframes, but I don't know what that would do to the video game. The Minecraft with the message, you're clearly not suited for combat here. Build a sand castle instead. Amazing. Yeah, DDO would not work with iframes. For those of you that don't play a lot of action games, iframes are when you're doing an action, you become invincible, so it's short for invulnerability frames or immunity frames. Basically like, oh, you dodge, so therefore while you're dodging, you can't take damage. And that would be bad for DDO, because it's not designed that way. If you have a concept like that, you just have to design it from the ground up. It's not a bad idea. Iframes are great. It means that while you're dodging, you feel like you're actually dodging attacks. The problem is, if you don't design your game from the beginning with that, it's really hard to go back on that and do it again. Yeah, they could definitely do something like while tumbling, you gain extra dodge or something like that. Like, that'd be kind of cool. Imagine if there's a feat called, like, Master Maneuver, and it would be like, you know, you gain half your tumble as dodge while tumbling. So if your tumble score is, like, 60, then you gain 30 dodge while tumbling. So it's a Y-frames? True. Spot gogs, let's go. I can't use them. But animations, not missing iframes and stuff? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Dark Souls is also, like, has the full physics. And it has iframes in it. Again, you just need to design it from the ground up. Animation enhancements that made you immune to damage. I don't know if they had anything that made you immune to damage, but crowd control is in the game. And also, there are abilities that let you pass through enhancements with tumbling. And also just generally walking. Shader Kai has Shadow Jaunt, lets you walk through whatever. Grandmaster of Flowers lets you tumble through whatever. The most recent thing, Blightcaster, lets you move through whatever. So, like, that's still in the game. So they used to have that, and they also currently have that because they didn't get rid of it. It doesn't give you invulnerability, it just lets you move through the monsters. You still take damage while that happens.
You notice a dim signal crystal.
Yeah, you can definitely do that right now. Hard MA, Elite Hound, Hard Baba, Hard Dryad. I want to do more. Got Skellies, Strahd, Shroud. Skeletons in the Closet on normal terrifies me. Because if whoever is tanking the Ghost Flame loses aggro, someone dies in seconds. So that's terrifying. Also, Strahd can be done. You just need people to pay attention. I think also you don't... was it the Curse Absorption? I think actually works against the grip. So if you have Unyielding Sentinel Core 2, I'm pretty sure you can... It resists the grip. It doesn't? Okay, well then I'm definitely wrong, so don't do what I said. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yep. Yeah, I'm definitely wrong. Ignore me. Ah! Kill it! Kill the Führer! Yeah, DI is pretty good. Alright, nothing good here. You're good at keeping Ghost Flame aggro? That definitely is a good idea. If they have that, then that would work. I don't know if there's a tank that has the Shadow... Or not the Shadow, the Curse. But if they do have that, that'd be sick.
You see a pack that has been unceremoniously...
Classic trip by Red Name Dog moment. That is a classic trip by Red Name... Oh, I got a Reaper point! Let's go! Alright. We got aggression bonus. In what is this? Garrison's Missing Pack. I killed 44 monsters and we got aggression. You turn off rune arm sounds? I did. You don't hear the charging. You still hear the sound of the rune arm. Is being told the new meta to counter the short meta of range? No, it doesn't matter. Oh, I'm not worried about grip. The trick with grip is you go grip, 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 and then die anyway. That's like really the secret to like living through grip. I don't really want a Warhammer. That's kind of lame. I need more backpack space though. That's what I need. Yep. You just gotta say grip repeatedly. And wait for somebody to grip. There we go. Look at all those beautiful backpacks. Backpacks. Shadow, you tank Ghost Flame on hardcore. There you go. Do it. I'm not going to do that. No Ghost Flame tanking for me. I didn't spend my Reaper point. Or my enhancement points, which is also kind of stupid, because my enhancement points get kind of good. I do want to get Stable Charge Tier 3, but we'll see how that goes. I also need to get Harp Rage Intelligence to hit, so I can take Intelligence to damage at 6. Again, I'm mostly just recording stuff and seeing how it goes. It seems like the XP is going to be a straight up increase from where it used to be for Reaper mode. Like, not Reaper mode, but Reaper XP. But yeah. It also has Dimensional Anchor, which makes it spooky. Yeah, you can't, if you're like in trouble, you can't just like escape. You actually have to fight it out. Man, look at that damage. I gotta say, the low-level Rune Arm usage is way better than before. Big fan. A hint, and then personal augment damage. Harper int to hit. That is exactly what I'm doing, Watt. That is correct. There's rando gen rune arms. Randomly generated rune arms. Not a bad idea. Just make them drop in the chest with cool effects. Yep, no, we're good. We're good. I'm also not speaking too clearly. My brain is currently like, or my body is very hungry right now, actually. So I think I might grab a snack and some more water. Also, I'm very dehydrated because it's hot here. It's like 30 something. So I'm pretty warm. Obviously, the damage is not, like, amazing on the Rune Arm in terms of, like, obviously, if you were just looking at me fighting those things, you're like, wait, Shrimp Tom, the damage does not look very good. But it's better than it was before, and I don't have any spell power or anything either. So this is just, like, my raw damage on this. I'm feeling pretty good. Thunderstorms every day? Oh, shit. That sucks, dude. Yeah, but we have the humidity. The humidity is really what gets you. It's not the heat, it's the humidity.
A troglodyte. It must be a higher tension.
A nice 6-hour rain. Yeah, rain would be good here. We have not had enough rain, and Quebec is still on fire. So if the rain could show up, that would be sick. We've had like 1 rain in 2 weeks, which is not good. It needs to rain a little bit more often than that.
The rest of this foul place probably marks the lair of
At 5 days of rain? Yeah, we could go for some rain. Weeks of rain in 1. Yeah. If you guys could mail some rain over here, that would be good. Yeah, if you guys could mail me some rain, that'd be good. FM radio voice? I do. I've been told by many people that I've got the face for radio. Face and voice for radio. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to KQRXM Radio with your host, Shrimp Tom. Easy listening for your easy ears. Why are your ears easy? Find out later tonight at 6 o'clock when we delve into that story and much, much more. But for now, you can hear the latest stylings of Kobold Thrower and the Shamans with their new track, Dirk's Got a Secret. Alright, let's go. Weather for us, but can you give us the sports ball scores? No. No intention.
The bulging chest in this room could only belong to one of the Kobold brothers you heard so many secrets about. The first of the Kobold Sheikah brothers.
Easier just because they eat ears and it's easy to digest? Probably. They're like soft. They're full of cartilage, right? Monsters. Alright, so Dirk's got a secret. We got 28 monsters killed and I got no bonus. Damn! I didn't think I would get literally no bonus on any of these quests, but Dirk has a secret. Dirk has a secret. So that is 28 monsters killed and no bonus. Well, I'm learning that the experience is going to be a lot harder to acquire than some other people would actually like. Swedish Allsvenskan News, the ass beat Dandra Village. Sick. Have you gotten Conquest? Not yet. I haven't gotten Onslaught yet, so we'll get there. Ooh, Enchantment Focus 1 goggles. Very cool. I don't need them. All right, I'm going to quickly refill my water and grab a snack. I'll be right back. Are you going to repeat these quests and try to conquest it? No. You got Conquest and Garrison Pack? No, I did not. I'll be right back. Oh. Hedge. Guys, you're getting trolled. You're you gotta chill. You're getting trolled by a troll, okay? No, not you, Watt. You're not trolling. I was not talking about you. Hmm. Alright, that's cool.
You have set foot on the infamous Butcher's Path.
I've said that before.
A gauntlet that has inspired many.
Pro tip. You want people to listen to you? Don't be a jerk. Easy, simple as. You can be mad. You can be like, I don't like these changes. They make me feel bad. I don't like it. Feels like someone's taking a piss in my cereal. And you know what? That might be okay some days. But today, I really don't want someone to piss in my cereal. So, like, and it's totally okay to feel upset about these changes. It's when you start saying stuff like, you know, you guys are idiots. How could anybody have thought this was a good idea? What's wrong with you? Then people stop listening to you. Be less accusatory and describe how you feel. Keep the focus on yourself. I don't like this change. It's going to make my leveling slower. It makes me feel bad. Really easy stuff. I mostly wanted to see how rune arms felt during the leveling process because they changed the scaling of rune arms. Yeah, it's really easy. There's a common phrase, which is if you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. And I think a lot of people interpret that as like, well, you can't say anything that's critical. You can't be critical of people. You can be critical of people, even if your criticism isn't going to be necessarily nice. I'm very dead. I can't deal with Reapers. You're allowed to do that. You're said to not be a jerk about it. That's basically it. That's why there's the term constructive criticism. Because a lot of criticism is not constructive. So, for example, I posted a YouTube video this morning where I summarized the patch notes. It's not really a summary, it's more like an explanation, and it was an hour long. So I understand why most people didn't watch it. And some people agreed with what I said. Some people disagreed. And some of the people that disagreed said stuff like, you know, I actually think the changes are, you know, they need to disincentivize people from zerging, or like, haha, punish all the zergers. And those are perfectly fine statements because that's how you feel. You feel the zergers should be punished. You feel like the XP changes are fine. I disagree with that, but some people comment on my YouTube video thinking that. We're allowed to disagree, especially about my feedback, or that I'm just trying to protect zerging and not thinking about the game as a whole. Again, that's legitimate criticism because, while I disagree with it, we can actually have a conversation because there's something to talk about. The person who asked me, when did I find out that I had autism, they got permanently banned on my channel, and they can't post comments anymore. Because that's a crazy thought, not constructive criticism. You know, there are lots of people who have autism spectrum disorder who have different varieties of autism spectrum disorder, and they lead regular lives, and they can do all sorts of stuff. And you know, I have a lot of respect for people who overcome very difficult challenges they never have to deal with. People who say, "Man, you must be autistic," don't have those types of respect, and I don't need to listen to those people because those people are idiots. So. Yeah, it's just, so like, as I said, for me, it's like, you can be critical or like disagree with somebody without having to yell at them. Because if you just yell at somebody or say something mean, then you're just gonna get ignored. And no one's gonna read your comments. To be fair, you know, it's deserved, but it is what it is. So, like I said, constructive criticism. Do tell people how things make you feel, and do say the things you don't like. That is perfectly okay. Just don't be an asshole about it. Again, I think like pretty much everybody in this channel understands that, so I don't need to explain this to you guys. We're all on the same page. Those by people who will be impacted less. If I threaten to dox the devs, I know, right? Gamers can be intense sometimes, man. I tell you. You video gamers? Oh, you rascals. Same time, XP price goes up in 25%. And if you're right, Lexi Brew, you know what? We'll have to deal with that problem when we get there. But I don't think you are. Considering they already posted about how that if they can't come up with a better solution, they're okay to just not do this at all. So we'll see. Who knows? Maybe they will just put it through. But I'm hopeful that they won't, because they've already been receptive to feedback. Total or monsters the incidents? I don't think so. I think it's a number that's actually hand-selected by the devs when they make the quest. Eco-zerging, leaving no traces behind. That's what I do. I zerg very heavily, but I also kill all the monsters. I did like killing monsters. The combat element of DDO is something I find fun. Even when I play melees, I kill all the monsters, because I find killing monsters fun in the video game. That's what I enjoy, is the interacting with the game part. Yeah, it has to be hand-selected. It can't be as a percentage of the total.
Countless kobolds scratch and scurry somewhere very close by.
That's also, like, I will say there's a degree of truth to that, where, like, if you have such a heavy mistrust of, like, the devs of a video game already, it sounds like you may have a better time, and this is not me telling people that they, oh my god. Chill touch for 90? Man, I can't do Reaper mode. My character sucks. Anyway. Ooh, I gotta play Blightcaster. Blightcaster. Anyway. But yeah, I think that's honestly true. There's truth to that. Where if like, do people who have the power in their hand to impact your general day-to-day play experience or game experience or life experience, if you distrust them so much, it is a good idea to like, to kind of find something more healthy. Because it's like,
Quest completed.
it's not even paranoia at that point. You kind of get the feeling that people are out to get you. And that's not super healthy. Nortrix the Berserker, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing super well. Glad to have you here. Hope you're doing very good. Was there a weird... No, there wasn't. I have 5 points to spend. Oh, right. Carpentry. This. Oh, I might get an extra attack, so I'll take that. That's good. Yeah. Play caster with acid rune arm? That could be good. Do you test how bad Vile Eruption nerf was? No, I didn't test it. I could. It's a mindset thing about words being used in insult. Unfortunately, it's what it is. Our word means slow or not insult, but I don't ever actually use that word. Yeah, because the problem is, when things get co-opted, it doesn't matter what you mean. Like, context does matter, and that's why I think also conversationally that is also important. But when you talk through text, you have to leave that at the door. When you type in text, you have to assume that the words mean the colloquial definition, whether the word that you might say. There are tons of contexts in which there are words that you can say in a certain context. Most of it is spoken and to specific people, as opposed to written in individual places. Yeah, text, you can't do that. So with text, you're limited. Okay, I have to go down to elite difficulty because my character sucks. I apologize. It is what it is.
You have set foot on the infamous Butcher's Path.
The game, it's a business at the end of the day. I am confused. I don't entirely understand the argument of it is a business, so they need to make money, therefore you can't put any trust in what they create. Because that means that you can't trust literally anybody that sells any product. And on some level, there's a little bit of truth to that. You can't just blindly trust people. But like, you know, you can develop an affinity for different groups or individuals, or have a level of faith. And as I said, if you have no faith, then you need to, like, ask yourself, okay, is it worth it to keep investing in something that I don't believe in? Investing your time. Personally against devs are just parasocial entities in a different suit? That is correct, yeah. Like, I'm not saying that you have to implicitly trust people because you use a product. I'm not saying that. Please don't think that's what I'm saying. I'm more just saying, if you find yourself having these feelings of paranoia and that they're out to get you, you need to, like, take a break. Sell you poison if it makes them money. You know that all pharmaceuticals are poison, right? Like, if a medicine you take doesn't have a side effect, it probably doesn't work, and side effects are usually not beneficial. So, yes, they will sell you poison, because all pharmaceutical companies sell medicine, and medicine poisons you. Because it's literally just dosage. So you're correct. This isn't like some secret thing where it's like, yo, they would totally do that. They do that every day.
Falls, Wisconsin, WEAU. 9-year-old Emmett Bailey captivated the nation with his mullet last summer when he became the USA Mullet Championships Kids Division winner, and now he's back to defend his title.
Wait a minute, hold on. There's a mullet competition in Wisconsin? And they have the cheese capital of the United States? Sounds like I need to go to Wisconsin. Sounds sick. And a half weapon work? What a combat feats you take? You can take... I have single weapon fighting, but I can also take two-handed fighting at the same time, so I can have both of them. The mullet championship for having a mullet, dude. Do they not have mullets in Europe? Actually, they probably don't have mullets in Europe. Super profitable? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Little hockey hair. Correct. I've never had a mullet. Maybe I should. Maybe that's a problem in my life. I should. Just a roll of energy, I guess. Go. I feel energized and good and work for another hour today and make more money from my capitalist masters. You want to? That is correct, yeah. Yeah, it's like, it's all about balance, right? It is okay to have a healthy level of skepticism. To be like, I'm not sure about this. Which is why when I talk about the XP changes, as we've been talking about all day, and the topic is now getting very boring, you know, even I talk about how, like, I think they've made mistakes and I think they could do better. But, like, you know, when I think they've made mistakes and I think they can do better, and then I read a post from the human beings that are behind the project that say, hey, we definitely think we've missed the mark and we were not interpreting, you know, the general play standards, and we want to realign, and then they ask questions of the player base to try to follow up with that. I think it is fair to go, okay, they're asking questions, and we'll see what happens. How's your Rune Arm feeling? Rune Arms feel much better. So my issue is I have a single target Rune Arm in these lower level quests, but the damage on the Rune Arm, I have no spell power. That's 70 damage right away. Boom, another like 60 damage. Pretty good. If I actually had any spell power effects, so if you're like a completionist coming in with 100 spell power, you're doing almost 150 damage per Rune Arm blast. They should spend their playing time with the typical player rather than amongst themselves. Right. But that also, like, brings up its own, like, problems of, like... I think the best way to describe it. Not like they shouldn't spend time playing with the regular players. They should. It's a... If they had play days or, like, time during the work week to be like, yo, play with the player base, that'd be fine. But I think, and I think a lot of people can get behind it, that it would be an overreach for a company to force their staff to spend unpaid work hours playing the video game, even though it's probably a good idea for people who make it. So if they paid them extra hours to just play the game with the general player base, that would probably work. But also a lot of companies don't like paying people more than 40 hours a week, because then you get overtime, which means then some of the devs' time gets put into like, or like actual like, playtime gets compartmentalized into, you know, what was the Conquest? Oh, fuck. I wasn't paying attention. I was like thinking about stuff. I have to do this quest again. Well, we're going to do it again. It is what it is. God damn it. I need a timer so I can check that. But yeah, I just think that then you run into the problem of you're paying people to then play the game, and then they're spending less time making the game, and they already have a small budget as it is, so I can see them kind of not wanting to do that. Which is why I think it's also important that they actually ask and talk to the people who like make the product. Real players and the devs play experience has no basis and therefore no value. I don't think it has no value. Also, I think there are a lot of people who probably play closer to the devs. Have you tested Red Alert? No, I haven't. It's a good question. Or other perks? For sure. As I said, I don't run a video game company. Okay? So I just want to make sure that's super clear. I do not run a video game company. I just am somebody who has been employed in the past and has worked in the past. And I wouldn't want to work for a company that has an expectation of me to use my off hours to do something without paying me for it. Because I have worked for companies who have expectations that you use your off hours to do things. Because I used to work in sales, and I used to work all the time. And I had tons of unpaid and unbilled hours. And that sucks. It's a shitty feeling. I don't want somebody to have to go through with that. But also, it's difficult to be like, okay, well, how much time do you allocate somebody having to play? It would be very good if every single person that works at Sandstone Games could also put in a pretty reasonable amount of time playing the game by themselves. And I totally think that would be a good idea. And I don't know how many people at the company actively play the game regularly. I don't know. I do not know the answer to that question. I can't tell you. But I understand the sentiment and where we're coming from. Right, so you look at like an example of like Path of Exile, where several members of the Path of Exile development team place well on the ladder every ladder season. So, yeah. This effort to make loans waste real money for the company. Yes, meet feedback from users, but I must look over their shoulders. It's a huge waste of time and money. Yeah, it's complicated. Sometimes you know, it's expensive to get that type of feedback, and some companies can afford it, and some companies can't. Yeah, exactly. You need more time to study during the weekend. Exactly. It's the same thing as school, where it's like I leave school and I still have to study. What is this? A Cordovan? Yeah. But I think Cordovan actually plays a lot more like the average player than people think. That's the type of spell. It'd be interesting to learn how that has affected the meta. Yeah. Like I said, I actually don't know. That's a great question. And this is not about the not morality, but whether the development staff should or should not play the video game a lot. Nothing to do with that. It's more so just the question of how exactly do you regulate and moderate that? That's the question. Like, he's just, yeah. He's just getting people in the balance team that have clearly have biases. I can believe that. They're just playing their game. Yeah, because the problem is if you hire somebody who has a bias, like, somebody yesterday in the Discord was like, oh, Strimtom, you know a lot about the game. SSG should, like, hire you to, like, work on the game. And it's like, maybe that could be in the future. But also, remember that, like, I am heavily biased. I'm extremely biased towards the way that I play and the way that I enjoy doing things. I've already mentioned publicly that I don't really care about the balance in Reaper 10 in terms of how difficult the game is on the upper limit of difficulty, and which means, like, if the game is so hard on R10, it's basically impossible, I'm actually okay with that, because then it's like a big accomplishment and a big achievement than something that everybody is doing all the time. But the specifics of, like, this class is doing 20% more damage than this class on the hardest difficulty, I don't care about that. I would imagine the game balance around Elite first, and then take a quarterly check on Reaper mode to be like, okay, how's Reaper doing? How are people's numbers? And then check in.
I'm a rogue.
Because I have a huge bias.
Thanks for all the pipes, streams.
Like everybody does.
Strimpy have a great day.
Yo, Mojo Fett, welcome back to the stream team. Priestess Order, we had a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. Hope you're doing well. They fixed the bunny hopping in Giant Hole? I don't know what you're talking about. Is there a business to delete bows? No. Like, but I have a huge bias. I'm not going to stand here and pretend that I don't. Be like, yeah, man, I'm totally unbiased. No, I have a massive bias towards the game. Yeah. Oh, Snow Giant's hopping all over the place? Oh, I see, okay. So it is complicated. Just playing the game they make feels to me like not knowing what their food tastes like. They're similar. I can see the argument. It's kind of different because I don't think it's exactly the same, because I don't think that the devs don't play the game. I think that the developers likely play together. Yeah, I'm checking. Which means they're not playing with the rest of the player base. Whereas with food, it's a little different, because everyone kind of eats the same food. Like, if you go to a restaurant and you make the food yourself, or you give it to somebody else, it's the same experience, by and large. And it's Onslaught. So I think that's kind of like a false equivalency. It's not the same thing. Like, I can understand where you're coming from, like, in terms of that's what it feels like, but it's not entirely the same thing. Because I don't think the devs don't play the game. They just said again, we're just going to read what Torque wrote today. He said specifically, the devs play the game a little bit different than the players, which is probably true. But it's not that they don't play, they just play the game a different way. They're probably the people who, like, do all the optionals, where they go, hey guys, let's go down this hallway and do this optional. Hey guys, let's go do this thing and do this other bit. But a lot of people don't do the optionals, because I do the optionals once and I get to enjoy it and experience it, and then every time after that, a lot of times the optionals don't reward on XP, they don't reward on loot, so when the efficiency gremlin kicks in my brain, It says, okay, I'm not going to go do these extra tasks or these other things, and then I don't, and then that part of the game basically dies. It just disappears from me.
The librarian scans the shelves, muttering to himself. Best wait for him to leave before trying to steal Dulsamara's books.
That's a great example, old lazy guy. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like, as I said, they found that okay because they were thinking to themselves, okay, cool, we'll put in the Conquest bonus because when they play around, they get the Conquest bonus all the time. That sounds fine. And then they find out, oh man, people aren't getting the Conquest bonus in like every quest? Yeah, Isle of Dread did optionals very well. Epic Isle of Dread did a very good job with the optionals. You want to do them because the ingredients are always valuable. Because they're unbound, they're always valuable as a trade resource, so it's good. Optional XP rewards would tone down the Zerging. No. I feel like if they increase the optional XP rewards, they would go from optionals to become mandatorials. Aiming AoE spells during 1 to 30 leveling, it depends on your level of proficiency. I actually don't think that optionals are necessarily bad in terms of their current rewarding value, because people still do them, and sometimes you will take the time to do them. They provide you with an alternate quest experience. They give you something new to do. You might need more treasure. And including things in optionals, like the treasure hunt that was done, was a great way to include optionals as a part of the game. So I think that alternative, if like the metric, it's the same reason why DPS balancing is like something I don't really care too much about, or chasing the top DPS, because something is always going to be number one, and depending on the state of the game, one thing is going to be number one or something else is going to be number one. But something is always going to be number one and better than everything else, right? So the question of, should they increase or decrease the optional XP is kind of the same. Either doing optionals is going to be better, or doing the quest itself is going to be better XP. So adjusting the amount of XP you get is like a lost battle 100% of the time, because either you have to do all the optionals because they're too good XP, or you don't do the optionals because they're not good enough on XP. There's no like in between, there's no middle ground. So futzing about with the secondary objectives, like on hardcore, where they said, hey, by the way, this hardcore league, you can get cool special treasure chests if you find them and do the optionals. So now people are doing the optionals because they want to find it out, because there's nothing to do with the experience, because it's a metric that's not going to move things the way you want. Which will not work. I don't think they need to penalize it more correctly, but, you know. Frame update. Okay, bye, Narasouth. I will drink water, thank you. In the quest? Yep. Yeah, I'm not saying that there can't be some effectiveness. It's just you're always going to be chasing down this this rabbit hole of if one thing just tips just a little bit too far the other direction, now that you have the reverse problem. Because it's one single point that you're balancing on, which is how much XP do the optionals give. So yeah. The wiki page for the quest? Oh, people used to run the optionals all the time. You'd have entire groups of people farming. There's 8 monsters killed and they got nothing. I think I killed all the monsters I encountered, so that's cool. So this is recovering the lost tome. Oh, there it is. 8. No bonus. But I'm not saying that they couldn't adjust optionals up as well. A lot of people would probably like that. Bonus, get rid of red alert because it's always a broken system. Fix the conquest and increase the bonus for it. Again, getting rid of... A lot of people get confused about what red alert is and why that causes problems for the video game, and they've explained it the best way, and I'm going to use the same analogy that I used before. which is that red alert is the check engine light in your car. When the check engine light comes on, you don't fix the problem in your car by putting a piece of tape over top of the check engine light so you can't see it anymore. Getting rid of the red alert system is not going to make the game lag less because the red alert system activates when the game starts lagging. It's saying, hey, there is a problem and you need to investigate and stop it. Now, for many of you, this might come as a shock because the tape probably works very well. It's not how it's supposed to work. But yeah, the Wizard King thing, by the way, that was very popular. There would be, like on Argonesson, you'd have groups that would be like Wiz King optional farming. And what people would do is they would like load into the quest, do all the optionals, and then bounce. Load optionals, bounce. Load optionals, bounce. You'd spread out. You could do each leg of the quest in about 3.5, 4 minutes. And they would reset it constantly. You get an XP bonus. The problem with that, Hartman, is what's stopping me from joining your quest, not knowing where to go, going the wrong direction, and now you and everyone else loses that XP bonus. And now you're going to blame me because I didn't know what I was doing, and I took away your experience points. Impulsive Scepter. Longsword. Rip. Yeah, or worse, somebody joins your party and then goes red alerts and then leaves the party. I agree. Yeah, and I will say that's the other thing too is like if you just say, "Hey guys, let's do this optional," most people won't even they won't even challenge you. They'll be like, "Oh, we're doing the optional? Okay." This is something I have personally found is that it's like, "Hey, we're doing the optional." Or if somebody says, "Hey, let's do this optional," I don't even challenge it. Just go, "Okay, let's do the optional," and then go for it. So yeah, I have found that to be a general case. It's not always the case, but usually. There are a few exceptions, obviously. So one of them is like the dragons in Giant Hold Tor. People don't always want to do that. Search and Rescue is another great example. People don't always want to do Search and Rescue.
Descending into the basement, you hear another sound of whirring gears and a guttural growl.
House of Pain Shrine, yeah, another optional. Like some of them are too much. As a group at a time, that is correct. You actually don't get red alert if you just kill the monsters going up the tower, though. You get red alert if you don't kill the monsters. I've done a lot of them, and if you have people who are killing the monsters as they go, you don't get red alert. If you leave all the archers as you go up, you red alert pretty hard. If you actually kill the archers, you don't have to deal with it. And I very often kill the archers when I go up. But not everybody does. A lot of people skip them, so yeah. It's not the splitting up that causes the problem, it's the mob skipping, which is what they want to prevent.
You see one of Osgood's men making his way down the tunnel ahead. He hears you approach and starts running.
Which just cause alert. I do know that when I've had those issues, it's from people not killing monsters and not because of the quest. The quest, Wizard King, even splitting, doesn't usually red alert itself unless people are monster skipping. Necro 4 red alerts itself. Yeah. Necro 4 is another quest that red alerts itself very easily. It happened even when killing mobs. Well, I can't control the actions of other people, right? So if other people start skipping stuff, I can't control it. That's why I say not usually. I kill all the monsters, but if you join with somebody who doesn't kill all the monsters and they zerg their way up, I can't go to their house and grab their keyboard.
You notice that the smuggler is struggling to keep his grip on an awkward container. He must have the artifact you're after.
You ever figure out what happened to the Manitarian Scavenger set? Oh, no, I never looked at the thing. I'll go look at it in a sec. After I finish this quest, that's all the level 2s, so I'm going to have to go into the level 3s. And so I'll take the second to pop in and look at it. Went 30 to 15. Oh, really? They nerfed it? Weird. I guess because heroic and epic are both 5 and 10. I thought it gave 15. It was giving 30. Oh, doesn't it say 15 on it though? Or did it say 30? I thought it said 15.
And clatter of machinery from below and to the west. It sounds like something heavy is being ratcheted in.
Better learning Wizard of the Winds fighting one pack of oozes with a slashing weapon? Yeah. Oh, it might have like given 30, but actually only said like it gives 15, which happens sometimes. You know, it's the old bug.
Moving aside.
But gave 30. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so it was a bug fix then. Okay, that tracks. I think I read the note backwards and thought they were buffing it.
An iron defender with particularly sharp talons moves.
So I will say, as a melee with fewer like individual buttons to press and a lot of clicking, it's actually way easier to use the Rune arms. Probably on a ranged as well. Okay, I didn't click it. I got onslaught for 12. So close. Info is key. We got 12 kills, and we got onslaught. Okay, so playing the game normally, I've gotten 0 conquest bonus. But I've gotten a fair number of onslaughts. So, it's not that bad. In terms of like the total XP, if they do end up bumping it down to Onslaught being the primary bonus, like where you get the 100% of the XP and then Conquest is a bonus, I think it'll actually probably even out pretty well. What am I, an Artificer? Hey, what's up, Skogel? Yay, what's up? Equipment. Oh, bonuses and items and stats. I get a new spell. Give me... Toughen Construct. Nice. Yep. Mind of Matter. But Mind of Matter, to be fair, is a raid set. Get worse when you get to newer quests? We'll see. Because I'll do like Feywild and other stuff. What is this? I need a Omni Spell Dust. Omni Spell. And no killing bonuses? Oh, I'm not disagreeing with what you guys are saying. I feel like I need to like put a sign on screen. It's like neon and flashing that says I also don't like the XP changes. So people know that I'm also not a huge fan. No raid items? True. It should, I agree, it should be 30. But yeah. Like I also agree. Foot down and tell them no. But the SSG doesn't listen to me like that. You think it's gonna work? I just go like, hey, Sandstone Games, don't do this thing, and they'll be like, well, it was Dream Tom said it. How many times I've said things and SSG is like not listening to me? All the time. Because I don't know what's best for the video game. I'm just some guy on the computer, okay? Let's go. Personal self number? No, I do not. Today, and I'm very critical in that video. I am very critical in that video. I go over tons of things that I think that could be done better. But important note, I try not to be a jerk about it. Like I try to be critical, but I try to be fair. What am I here for? Oh yeah, the sets. SSS Legendary Sands. I think the argument is because it gives PRR and MRR, it's like technically 2 stats. Where's the sand set? Is a Coronation Shield? No. 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 Yeah. But it gives 30 healing amp. no idea. Buff, they def. Dude, you're such a fucking idiot. Okay, you're gonna take the rest of the day off. Come back tomorrow. They literally are buffing rune arms in this patch. So take the day off. Think about how you feel about the universe and what reality looks like. Holy moly. Yeah, it is a lot of stats. Sure, that. There's not 30 PR and MRR. Yeah. I still think that it should be changed, but at a 2-piece set bonus, it's also hard to argue that 30 all amps, which is not useful for everybody, but it's useful for some, and then it's basically like a replacement for summer. Think about the number of items you need to get that from another set. It's either the raid set from Mind Over Matter, but the thing about Mind Over Matter is it's both your rings, which locks you out of a lot of items. Or alternative, and not everybody needs the Mind Over Matter set. Alternatively, you have the 2-piece summer and 2-piece winter, which also does that. But again, you're locked out of some stuff. Because Machrotects aren't literally spells. Yep, they're gonna be basically Dragon Breath without the upgrades. Items that are useful. Well, then there's also the weapons, right? A lot of the effects are on weapons, which also kind of locks you in. So, yeah, like I said, I also would like to see them make it 30. If it makes you feel any better, I misread the change. I thought it was. I thought that's what they were doing. They were making it 30 because it like was set improperly. So I don't know why it isn't. So like I said, I'm with you guys. My starter docent is sick. Damn. Yeah, I don't need this stuff. Okay, so now I got the Necronomicon cannon, which in theory should be a little bit better because it's the bookshot, but the bookshot also sometimes doesn't work on anything, which I'm kind of worried about. So we'll see if that's even better at all. Oh, I can get the rune arm as well, the one in here. I missed the macro test. A lot of stuff was broken, so I'm currently rune arm testing right now. We're talking about the Menectaran Scavenger set. Reroll the hell out of Stradani. I can also do that too. Ghostly, true. I forgot about that. Where is Keep on the Borderlands? 44. Heroic Keep. Dude, the rune arm's not in here because I need the ingots. Oh my god. But yeah, so Machrotect, there's a lot of broken stuff in Machrotect that doesn't function right now. So like the damage is wrong. You can kill people with the repair effect because there's an effect where it makes it so you deal rust damage as well on your epic strike. But that actually causes a problem because the rust damage. I'm gonna go do this run thing. The rust damage also. I'll do one farm. I'll do one farm and see if I get it. But yeah, the rust damage doesn't stop. Or sorry, it's supposed to do damage to enemies, but one of the epic strikes is a repair energy burst. So you repair everybody in an aura around you, and it's a huge number. But the problem is, if you have the rust damage on that, the rust damage will apply to nearby allies. So if they can be repaired, you can damage them as well, including yourself. And so you can just run around with a bunch of repair spell power and then blow people up in the lobby, which is funny. But it is funny. It's not good. It's funny. Yeah. I mean, it's a bug. They're going to fix it. But yeah. There you go. Best Epic Destiny. Exactly. Best one in the world. You hit more than 3 times? Yes. All of the new shots they made, so they changed how all the shots function. Anything that had the curvature, they said Steelstar said he narrowed the curvature. So stuff like Thought Spike with the force shot or the book shot, but they would spread out, they have them more narrow. However, it also means that they don't connect anymore. So it's kind of a mixed bag. So I'll show you what I mean here. Here he is. So here's this guy. I get off my rune arm, and then And one of my books just, look at it. It just goes nowhere. And so that's the main problem with it, is that you can't get all the things to hit. And that's a bit of an issue. However, Light Spirals, by complete contrast, is amazing and lands everything every time. And is a fantastic rune arm. So, it's not too bad. It's actually weird to think that Light Spirals is actually the best performing rune arm at the moment. It's just a weird concept. Alright, nothing. 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 Crashing over with Thorn Lance? Yeah. Throw the book at him? Yeah, throw the book at him. No, we're not doing that. So that rune arm is useless. So it's currently a bug on the preview. So yeah, the orbited target now, it's pretty neat. It's not supposed to do that. It's supposed to hit. There's a targeting issue. They did make it better, though. The AoE rune arms feel a lot better because they just amped up the damage by a fair margin. The problem is, I don't have any AoE rune arms because they come from end quests, and I can't get any of them, which is annoying. What's the Shantagor rune arm? Is that fire? Or is that lightning? Is it force? I thought the... oh, it's lightning, isn't it? Angle Root has a blast rune arm. Yeah, I think Shantagor rune arm actually works. Yeah, I think it's lightning blast. I think it's actually what I want. Flicker. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's flicker. DDO flicker. So it's electrical lash. Okay, that is the one that I want. So I have to go get flicker. Electrical lash. This is max charge tier 2? God damn it. Is the Isle of Dread rune arm AoE? The Isle of Dread rune arm, Old Ironsides, is level 7, and I'm level 5. The bug, if it keeps the bug in reference to Russian roulette, the gear for 16 rust crit chance. Dead people with a strike will kill me or them first. Amazing. DDO store. I can also buy rune arms in the DDO store. Do you test the Saltmarsh one? Yes, the Saltmarsh one, Sir Squillum, has Salt Shot, which is a projectile that orbits. So it doesn't work. So this rune arm is... So this one is garbage. This one is garbage. And this one is garbage. But it comes from Salt Marsh. Also, I forgot I could buy rune arms. Rune arm. Was this?
Hello, ally.
Oh no! Oh no! Do you guys not remember this clip?
That the...
There's also me being excited about it. I'm laughing.
I might have killed Axel. Hello, allies.
Look at all the pipes behind me. Oh my god.
That the...
There's so many pipes. I really gotta put the green screen back up. That's a good idea. Then I can have the pipes going again. Okay, so it's fire rune arm. I'll buy it. It's fire rune arm. Radiant rune arm. Lightning rune arm. That'll save me some time. Lightning rune arm. Level 5. Electrical blast. Oh, perfect. That's actually exactly what I wanted. Great. And the fire rune arm? Fire blast. That's exactly what I wanted. Good call. Log in your character today? No. I have been doing this. Unless you're talking about my Dungeons & Dragons characters, which I logged in all of them. It is an ominous question. So now I have the lightning blast, which is good. So I can blast this out. And the damage should be higher. We're going to see what the damage looks like in a bit. Alright. Should a pure 20 Warchanter Bard use medium armor? You use medium armor if you're not using swashbuckling. If you are using swashbuckling, you have to stick to light. So usually with medium armor, that's where you go two-handed weapons instead. That did not do a lot of damage. I don't have any spell power either, which is a bit of a problem. I could go get some spell power items, but it's going to be hard. No, it's not. It's actually really easy to get spell power items. Yeah, with only like 10 damage, it does not feel as good. The single target rune arm damage seems way better. 2d8 plus 3 plus d2 per artificer level. Wait a minute. I think some of this is typed in wrong. Wait. Plus 1 plus d2 plus d10 plus 2d8 plus 2d10? What is this damage scaling? The 3 does way more damage. That's crazy. Is that the same with Thought Spike? No. This shit's like linear. What the heck? The AoE rune arms are non-linear, but the single target ones are linear scaling? I am confused. That's very... Yeah, just DDO things, exactly. That is interesting. I don't think that everything needs to have, like, linear scaling or anything. It's just confusing that the AoE rune arms really go up in damage when you max charge them, and the single target ones don't go up as much damage. Improves the number... Oh, true, it improves the number of projectiles. Very true. Using a soundboard, is that a new thing? New as of 2020. Wait, did you just discover I'm using a soundboard? Oh my god, you guys! Doc Jekyll just discovered I'm using a soundboard! Yay! Alright, dude! Yeah! Amazing. I failed. Sorry, I had the soundboard for that, so I had to do it. But yeah, no, I've had it for a while. I don't have a soundboard, it's just my Stream Deck that has all of my functions, and some of them are soundboard related. It's okay. What it means that you didn't know is that you were so enthralled, so just blown away by my general live stream that you were just too focused and you didn't notice it was a laugh track and not just me producing all of those sounds myself. You were just so filled with pure joy. And I get that. I also understand that. Yeah. So, thank you for being just lost in the moment of my stream. Yeah, but it makes more sense that it's because of the extra projectiles. I get that now. I don't know why I didn't think about that. That must mean that making an actual table and scaling the damage together between the single target and the AoE must be so frustrating. So yeah, we'll see. Including a laugh track. I don't actually currently have a laugh track. I was tempted to make my own laugh track. Just laugh a bunch into the mic repeatedly and then sort that out. But I did not end up doing that. But I thought about it. Did I ever? Live studio audience. Recording live from up here in Frosty, Canada. It's the Stream. Made it more complicated than necessary? Well, all you need to know is that the rune arm damage feels good across the board. The only thing that sucks is that with the current thing in Machrotect, there's something that makes us you deal additional sonic or lightning damage on every attack. And the problem with that is that, or like on every rune arm blast, is it does the same damage on a level like uncharged blast as a max charge blast. So it's always better to do the lowest charge blast. So the best bet is just literally spamming over and over and never letting it charge. Which is unfortunate because letting your rune arm charge is a very satisfying feeling to go boom and blast somebody, and it turns out it's worse. It should be that the big blasts do more damage and the smaller blasts give you more opportunities to do blasts. Does that make sense? Cruiser giggling in voice chat has got a great laugh track. Yeah. Ad time? You got it, dude. Ads ho! Apply on every projectile? No, it only applies on the first projectile. There's an internal cooldown of 1 second. which means that it doesn't actually apply on for the AoE blast. Also only applies once, so it's disproportionately better for single target damage. Also, the damage does not scale off Artificer level or Rune Arm caster level. It exclusively scales off of character level, which means that the damage applies fully regardless of what character class you are, which means you can take 0 levels of Artificer, just get that ability, and then spam your Rune Arm for tons of free damage, which is also a problem. So that ability apparently has some issues. If they made it so it's scaled, so it was like, 1 damage per level on the first charge tier, and 4 damage per level on the second charge tier, and 8 damage per level on the third charge tier. So the amount of damage that you did scaled based on the actual how charged it was, then that would be fine. But right now it's just straight up a D4 whenever you use it, so it's not ideal. Constantly moving about. I mean, to be fair, you can get charge tier 3 stable out of Battle Engineer, and the new tree does have the ability in Machrotect to give you charge tier 4, which is very close to charge tier 5. So, like, you can do it. You can get it so you can use it. You just can't get the absolute highest of power. But standing still for one, like, it's this long. Boom. Right? So it's really not that hard. And I don't even have the extra charge tier that you can get in epics either, like the charging speed. Charge tier, like, double the damage. Can do. What is it? This is 4 D12s plus 10 plus 2d8 per arty level, and 5 d14s plus 15 plus 2 d10 per arty level. So it's scaling higher. It's not quite double damage, but it does scale faster. It would eventually become more like about double damage, yeah. And now I can't go up there, but it's okay because I have light spirals. Holy moly, I light spiraled the shit out of that guy. Oh, this is a short-range Rune Arm blast. Holy mackerel. Nope, looks like we're not doing that. Yeah, if the bigger blast had a higher crit chance, that could work. I also like it when they give Rune Arms alternate effects for higher tiers. So if it's like, if fired at tier 4, it also does this. So like how the Ravenloft Rune Arms, if fired if at least tier 3, they apply a curse as well when they hit people. Or like Breaking the Bank, if you fire it at least tier 3, it shoots out like, or freezes people with like gold. So like, if they wanted to do that and make it so Rune Arms past tier 3, each shot has a unique effect. So you actually have an incentive to charge it other than just damage. That would be also kind of cool. I would love to see that. There's a lot they could do with Rune Arms, I think. Alright. Nope. Brain. Holy Christ, that was close. Alright, Clan Gnashtooth. I killed 78 monsters, and I got Onslaught. You see how I'm saying Onslaught seems like where they want to put the total amount of XP? Rune Arm count as a weapon in 2-weapon fighting? It does not. You are forgiven for your noob question. Just apply the Mimic Slow. Breaking the Bank is currently the highest damage Rune Arm in the game on this patch, on this preview server. Nothing comes even close. Breaking the Bank for me was doing non-crit 16,000 damage. Yeah, well, I'm waiting. That's that allows Rune Arm use. Yeah, they could probably do that. Since they have Rune Arm use just generally in the trees now in Epic Destinies, they probably could do another class that gets Rune Arm use. Like a rogue or some type of wizard. It'd be kind of cool if it was like a divine class. Like a favored soul, but they like draw divine power and they channel it through machinery. Because favored souls aren't necessarily holy. They just channel divine power like sorcerers channel arcane power. They're just born with it. So imagine a favored soul who like builds the machines to channel divine power. Which actually sounds really sick. And a very cool way to imply that, you know, there's power coming from the favored soul. If you get to use the feat, though 3D, you need arty levels. It scales off half your character level, so you get 16 versus an artificer who gets 20. You're only 4 levels behind if you take the feat, or if you take the epic ability. Yeah. And they could, exactly, the rune arms could be somewhere along that line. Maybe it releases in like a pack that does that. That'd be kind of cool. Call it the Divine Trebuchet. Because everybody likes a good trebuchet. Favorite weapon, rune arms? Maybe. Favorite weapon? Warhammer. They could make favorite weapon light hammer, so then somebody would use them. I don't know if I saw Arlos over here. Fighter, Cannoneer. Take away Vanguard, give him the melee rune arm tree. That also, give him Battle Engineer. So get rid of Kensai. Keep Stalwart Defender and go like Battle Engineer, Stalwart Defender, and the new Cannoneer tree. That does sound fucking cool. I don't hate it. Good for an enhancement tree. Yeah, there's like so many. These are good. This is why I love archetypes. Because it's really hard to come up with a whole idea for a class. But coming up with a class variant is way easier to think about, and it's fun. Trebuchets. Yeah, man, the Trebuchets. Amazing. Trebuchets. I think it's the magic of living in Canada. I get the French pronunciations of stuff stuck in my mind. You know where the best fighter tree would be a tough sell though? Yeah, but if they don't get rid of Kensai, then you're just gonna play a Kensai. Why would you Kensai is one of the best enhancement trees in Dungeons & Dragons Online, period. If you leave it in a fighter archetype, you're just gonna play that. At which point you might as well not design anything. It's like a fact that we all know is that the DDO player base, when given the option between damage and some other weird shit, they always pick damage. It's just how it is. I'm not saying it's wrong, just that's what happens. If you want Kensai and the damage, you go regular fighter. If you want to do weirdo Cannoneer stuff, you take the Cannoneer stuff. Because then you don't get the Cannoneer stuff.
Arlos dashes off towards the surface and safety.
Alchemist archetype wouldn't be far off with rune arms. Yeah, you could probably do that. I didn't record I gotta stop being distracted. I need a physical pain to be inflicted when I don't record stuff. Coach told me damage wins championships. Yes, I take more damage, please. Yep, that's what Coach said. Get him over the skull. Download the VOD from your channel. Yeah, but I didn't look at the chart. That is a good segue. Hey guys, did you know that I upload all of my live streams onto a YouTube channel called Stream Streams? It's a VODs channel where if you want to rewatch parts of the stream, but you don't want to watch like, you know, using Twitch's horrible replay system, you can subscribe there, and then all the VODs are going to be there. They're labeled, so you can just pick the ones you want to watch. They're set into playlists, which makes it easy to find. And yeah, for me, I'm doing it just so I can hold everything forever, because Twitch deletes my VODs after 2 months. And so this way I never have to worry about losing any content ever, so I get to hold on to all of it. And for you guys, you can like also skim through the VODs. And YouTube has this awesome playback system where if people have watched it, the most watched moments of the VOD will actually have like a graph. So you can actually see interesting parts will display on it, which is cool. And second, right now I have to break up the VODs a lot more than I would like because I can't upload like videos longer than like 6-8 hours because I need 1,000 subscribers. So please subscribe. Different channel. This is a different one. So just exclamation point VODs in the chat. Subscribe to the VOD channel. Thank you. Remember that your subscription on YouTube won't affect your recommendations. So please assist.
Keep XP chart
I just can't load it.
so you can look back in case you forget.
I can't do it. It doesn't listen to me. I always have the XP chart open on the other screen. I'm just blind. It's literally right next to chat. I'm just stupid and dumb and blind. Thank you. Yeah, even if you're like, I'm not going to watch it, just subscribe anyway. Because I just got to hit that 1,000 mark. That would be great. Thank you. It's just the reason why I sub to most stuff. That's not how the algorithm is designed. There was a time back in the day where when you would subscribe, you'd be served stuff. But nowadays, it's used as your watch. So if you... Have you ever noticed that thing where you look up one YouTube video of a certain thing, and you're like, oh, cool. You know, you guys probably heard about the fact that there's like a submarine that's like lost in the ocean. If you watched a video on YouTube about the submarine being lost in the ocean, you're now going to be recommended tons and tons and tons of videos about that submarine being lost in the ocean from lots of different people. Subscriptions have fallen by the wayside in terms of their value heavily. Subscriptions are basically only used to gauge the minimum interest in a channel, and that's about it. It's pretty much just algorithm. The benefit of subscriptions, though, is if you do subscribe to people, you have your own subscriptions tab, which you can click in your own thing that can show you exclusively videos from your subscriptions. But generally, it's not going to affect it. Like, basically, when you click subscribe, the next video I upload will show up on your list of, like, you subscribe to this, check it out. And then you watch it, or you don't. And if you watch it, you'll get recommended more. If you don't watch it, it's going to try one more time. So you don't watch the next video, then it's over. Then they don't recommend it to you anymore. It's how... It's not a great system, but that's basically how it works. They just look at what you watch the most, and they want to keep you there. Everyone in both dual wield and equip a shield, or use handed shield mutation where he allows you to do that. Yeah, with an extra arm coming out of the back of your neck. Not a bad idea. Channel's 1 million subscribers, server's view count is only 100k. Correct. Yep. It's very difficult to get videos to serve to your subscribers. Also, I am going to be uploading videos to that every day, so I don't recommend hitting the bell for notifications. The notification bell will let you know that something is happening, but there's going to be a lot of videos, so I wouldn't super recommend hitting the bell, but you can. And a near tier 5 enhancement, yeah. Get an extra arm to hold your cannons. It's like hold your horses, but better. But no, I don't have a voice, unfortunately. Mad Cat's controller to save yourself? Mm-hmm. I don't want to imagine that. It's terrifying. But yeah. Subscribers are basic, like, realistically, there are two metrics that matter to for YouTube in terms of for channels and their growth. And that also feeds recommendations. The one is demographic. Your demographic that you're in has a certain amount of value, and so you'll be fed certain content because it's valuable. They know your demographic will find value in this content, therefore you'll stay on the website. And the second for content creators is watch time. That's basically it. So view count is irrelevant. Watch time is all that matters. It's the reason why, like, you know, I don't have a lot of views on YouTube. Okay, I'm not super famous out here. Okay, I'm not Mr. Beast. But like, I probably make a lot more money on YouTube than like people that are like sketch comedy writers and stuff, or cartoonists who make like 1 to 2 minute videos that get 100,000 views, but the video's so short they don't really get that much money out of it. It's like kind of unfair, but you can have like a mildly successful gaming channel like I have that's oriented towards stuff, and then make a lot more money than somebody with a much deeper creative personal outlet, because gamers just watch 2-hour gaming videos, and that's really valuable. Oh, true. Just leave it up there. It's really weird. It's like, if you ever wonder how a website makes their money, it's like, where does the money come from? What are they selling? They're selling you and your data. That's a great question. Let me check, as I can. Dude, I have so many tabs open. Oh, God. Oopsie. Yeah, I'll look that up for you. Give me a second here. Watch time is also really screwy. Like, apparently I wasted 15,000 hours. Weird. Never follow or use. I like some advertisements, specifically movie trailers. I do, and video game trailers. I like movie and video game trailers. Because without movie and video game trailers, I'd never know what video games are coming out. Unrelated, do you guys see the Nintendo Direct? Super Mario RPG remake on the Switch. Very exciting. Pikmin 4. New Mario game. I'm very excited. It's going to be a good year for Nintendo video games. Okay. Solo guided playthrough. Part 1. So, of the video that I just uploaded, watch time. Where's my average watch time? Average watch time of the first episode of Solo Guided Playthrough, which is 2 hours and 54 minutes. The average watch time is 23 minutes. $23 minutes at basically 3 hours. It's not bad. It's pretty good, actually. A lot of that is dictated by... So, 8% of people make it to the end of the video that start watching it. But also, for record, 15% of people make it to the first hour. So, 85% of people have already checked out by the first hour. And half of those people make it to the end. Also, the solo guided playthrough videos, the only episode that ever does good is part 1. All the other episodes do badly. The first episode, people watch. After that, it's a wash. I should just label every video solo guided playthrough part 1. And then just make you figure out, hey guys, welcome to part 1.1. Which is funny. Try to rewatch 30 plus seasons of The Simpsons? Yeah. I'll watch in one sitting. Nope, I totally agree. I do that as well. But for like longer videos, especially like when people make essay style videos or something I find interesting, I'll usually watch it in multiple sittings. Yep. No, I totally agree. I get it. I'm not upset, by the way. It's just one of those things you have to aggression bonus. Do you guys see? There it is. The aggression bonus. This is Clan Tunnelworm. That is 67 monsters killed. And we got aggression bonus. Which I spelled wrong. Welcome to part 2 of part 1 of my solo guided playthrough part 1. Exactly. You get it. It's ugly having this up here, but without it, I will forget every time. Because I have to go to recall and I'm like, oh, I can't. Also, I love that it tells me this. It tells me, based on which video I upload, how many people subscribe after watching that video. And from the video of the Solo Trapper playthrough, 1 person subscribed. $27. Stupid Europe without AC in homes. Oh yeah, Europeans don't have air conditioning. I always forget about that. It's so weird. It is a W. Huge fan. My favorite is when I'll upload a video and the subscriber number will be negative. Because it means some people watch the video and then they go, nah, this isn't for me. Which is, I find that intensely funny. I said, I mostly post videos on YouTube for like, one, because I enjoy posting build videos and stuff. It's fun. And then also I'd be able to share information and data. It's less of a money-making thing. I'm not in it for the money. I'm in it just because I find it fun and entertaining. So that's why I don't care if it's like, oh, you didn't like the video, so I like the rat video. Dude, I lost like 10 subscribers because of that rat video. Worth it. Look, I get it. No one likes Lord of the Rings Online. But fuck you guys. I put up my video and I don't care what anyone thinks. Yeah. My Lord of the Rings video that I put about clearing the rat boss and also how to do it. It was basically a guide on how to do it after I reviewed my own feelings about it. Patch note video did numbers. Outrage views. Patch anything Lamannia related is huge. And also, every time SSG fucks up, so every time SSG, like, not fucks up, but they do something, like, mildly controversial. So, like, in this case, they misstep with the XP. Huge misstep. The Bee's Nest is angry. Very, very profitable for me. Because people just hate watch. It's great. Because they're not mad at me. I didn't do anything wrong. It's free. I'm out. Some people. It is funny. It is funny to me. As I said, I post videos because I like them. So that's why I'm not mad. I'm not mad that somebody's like, oh, I don't want to watch it. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Hey, you want to know? Okay, hold on. I'll check that out. Oh, I almost forgot. I almost didn't do it. All right. Ven. Congratulations, buddy. We got 34 kills and aggression bonus. Oh, dude, my favorite also is when like I said about the supporter pack, I put the video out and then I got a bunch of dislikes because people dislike the supporter packs. So they dislike my video. A supporter pack video is neutral. It's at 0. Which means some people unsubscribed and some people subscribed. I don't know how many. Patch note video. +4 subscribers. Look at that. I'm not big. I don't have a big channel. I don't have a lot of growth. I apologize. Okay, let's go get a Rune arm. Your favorite talking heads to the reaction opinion? It's good. And part of the goal was to bring down XP per minute because it went up too much with U59.
You hear human voices.
What do you mean the XP per minute went up in U59? Do you have a link to that post? I'm just curious. I'm not sure what they would mean by it went up in update 59. Mega Rayquaza is coming to Pokemon Go? Oh, shit. We've had a lot of great feedback in this thread, but one thing we haven't seen a lot of feedback on is suggestions to get players back to the XP per minute and general quest speed that was taking place prior to update 59. We've seen a very significant increase in general speed of play since our lag reduction work, and as players have noticed, it's causing issues regarding game performance. Some of the goal is here is to get players back to the pace where they were prior to recent changes. Just ask, how would you reduce player speed as if we were to pre-update levels? Okay, so... Okay. This is dumb, but not because I don't think the people that work as National Games are dumb. But you can't undo this. You can't undo it. This is why the expression is, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. People feel the speed. You can't just make them go slower now. That's not how that works. Like, they can force people to go slower. You can reduce movement speed. You can make more monsters with more hit points. But people aren't going to like it. They got a taste, and now it's over. So basically what you got to do is you got to take that L and lose some people to get back to where you want to be. That's how you fix it. You got to take that L. Are you feeling guilty for that video where you zerged slave lords and people copied you? No. I don't feel guilty at all for that. I don't make the video game. Again, the issue exists because the servers that SSG have difficulty keeping up with the pace of the game because there are too many monsters in the game. If they designed the video game with bigger monsters and less of them, they wouldn't be in this spot. And that's something people have been asking for forever, and something Isle of Dread delivers on very well. Isle of Dread is very good at putting big monsters, dinosaurs, front and center, so you have fights with more big monsters and fewer little monsters, which is probably very good for the pathing servers, and something they should do more often in future adventures. I don't understand why every monster pack doesn't have the pack leader type monster that has triple the hit points and has fewer smaller monsters around them. Just make like the gang boss or something, and it's like, oh yeah, there's the what do you call it, like the Quickfoot gang boss, and then there's just a Quickfoot gang boss in the thing that does that. It's funny because Lord of the Rings does this incredibly well. Kicked it where its server can't deal. So yes. So did I encourage players to Zerg the game? Or did I have an effect on that? I definitely had an effect on it. I wouldn't say I necessarily encouraged, but I definitely brought that to the forefront, and I did bring that to people's attention who might not have known, and some people did that. And I'm responsible for some of that behavior. But I'm not responsible for all of it, and I don't feel bad about it, because it's not my technical debt. I need a gem bag. Gem. Right? I didn't design slave lords. Right? SG ignores tech debt real well. Well, every company does. You don't need to. You don't keep up on your tech debt unless you have to. That's why it's a very common industry term. A lot of companies just ignore their tech debt, especially when you're tight on funds. And like that, I'm sympathetic to because 2014 to 2017 was not kind to this video game. The 2014 to 2017 was not kind to the future of DDO. Can I get +5 thieves tools in the store? Thieves. Well, that's good enough. Tech deck? Yeah, I can go for a tech deck. Good enough. In 2014 to 2017. Not a lot of content coming out. Content decline getting worse. That was also when Warner Brothers basically, because they were used to be owned by Warner Brothers Games and they're still a part of Turbine, and Warner Brothers pretty much entirely shifted all their focus and funding away from MMO development and entirely into mobile development. So that is when they started developing different mobile games. There's also the huge failure of, when did Infinite Crisis fail? Infinite Crisis game. That was 2015. So that was a MOBA produced by Turbine. That was meant to be like League of Legends, but with DC Universe characters. And mega bomb. Huge bomb. So it shut down very quickly. And so they basically, Warner Brothers didn't want to keep investing in the video game sector. And so they took a lot of the funding away. So they were just like bare bones. They didn't really have anything they could create. I mean, you don't have a lot of money. You have to lay people off. There's not a lot going on. Then the game is going to shrink. So they had to make some costly decisions by adding in certain things to do whatever it is. It's one of the reasons why, speculation on my part, why we got a level cap increase was because they needed something to put into the news cycle to be like, hey, by the way, level cap increase, come play the game, you guys. Because like they were like running on fumes, and level cap increase is just up the levels. Because when the level cap increase came out, all we did was get legendary raids that we already had. We didn't get like a lot of new content. And so, and then of course SSG then became, or like Turbine then sold off the rights to Lord of the Rings and DDO to Stainless Stone Games, which was, ran and operated by the people who made them in the first place. But then they went from a situation where they basically didn't have any money, and I'm pretty sure they essentially just like, once they got the publishing deal with Daybreak, they kind of all in on Ravenloft, which was 2017. And I think that Ravenloft was kind of like they're probably their big turning point, where the Ravenloft was successful. They sold a bunch of copies. They were probably able to acquire more funding from Daybreak because of their success, and then things started to look up. But 2014 to 2015 is not a good time to be a DDO player. Or 2014 to 2017. We got some of the worst content in a very long time. It was just tough. Stop. Stop. Don't do that. Don't Raven Feeble limit me, you jerk. Don't do that. No. So toward Anthem? Yeah. There's a bit of DDO history if you want to hear a little bit about that. I said I was playing at the time, so for me that was like the reality. Like some of you guys might not remember Slave Lords, but Slave Lords was not a good time to play DDO. Slave Lords was like the worst time to play DDO. It was a 6-month, or I think it was almost 8-month dead spell where we got no content other than Slave Lords. And the only reason Slave Lords lasted as long as it did in terms of the minds of the player base was because not only was it the best items in the game, gigantic power creep to keep people grinding it, but also it took like 50 runs of Slave Lords to get your items at. So you would get home and run 2 to 3 rounds of Slave Lords and then go to bed. And remember, we were a lot slower. Slave Lords runs were not like 45 minutes. Slave Lords runs were like an hour and a half. So you would get home, run 2, 3 Slave Lords, turn the computer off, and then go to bed, get up, go to work, get home, and run more Slave Lords. And then when your character was capped, you would swap to your alt, when you ransacked, you'd swap to your alt and keep farming Slave Lords. Because the components dropped half as much as they did now, and instead of costing 100 per piece, they were 400 per piece, including the rares. So a set of Slave Lords gear was 2,000 ingredients of each ingredient, and they had half the drop rate. Again, a lot of people don't remember that. Like it was a rough time to play DDO. I made a lot of friends during that era because you had nothing else to do other than to throw your face against the concrete and chat with people in Discord. But it was not the best time. Are we having a back in my day moment? Not entirely. It was mostly just describing, you know, one of the reasons why the video game has like a heavy tech debt is because they had a long stretch of almost 10 years of literally just putting the gas, like going all gas, no brakes, because money to be tight. Would have just quit at that point? Oh yeah. A lot of people probably did. That's all. What's up, Midnight Fox? How you doing? How are you? Do you ever finish off that Wrath of the Righteous DLC? You slay those items hardcore? Yeah. Slave Lords now is very tolerable. Slave Lords is tolerable because you don't need the sets, because the sets are not good anymore. And you usually only need one item, which is not that big of a deal. One item is like 4 or 5 Slave Lords runs now versus the whole set of 6 items. Yep. It's because they needed the players to do something for months. Wizard Archetype out yet? Not yet. Wizard Archetype will be maybe eventually. They are currently adding the new Artificer Epic Destiny, the Machrotect, to the game. And this is the preview. So we're on Lamannia preview right now, looking over at the Machrotech and also the Rune Arm rework. And the Rune Arm rework's pretty good. Rune Arms are fairly powerful. I'm actually having a really good time monkeying about with my Rune Arm. It's doing way more damage than I thought, and they help it scale to the higher ends of damage as well. I have 0 spell power, and I'm just Rune Arming this guy for like 60 damage. Locked. Yep, so run most of this quest because they're so annoyingly designed. Yep, I agree. Yeah, they call it soul locking. Soul locking the doors sucks. I hate when they do that. But it, as I said before, they need to do something to reduce the player's speed at which they go through things. And so they either need to nerf player damage by a fair margin, nerf player movement speed by a fair margin, or start soul locking the shit out of some doors. If they don't do that, then player speed's going to stay the same way that it is. And also, everything I just said, nobody will like. Like, they need to, according to them, they need to slow the player base down. And if they want to slow the player base down, they're going to make people mad. That's just what's going to happen. Path of Exile slowed people down, and no one was happy with it. So in Path of Exile, which is not the same game, but it's similar enough, character customization and you know, power creep making people faster over time. In Path of Exile, they added a crafting system called Harvest. And the idea behind it is that you could create items that were a little bit more targeted. So instead of it being like random what type of item you would make, you could be like, oh, I want an item that has a focus on physical damage. So it would have more physical stats on it. They'd be random, but you're like guaranteed to get a couple physical stats, which means you're much more likely to get like a sword that has physical damage instead of fire damage. And it was a game changer. And it was so customizable, and it was so easy to use, and it literally blew every other crafting system and everything else out of the water. And it was so good. And since they added Harvest to the game and then promptly removed it because it was too good, they didn't like how fast people got their gear, they didn't like the power creep it added to the game, how much more powerful it made the average player. Well, and put that genie back in the bottle every patch. When are you guys going to bring back Harvest? We got to make Harvest. Can you guys bring back Harvest? It's over. Once they did it once, you can't go back because people now know. They know what it tastes like. It's the same reason why like a lot of video games don't want to have like a special weekend or a special server where like everything is amazing, because once you let it out of the bottle, you can't just shove it back in. Like, oh, it's like, imagine there's a special DDO server where everyone moves twice as fast. It's like, oh, that'd be so fun. But then you put it away and everyone's like, oh, I want to go back to that. And Harvest is still good, yeah. Yep, exactly. Like, do people want to go back to this? Like, my gameplay here is slow because I'm playing as a melee with basically nothing equipped. So I have a sword, and then the rest of my stuff is just garbage. I don't have an intelligence item, I don't have an accuracy item, I don't have a deadly item, I don't have a spell power item. Do people want to go to this speed? Probably not. Like the whole game. Even this is the fast players. This is what they would be doing. Still feeling that way when they remove hardcore? Well, they're not removing hardcore forever. They have hardcore seasons. Did you play the most recent hardcore season with the treasure hunt, Midnight's Fox? Where you have to go get the treasure and you unlock the golden footprints and all that stuff? And the cloaks, the mimic pet. Like the puts golden. Very much dealing with the effects. After effects of Stat Squish that didn't really leave us with lower DPS and many monsters got lower health to compensate. Yes. Because they did the Stat Squish and it made us disproportionately more powerful. Like this season's treasure hunt? The only thing I didn't like about it is they didn't put an endgame alternative. So for me, who leveled really fast through the game, XP screen, thank you, Kinderling. As me, who's somebody who leveled really fast through the game, the one treasure I missed two treasures. But the hardest one to get, I missed it on Korthos Island because I didn't do Korthos because we were leveling quickly, so we skipped it. And so I missed it. And I had to make a new character and do the whole thing again. I didn't do Korthos. Didn't like that. There we go, 74 and Conquest. And I didn't kill any extra monsters. To be fair, I did kill every monster, because there's no optionals in this quest. So, this is here. Sacred Helm. So this is... how many monsters killed? 74. My first Conquest! Whoa! Conquest, let's go. Isn't that crazy? So outside of that, I didn't like it. But the actual concept of the treasure hunt, I loved it. I thought the concept was amazing. Getting people to scour the entire universe looking for treasure, I think that's an awesome idea. And they should definitely continue to do that. Like, that was such a good way to twist the season to get everybody to look everywhere. I didn't like the fact that, you know, people at data mine the hints about it and could find it easier. But it is what it is. Again, also genie out of the bottle. No chains? No. And leaving mobs everywhere. I killed every single monster I could physically see. I don't think that all the hardcore objectives are meant to be done on one character. Also true, yeah. I'm not saying that my criticism is correct and my criticism needs to be followed by the devs. I'm just describing what I found annoying. I think a lot of people also lost that because they were like, dude, it's bullshit. You're fucking assuming on my video, like, you know, just because you zerg to the end, you should get rewarded. This is crazy. And I'm like, no, I didn't say that. I said I was annoyed by this thing. I never said that this was the way it should have been. I said I didn't like it, and they could have done this instead, but they did what they did. It's fine. Should learn. Never do search and rescue drow optional. If you've never done that one on R10, do it. It'll ruin your day. It'll like literally you want to put the game down for like a week. Wait, is that a good thing? I don't know. Spawn dungeon at a certain time. The announcer would say it starts chasing the party. Oh, but you'd be able to get out of there. No, it's a cool optional. On R10, it's a nightmare. The drow have millions of hit points. They're all super strong. The slads are everywhere, and they're also super strong. Every monster in those areas is an absolute omega nightmare. It would be extremely difficult to manage and deal with. Exist in the vicinity? True. Yep, give us an evil alignment. That's a great time. Actually, yes. Also, Search and Rescue is just an unbelievably difficult quest on Reaper 10. I agree. It's one of the few quests on Reaper 10 that actually still provide a challenge to the general player base. Because there's so many monsters in those quests. There's just so many of them. And the kobolds have Dragon Breath, which kill you fast. Playing for a month? Yeah, that optional's like no joke. Must have in certain dungeons. Yeah, the idea of some type of impending doom coming towards you at all time is kind of interesting, but the problem is that it makes me think of like Diablo 3, or not Diablo 3, Diablo 4, with like one of the Nightmare Sigil mechanics, where you have this like lightning bolt that is in the dungeon. And so there's like basically this lightning storm that's going on above you, and every once in a while a bubble will appear next to you that protects you from the lightning bolt. So the game becomes do your quest, and then eventually a bubble appears and you have to jump in the bubble for a short period of time, which kind of sounds interesting, kind of, but then it gets like really, it just becomes really irritating because you'll be wanting to move forward, but now you have to just like stand there and wait while you're looting and doing something else.
Bale's markings issue the warning. Kobolds ahead.
Yeah, and also it means you have to be with your friends at all times. So that would be like kind of the issue that I see there. Okay, so I put on a spell power item because I want to see how powerful my effect is now that I have spell power. Not bad. Take it. Hey, buddy. It's a lot of damage. Just have it enter and be a random variable? Yeah. Did you break finally? After your 3-day break, you're finally hitting 100. Nice, dude. Congrats. Preemptively, because you're not there yet, but you'll get there. Proud of you. Yeah, getting level 100 on Diablo 4 sounds like no fun, but I'm glad you're doing it. So don't make it invincible. So I don't know how exactly you would solve that problem. I kind of do like the impending doom option. But then the other problem is how do you deal with it, right? So this kind of reminds me of the Hounds. So a lot of people didn't like the Hounds because the Hounds forced you to not really be able to take any breaks during a quest. You had to go, zerg, zerg, zerg. So it makes me wonder how that would play out for the average player in terms of like, there's basically like a wall. Think of like in Shroud, you know how there's the walls that chase you down? Imagine if there's a Shroud wall that started at the beginning of the quest and it chased you through the whole thing all the way to the end, and you're basically on a time limit. Complete the quest in a certain amount of time or you lose to the wall.
Avoid powering before.
I feel like anything where you have to be actively on your toes, even during downtime, is maybe not the best idea. I don't know what the solution is to make more challenging monsters.
Several large gears.
And making fun of Fireball? Absolutely. Even bio? Yeah, exactly. I feel like a lot of people wouldn't like that. If they're like, man, I just ate Taco Bell, and now I can't take a break in the middle of this quest. I guess I'll just get the bucket. Do we have any good for caster? It was flavor of the month this hardcore season because it's by far the best thing you can play on hardcore this season. Why is going fast a bad thing? Going fast... are you... Which conversation are you talking about? Are you talking about going fast as in what SSG wants? Or are you talking about going fast as in we're talking about hardcore league? Looked awful for it. It was the best one by 10 miles. All magical damage is reduced, but the Blightcaster deals mostly physical damage from Thorn, so it wasn't reduced at all. And also, Death Eater, the passive that you get at level 6, means you're invincible the entire leveling process. So you have damage that can bypass all the resistances from the entire mechanic, and your character's invincible. Grants a small buff of seed against? Yeah, like they could make super champions. I think they could actually do something called like a... I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. Yeah, like a champion, but almost like a herald of something. So the champions themselves actually don't do anything extra on themselves, but they have buffs, and they buff the nearby monsters. So it's like, oh, if you have a champion that's like Herald of Light, then all the allies get light damage, they get resistance to stuff, they have other things. They could do like a reverse champion, basically, which would be kind of cool. And all the champion the Herald gets is a shitload of hit points. Bathroom? Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking, yeah. I wouldn't want to have to do that for all the time. Oh, for SSG, it's technical debt. They just can't afford to have people killing monsters that fast. Monsters spawn and die too quickly. So, we talked about this. This is a concept in video games called Halo, where you change something, and then there's an unexpected level of change, or an amount of work that you have to do on top of the work that you think you already have to do. And again, this is... I'm going to use Path of Exile as an example. So, it was... Chris Wilson, the head guy, did like an interview, and he talked about why they kind of wanted to slow players down and didn't want players to go as fast as they were doing. And I said, one of the problems is that players going faster does not just affect their experience with the game, it affects, the company's experience with the game. Because if players are going faster, that means if, let's say someone's average time to clear a dungeon goes from 5 minutes to 4 minutes and 40 seconds. That doesn't sound like a lot, but the problem is that people go to the next dungeon after that. So, if it's 5 minutes a dungeon, then in a day you have 24 hours times 60. So you have 1,440 minutes. Divide that by 5, that's 288 dungeons that can be done in a day. But if somebody is going at 4 minutes and 40 seconds, then you're dividing that by 4.6, let's say, instead. So now somebody can do 313 dungeons in a day. So they're able to do more dungeons in a day, which means that's more resources on the server. It now has to load more newer dungeons, more monsters, more stress on the pathing server, because they're loading and unloading more monsters. So the faster the players go, inadvertently also makes it harder on the system, because the players aren't just moving faster, so someone has to calculate more things, but also the players are loading and unloading more things. So it's not a big problem at first until it becomes a problem. People need to stop using the Halo effect and using Mass Effect, where the change of decisions will be the same end result. The Mass Effect? Fucking so funny. You do a vid for the hardcore Blightcaster? I did. My Blightcaster solos Reaper 4 like it's nothing at endgame. So, on hardcore. It's super easy.
The echo of dripping water against rock.
Yeah, going faster has the consequence of not just meaning that the players are burning through content faster, which is what I imagine a lot of people see as the problem of going faster, which is part of it. But then the other part is also, it means that people are making more dungeons and more instances and loading more instance servers. And so if people are getting through quests faster, it causes problems for the game as a whole. And SSG has kind of tipped their hand by saying, look, we really need you guys to go slower. And so they're going to stop at nothing to get it to happen. Which, as I said, if they want to do that, they have a couple options that all of the options are bad. There is no way to make people happy and slower. Notice the caster changes? Oh, yeah. The only ways you can do it is make the quests take longer, either because you're like making them harder to play or you have to do more things and they make XP less, or literally slow them down. Like literally just slow people down. And slowing people down would work. To make people slower? I'm actually not sure. That's a good question. But yeah. When Cordovan posted and said, hey, we need people to go slower, it's because he's like, we need people to go slower. I'm just going to read it for you. We've had a lot of great I'm just going to read the comment from Cordovan, community manager. We have had a lot of great feedback in this thread. But one thing we haven't seen a lot of feedback on is suggestions to get players back to the XP per minute and general questing speed that was taking place before Update 59. We have seen a very significant increase in general speed of play since our recent lag reduction work, and as players have noticed, it's causing issues regarding game performance. What they're saying is we literally can't solve the problem right now of the game performance, and we have to do some other type of stopgap to fix it. Slow people down, but buff XP so that the grind takes the same amount of time, it would be alright. They might be able to do that. Load the instance at the end. Instances stay loaded for X amount of time. Because they stay loaded for like 5 minutes or whatever. But also, I don't know. Maybe they don't unload at the end. Maybe that's a problem. Maybe that's why they have to do server resets so the instances unload. I'm not sure. I said, I don't really know the answer to this one, but if they were looking for suggestions as to how to slow the player base, it's just going to be a tough sell. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. Probably is a good idea for the game. Also, important note, I'm allowed to think something is a good idea while also not liking it. I don't want to go slower. I hate going slower in video games, and I want to go faster. If the developers think that they can make the game more stable by getting the player base to go slower, that's probably a good idea for the video game. I don't want it, though. It's like cough syrup. I don't have to like the flavor of cough syrup if I know that the cough syrup's probably good. Or hamstring? Ugh. They're coming at the point of view of making the grind take longer. Right, but that is literally the only solution to the problem. So it's a bad technical position to be in. And I think that is also a problem. But it's important to note that, like, they did have, they had, you know, an engineer who was working on solving a lot of these problems and working on some of the stuff, who was on their team, who is not with them anymore because unfortunately they passed away very suddenly. So it's just a bad place to be in for SSG in that case as well. Because they had somebody who was like working on solving the problem, and they are unable to solve this problem ever.
There seem to be large amounts of
Live in a culture of speedrunners, where speedrunners are deified, despite the fact that everyone can replicate similar results with effort, and gamers are nothing but effort-minded people. True. Yeah, he was one of the back-end guys. And the problem is that back-end people, it's complicated because then like new character. This is the test server. I'm testing at Rune Arms, and also we're looking at experience values. Instance cap? Oh, dude, I hate the instance cap. That's like one of the worst things. I hate that. Yep. In Lord of the Rings, they put in instance cap, so you can only go into so many dungeons so fast. And they put in a system where they give you 10 different instances to run every day, and then they realized that was people running too many instances and it was bad for the game, so they put in a cap so you couldn't do all your instances in the same hour. Just an awful solution all around. They have since that time upped the cap. I assume they optimized something or changed something. But man, when they first released the mission system with good to bad, and then they had to put in the instance cap, God, that was annoying. Not a good solution. Yeah, I'm curious as to how people will have feedback to that. Also, this is one of those things that makes it like really difficult to have these types of conversations as well, because the first person that replied said, more information required. Is this on hardcore or the live servers? Are you seeing new record time completions, a higher percentage of players going to max efficiency, or blah, blah, blah? They said, nothing has changed for me personally. That's correct. The aggregate and each individual person are not the same thing. They're going to be different things. A lot of players feel the need to zerg a quest to finish due to the increased past life XP requirement and the desire to get completionist. Maybe consider taking away the increased XP need for leveling up in heroics. Does your data show the same trend in heroics and epics? Is there more rush in heroic leveling? Actually, great question. Good investigation. Because I think that for many, a lot of people do rush through the game because they want to get completionist faster, and so they're going quicker. The problem is, even if the stakes were lower on completionist, I don't think people would play the game slower. Because people just, I didn't get the key again. Dude, the number of times I've not picked up the key when running this quest is too high. So, people play video games fast. That's just what people do. Like, when I used to play World of Warcraft, a buddy of mine, we used to, like, level characters for fun. We would make new characters, and we would level it as fast as humanly possible running dungeons. And then when we got to cap, we would just make new characters and do it again. Going fast is fun for a lot of people, and also going fast is the best way. It's the reason why, if you look towards, like, Diablo 4 videos, I guarantee you a lot of those videos, some of the more popular ones, are fastest way to level 100, fastest way to level 50, fastest way to finish off this, fastest way to do that. Fastest way to X is, like, a big thing that drives people. Not engaged with the TR mechanics? Oh, for sure. I wonder if SSG would actually consider it if they do find data that says, like, hey, if you get rid of the increased XP requirements, people will go slower. I don't think I would go slower. I think I would go at the same pace. If I'm being honest. If I could level faster, I think I would still just play at the same pace. I would just get more TRs done in a week. Human solution slowing down the quest, forgetting to pick up the key. True. Anyway, this guy said, personally, I've been in the opinion that since the 33% damage nerf to R10 magic, that enemies should just have more health on average, rather than that nerf specifically which hit underperforming casters harder than ones that were one-shotting mobs with more than 33% damage to spare. Yeah, they could just give monsters more hit points too. But the problem is, SSG, and this is like, again, this is where, like, we talk about problems. I'm sure that when Nobob gets the chance, because he's going to be making like a series of videos going through the creation of the community dungeon, so he's going to go through the process of how the dungeons are made. It's going to be a really cool video series, and I think a lot of people are going to like it. But because it's just neat to learn about how the sausage is made sometimes. But I think that a lot of people are going to, when they see the tools, the monsters in the game are not automated. So for some of the newer stuff, they have like tables they draw from for the monsters, but these monsters in this dungeon here are all handwritten. So like they can't just go monster health up 20% and up the health of monsters by 20%. They have to go into each dungeon and do it by hand, because all these monsters were written by hand. There isn't like a special table for how much stat a monster should have, because that's just how they didn't do it back in DDO Classic, and they didn't do that for years. So then it's like 2013. And you're sitting there and you're like, man, you know what we should do? We should fix it, and we should go back and edit these monsters and put them all in tables. And then it's like, yeah, but you're busy. You have to make dungeons. Your job is to do other things. And so, even if it was like, oh, just give monsters 20% more health, it also wouldn't solve the problem. Because it's basically going to take as long to try to fix the solution anyway. Like, or to fix the lag in the first place. Nerf XP makes no one want to play. Oh, no, people are saying the opposite. People are saying don't increase the XP requirement. They're saying do the opposite. Reduce the XP requirement. I don't think that's going to be the case. Junk greens, at least increase the value of chests and source of Reaper fragments. That could be interesting. Yeah, if everything could drop Reaper and Mythic, that'd be cool. Estimated timeline for finishing a TR? I have no idea. That's a great question. I would love to know. Because I wonder also in that calculation where autos boxes fit. I know people that have completionists and racial completionists that have been created using the autos box. You might say, that sounds expensive. Yeah. DDO has some whales. I haven't autos boxed an entire completionist or racial completionist. That being said, on my main character Stream Stream, the one that I got my first racial completionist on, I've probably used 4 autos boxes total on it. It was all to just get out of a past life so I could do something else, but I probably put four autos boxes into it. Now, granted, the other 55 or 60 past lives on the character, actually I think I have over 100, but all the other past lives were done by hand, but like 5 of them are boxed. Just being farmed open. Yeah, but I think it's also because SSG is not super specific about exactly what they want. They're like, we want to slow down rate of play, but like, how? Do you want fewer dungeons being created? Do you want people just going slower? Do you want people aggroing fewer monsters? Because if dungeons being created is not the problem, but monster aggro is the problem. If it's all pathing, then the answer is just start deleting a bunch of monsters and quests.
The note reads, Seal is hidden deep in halls of Shantokor.
Because in theory, slowing down monster play, or slowing down player play is not going to solve that problem. XP, thank you. I didn't check the last quest, did I? Nope. Thank you. 99. Onslaught. Dude, I'm going to get Onslaught on so many quests. Again, all this is confirming to me is that I'm right and Onslaught. Is it hard to give any helpful feedback? Yeah. And the problem is I can see it from their perspective where they don't want to tip their hand too much because, you know, let's say whatever issue they have looks really bad. They probably don't want to write that anywhere. So yeah. Yo, thanks, Chinese Balin. Appreciate it. So that's why I can also imagine them being like, look, we don't want to tell you exactly what it is we're looking for, or there might even be a legal reason. Because if they tell the players we need suggestions on how to slow the game down to do whatever, then that might be like, oh, well, then technically these people are now consultants for you or something, and I don't know. And then somebody sues SSG and is like, you took my suggestion and you asked for it, which means you owe me compensation. Yeah. And they've already said they're okay with scrapping the XP change. That's why I'm hoping they'll get there. First, tying XP total to kill bonus is a bad idea. I agree. I'm just going to accomplish the nerf to AoE as well as reduction. I agree. It would be cool if we had like some big monsters in packs. But the other issue with big monsters, and this is like not a small problem, this is a DDO specific problem, some of you guys might know of. This game has instant kills. And so in a lot of cases, instant kills really screw up the game flow. Because in another video game, you just like, oh, there's a big monster, you do whatever. That makes sense. But in this one, oh, we just instant kill the big one. And then AoE the small ones. And it's like, damn it, we're back at square one yet again. I don't think I can disable the traps in this adventure. Feels already bad at leveling. Oh no, I'm just saying it doesn't solve all of the problem. I'm saying I'm not saying that it's like I am in agreement that making a bigger taking a pack of 10 monsters and reducing it to a pack of 5 small monsters and 1 big monster would be better for the game just in totality. But also instant kills are a thing that always screw up game balance. Big Moron, once Big Moron dies, instant kill is possible. I was actually thinking more along the lines of actually I like that idea. If you could dispel the Death Ward effect on monsters, that'd be amazing. I'm not saying getting rid of instant kills. I'm saying they have to balance the game around instant kills. And putting bigger monsters means they just get instant killed. If you guys don't remember, instant killers were at their prime with the release of To Curse the Sky around Legendary Shroud. Because basically all the monsters at that point, they toned them down. But the monsters all had like around 30,000 hit points. Just regular mobs had 30k. And so people were just instant killing everything because they were trying to slow the game down. So people just instant killed everything away. Okay, I have Fox's Shrewdness, which is not helpful. Let's see, can I get Heroism? I can get Heroism. Cool. That's all I got. All right, that's +3 to my skill. Oh, thank God. The spiders dry humping. We can talk about that, yeah. I don't want to, but we can. Okay, all I have to do is get this trap, and it's over. Shit. Okay, go back here, so then they drop their flame strikes over there. I'm immune to that. Oh, the cause fear. Go, Fido, get him. Oh, the flame strikes. It's a lot of flame strikes. I'm shaken, but I'm not dead. Oh, I got it. I need fire resistant. Okay, we're good. Yeah, if there was a big monster in a pack, and the big monster, they had a new type for them called like leaders, and if leader monsters had an instant kill immunity that was dispellable, it would add value to the spell Dispel Magic for players, which is basically only used for like spell words, and would also add effects to other dispellable effects. So, for example, Null Magic Aura is something I really like. It's from Magister, and what it does is it allows you, or Magus of the Eclipse, and it makes it so when you hit monsters, you have a 15% chance to turn or disable all of their magic. That's cool, but it's kind of useless because you don't really need it very much. So it's a really powerful ability, but it's not super valuable. But it could be valuable in this instance, or like if you're an Arcane Archer and you take Dispelling Shot. Dispelling Shot again is one of those things that's not really that great. But if you could use Dispelling Shot on the leader and it takes away their instant kill immunity, and then somebody else can instant kill it, you could have a team effort. You can even have somebody playing an instant kill archer where they use their bow and their main hand and they dispel Spelling Shot and then boom, instant kill. Spelling Shot removes debuffs from efforts? Oh, enemies? Jesus. I'm just saying if they wanted to slow the game down by making big monsters without... Like, I'm thinking about the concept we're talking about here, but going slower. Making a big monster, but then making it immune to instant kills is kind of like a big middle finger to instant killer players, which sucks. But the solution of making it not immune to instant kills, but it's bigger, but because it's bigger, it takes longer to die, so you have time to dispel magic and instant kill it, means it's kind of like an everybody wins sort of scenario. Does that make sense? Paralyzing arrows and vulnerable removed by Dispelling Shot. Okay, well then, let's say hypothetically a universe where Dispelling Shot doesn't, take away your hopes and dreams as well. More enemies spell resistance? That's a bad idea. That is a bad idea. I'm just saying the gameplay they could use an opportunity to make the gameplay more interesting for everybody. compared to nukers. Right now, not really. There's too much variety in what you can't instant kill. Especially if you're in like the higher scales of content, right? Think about how many monsters can't be instant killed. Constructs, most undead, you know, half of the champion pool, orange names. It's not that DC casters are bad at all. It's that Dragon Breath takes care of all of that with one button press. Dragon Breath, good. Dragon Breath. I'm on Onslaught right here. And I didn't do any monster skipping. If anything, I killed all of them because I went around the side path. And I killed an extra pack of mobs, because I always kill an extra pack of mobs. Alrighty. I wish I had Chimera's Breath to pair with Chimera's Fang. That'd be cool. Makes me sad that I don't have it. Thank you. The Rune Arm buff is actually pretty good. It's also, yeah, they're invaluable in raids as well. DC casters are very good in raids. If I'm doing an R10 quest, I would rather have a DPS caster. And if I'm doing a... if I'm doing an R10 quest, I'd rather have a DPS caster. And if I'm doing an art or like a raid of pretty much any kind, I'd rather DC in all cases. And also CC isn't bad. It's just much to SSG's dismay, faster. So you just have a damage caster because then they're doing they're clearing things the same if not faster than an instant killer, and they're way better on the boss. Oh, no. I got Conquest. Okay, Chanticleer, Conquest. Look at that. 63. So that's 2 quests that I got Conquest today. Conquest. 2 quests total. Not too shabby. You hate to see it. Kind of want it to be higher. What's over here? What is this? Oh, I see. Whoops, sorry. Got a message. And no rune arm. I did that whole thing for a rune arm and I got nothing. Yep. Alright, let's level up. I'm upset. Rune arm guides, Artificer's here. Right, Artificer and Ranger pals for life. We got a fuse prediction. True. It'll run a Sorrow Dusk. No, I don't need that one because that's a multi-projectile rune arm, which are broken at the moment. So I don't need that. So I don't have to check that out at all. So you can suck a lemon. Precision. Sounds kind of good. Ooh, is that insightful damage? That's what we're talking about right here. I have 7 points to spend? God, I'm bad at spending my points. What class am I playing? Intelligence? I want Action Boost Haste really bad. Action Boost Haste is really good. And I get Action Boost. Oh, I have the Imbue. Ho, ho, ho. Thundershock Imbue. That's fun. So I'm going to take this, because I will take the upgrade later. Oh, I do get Action Boost Haste. I'm an Artificer. Oh, shit. I forgot that they just get this. And it's so good. I forgot. What a good class. Amazing. You guys ever play a good class? Like this one? Whew. That's a good one. Which reminds me, that also means I can get a weapon spell. Get the enchant weapon spell. Yep. Yeah, I forget to spend points all the time. I'm just spacing. So just have people want to run optionals or optional reward chest. Yeah. But again, we don't know if it's specifically instance creation or something else. It's because SSG isn't being specific. They're like walking around the question. They said they want to get player speed, questing speed to what was taking place before update 59. But what does that mean? Because to the individual user, me, you, and many others, I don't know what pace I was going at a little while ago. I'm not sure. Some of you guys might know. I don't know. For me, I'd have to like heavy guess at how fast I was going or slow. Because like the moment to moment is hard to kind of decipher. But yeah. Anyway. But who's actually changed pace? I run at the same pace as before and kill along the way just as I did pre-U59. Again, the individual user is not good at seeing these changes. It's why you need an aggregate. Okay, so I'm going to make another comparison. Weight gain and weight loss. Have you ever noticed that you don't pay attention to how much you weigh on the individual day? But like you might notice that like, you know, in December, you weigh a certain amount. And then by end of January, after eating Christmas chocolate, going to see family, it's wintertime, so you're not going outside, that you maybe put on like 5 or 10 pounds, but you didn't notice it while it was happening. You noticed it afterwards because it's gradual and it creeps up on you, and then you have to check it and you see it. It's the same thing. I don't notice my gameplay going faster because I'm just doing it. It's just a part of it. I'm not timing myself every day. Why would I time myself every day? That's silly. But then they go, hey, by the way, we have all these times, and look how much faster this is. So they might know that it's faster, but the individual user, you and me, we have difficulty seeing that. So what happened to me with my blood pressure? I just didn't check my blood pressure, and I felt fine. And then I checked my blood pressure, and I was like, oh. Oh, God. You know? I didn't know. How am I supposed to know? Did 40? I'm looking for the boots. I want the move speed boots. My move speed is too slow. Yes, some people are, but not everybody is. Again, this is why generalizations are tough, because there's always going to be situations where some of you go, yeah, but a Shrimp Tom. That was Chimera's breath. It was on the list. There it is. Beautiful. And they have Chimera's crown. I have to put all 3 on. I have to. Boom. Chimera's breath, Chimera's fang, Chimera's crown. Now I'm happy. If you can tell if you're going slower or care, that means it's too easy, or they put a time limit on you. Mm-hmm. Move speed boots. There they are. Steel weave shin guards. Beautiful. That's what I wanted. I probably could get the Memories of Insight, which would give me extra intelligence, which is probably better than this helmet. So I'm just going to buy that because I don't have an intelligence item, and I'm too lazy to buy potions. Also, there's the leather gloves of the snake that I should have bought too. Pre-Sharn, update 39, heroic. Oh. There we go. All right, I got everything. Character's done. Complete. Finito. Spent all my points. Everything is good. I'll be able to get action boost haste. Also, +3 imbue dice and 10% double shot. Personal augmentation. That goes there. And I need to get enchant weapon. So I usually run the same content level. Same here. Yep. If I play a spellcaster, it's way faster. If I play a melee or a ranged character, it's way slower. Have all end rooms have a quest with dimensional lock. Teleport all remainder alive mobs to a room once reached. Give value acid rain type spells and casters to nuke everything. Oh, at the end of every quest, if you had to fight all the unfought monsters. That's really funny. So I would kind of love it. That's actually kind of great. So I do like that. Like, obviously it's not a great idea. But yeah. Yep, Wizard King reaching Ray M at the first try. Oh yeah, like I said, I would love that. It's just death for everyone involved. It's not a good idea, but it's an idea that would be funny. Like if that was a hardcore league mechanic, where all monsters you didn't kill spawned in the final room, and you had to deal with it at the same time in like a boss rush. Awesome. Great idea. Again, is this actually a good idea? Probably not. I think it would be kind of great. Can I only buy one material? I'm so stupid. Stupid dumb brain. No, I bought the wrong material twice. Oh my god. I'm even stupider. Ugh. Casters would be fine? Oh yeah. You just throw down a blade barrier. Or is in the starting room. Just bring them all there. I feel like, and this is not a slight against caster players, but like, caster players, myself included, would probably be pretty happy if every single dungeon was just a big, or not even a big room, but a medium-sized room where monsters kept spawning in. You just get to keep blowing them up until the quest is over. And then you kill the boss and you get to go to the next room with monsters. I mean, I'd find that fun. Not gonna lie. I'd have a good time with that. If it's just like a medium-sized room with monsters funneling in, that would be cool. I do think it would be interesting if SSG had an endless dungeon that was like that. It was just a kind of like a medium-sized room that had endless monsters that got more powerful as time went on. Like Devil Assault? No, the problem with Devil Assault's too slow. Like the monsters need to keep coming at you. Like the second one dies, it gets replaced. So there's a minimum. There's always 10 monsters in the room. So the faster you kill them, the bigger they get, faster. Okay, brain. All right, let's go. I have this active. I have insightful damage now. So I also have intelligence to hit and damage. Wow, look at this damage. Boom, bam, bong. Actually, not that bad. It's a lot better than it was before. Split and dead. What? Dude, I split them and then I deadified them. They should die now. If Devil Assault had a way to trigger the next wave, most people wouldn't hate it. True. They need to add a bell in Devil Assault, like the bell in the breaking the ranks. Yep. Okay, that's good. You break the slime and then blast. I'm like kind of mob skipping right now. But I'm not really. This is like how I do the quest pretty much every time. But I guess this is kind of mob skipping. Because I usually fight these, but I wait till they group up. So it's not really mob skipping. As he says, as he justifies it to himself. Look, I'm just trying to justify my behavior. And not think about the consequences of my actions, okay? Avoid the rest of the mobs. Yep. To be fair, there are definitely a lot of people that run through this quest, don't fight a single monster, kill the boss because it's all you have to kill, and then leave. So these quests are definitely an example where people zerg through, because the doors don't lock, and the only objective is killing the final boss. How many of you do that to this quest? Where when you do this quest, you just run straight to the end, kill the boss, and go through the door, not worrying about the alert level. I don't do that, but I'm also not casting aspersions on people that do. The quest makes it very easy for you to do that. This is more just a question of you know. Along the way and finish, because I kill along the way, but I'm a big kill along the way sort of guy.
It is oppressively dark here. Save for a
Let's
few
just kill everything. Yeah.
torches that might provide enough light to fight properly.
Like here. I'm going to go walk to the end of the hallway, pull everything together, and then blow them up. Because then I get more collecting. Sign choice either. I know. Yeah, soul. I don't like soul locking doors either. I'm totally in agreement there. The red alert change? They're doing it. You gotta understand. Player damage is really high in comparison to monster health. Monster health hasn't really gone up that much since Sharn. Maybe like Saltmarsh. But pretty much since Sharn, monster health has been pretty static. Player damage goes up every year. And especially with monster PRR and MRR debuffing, it's huge. I'm talking about level 32. Not Heroic Saltmarsh. Obviously, Heroic Saltmarsh is a nightmare. Train wreck. Disaster. Yeah, I don't know. The problem is, I think SSG can actually solve their problem. And this is, I think, the answer. I think SSG can solve their problem that they're experiencing by fixing the pathing issues. I know it's a gigabrain take, but if they, like, fix the pathing issues in the game, then they don't need to change experience points, because the pathing won't be a problem anymore. So that's what I think. Do you guys agree they should fix the problems with the game? Yellow, what the next group of monsters spawns is all champs, or that makes them all reapers. Yeah, I mean the changes they are already adding into epics, no bonus, no bonus. The changes they're already going to be adding to Red Alert, or that they were talking about doing, are already like really rough. They're very much like they're gonna kick you right in the dick. The great ideas to fix it? Maybe. When you say like, oh, players will give good ideas, maybe. Players might give good ideas. A lot of people have really bad ideas. Don't forget that. I'm not trying to be like mean or rude, but like it's kind of just the nature of things is that not every idea is a good idea. And there are a lot of people out there that do not know when their ideas are bad. Uh-oh, I'm red alerting the game. They should also probably stop this. This probably causes problems too. But I do agree that having more details would actually help get to a problem. Yeah. Have you seen the hirelings? Pretty sure they don't have any pathing. True, I agree. Yeah. Oozes should probably split less. Oh, they are doing leashing and stuff with the AI. I don't know if you saw the changes, Murdy, but on the patch that I'm on right now, the monsters will stop trying to look for you sooner. So you can, if you walk too far away, they will leash off of you. You don't lose the alert level bonus, but they will stop following you, so there's less issues on the pathing server. I will say, The server has not been too laggy today, pretty much at all, in all the time that I've been playing, which has been pretty good. So I don't hate it. Delete pathing server, no lag. True. Just have the monsters all stand in place. Also, I love when the rune arm sometimes just double hits for no reason. Like that, where it just hits twice. I don't know why it does that.
Spawning monsters behind you after you walk past an area certainly doesn't help with the red alert.
Yep.
If you're fast enough, you won't even know enemies spawned until you get to the next group.
But what if the enemies spawn behind you and say nothing personal, kid, and then assassinate you? What do you do then, horse? Does that work or does that not work? Turrets online. Yeah, Scorch double hitting is nice. Does it do with the monsters being large enough to overlap hit detection areas? Some spells just do it. Scorch does it. I think it's the Scorch hitbox. They like overlap. Or the Scorch hitbox doesn't overlap, and so monsters can hit two parts of the hitbox that are not overlapping. And so therefore they take the damage twice. I believe the passive is called Crusade. I think that is correct. Because Consecrate doesn't do damage on its own. It's only the Crusade buff. The Crusade passive that adds damage to it. Destroyed. Aggression bonus. I killed basically everything in this quest too. Uh, 21 and aggression. Amazing. Mobs in my secret doors? Well, yeah, but I wouldn't kill those. Again, I'm not going out of my way to murder everything. I'm recording how many bonuses I get out of all the quests that I do. In Conquest all, I've had 2 quests with Conquest. I went the wrong way. To be fair, I also always do this. So this counts. Because I go to this quest, and then I go, whoops, this isn't the right way, and then I have to go the other way every time. Literally every time. I don't know how I do this every time. I do. It's something I don't want to talk about. Alright. Onslaught or mainly aggressive? Mix of onslaught, aggressive, and nothing. It's also complicated with any quest with multiple paths. All these quests have multiple paths in them, and I'm not going to clear both sides. It's stupid. Oh, good. Green alert. Didn't even do anything. Oh, God, stop splitting. I'm sorry, pathing server. I'm sorry. Party aggroed? Yes. Wait. Yep. Hey, yowza. Okay, no one died of this trap, so I'm just gonna stand over here. I think my pet's gonna get hit by it, though. Yep, just as I thought. This one? Yeah, this is just Lightning Scorch. This is the same area as Scorch. It's just Lightning Scorch. Already aggroed and monsters killed. Yeah. They'd have to redo the entire... I think that what SSG is trying to do is they're trying to fix this problem with as little work as possible. So they want to fix the problem of too much shit being aggroed and destroying the entire computer game. But what they don't want to do is make a solution that takes more work. So reworking the entire way all experience points is calculated across the game, as you're saying, with like Oh yeah, they should make it so XP is calculated based on the number of mobs that are killed and aggroed by the party. Cool idea, not a small amount of work. Because that's not how the game works at all, even a little bit. And I think that they just want to get away with, you know, killing as few or, you know, getting as few work hours in as possible. Because work hours be expensive. Where there are more paths, I just wish this ops could give some more XP. I agree. I also like quests where there are more paths in them. Because it's more fun. Because you can have the path that you like to go. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people did the quest Madness of the Crowds very differently to me. Hopping Stone Giant. Yeah. They got rid of him. They fixed his legs. He's no longer hopping. He's no longer trying to become the new Energizer Bunny. Health. Oh god, I missed everything. So bad at this game. There's the Hopping Stone Giant in Giant Hold. There's a guy that paths around, and he like does this weird hop because his walking animation was broken, so it looked like he was hopping. He wasn't actually hopping. He was just doing basically on the left walk forward. So his left foot would go, and then he would reset. So he'd be like... Where in Giant Hold? I don't know. Dude, there's not that many giants. Go find them. I mean, actually, there are kind of a lot of giants, so I don't know. Maybe that advice is wrong. Oh, it's still on my screen. I forgot. Perfect. Thank you, video game. Beautiful. Amazing. I love this video game. Why is this on my screen still? I don't know. But if it wasn't... Oh, so much better. Okay, we're good. Recording of data. Yeah, it's just Craig, I think. That's horrific. This item is good, but this item... Oh my god. Blasting of accuracy? Yo, that's so good for me. Let's go. Alright. Well, I got nothing I can expert this cloak. Cloak's pretty good. It's got spell sight, it's got spell save, it's got spell resistance. Everything's got spell on it. Which I like. I like the fact that everything on here says spell. Now I have 9 spell resistance. Ooh. Anyway, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Hops along the main path. Yep. Ooh. If you're looking on the preview, you're not gonna see him doing it. He doesn't do it. What do I have here? I never finished eating my granola bar. Mmm. Mobs dying first? Oh. Like, how would I solve that problem? Yeah. So, I tell you to stop being so shit at the game. People who aren't shit at the game don't have those problems. That's what I'd do. If you haven't thought about that, then don't tell you that. Well, then I'm out of ideas. I don't know, dude. Oh, true. Again, that's another situation where, like, you can't control the actions of others. So, video game players, they really want to kill the boss. Okay? And this is not like me saying, oh, video game players do want to kill the boss or whatever. No, they do. You know how I know the video game players want to kill the boss? So there's a quest called Wrath of the Earth. And what this does is there's a final fight where you have to fight this archer druid. And there's these other druids around. You know, the idea behind the fight in the initial, like, you know, creation of it is that you start to fight the archdruid, and then he starts yelling for his allies to come help them. He starts going, stop them, as you fight him more. And as the fight gets, like, further and further into it, he summons more and more guys. Now, when he says stop them and things, you're supposed to feel this tingle in your brain. It's sort of like your nerves are firing. There's receptors that are being activated because they go, wait a minute. Input. Stop them. Input. Get rid of them. Those mean external forces. Someone else wants to get rid of me. And the neurons start firing, and you realize when you connect the dots and you take the words at their face value and you connect them together, the words with the possible meaning of what the words could be, you realize, hold on. There's going to be more people here. And then you use the connection to realize I have to fight the other druids too. And together, you fight not only the big boss, but all the other druids. Because if you don't, you can get overwhelmed. But what happens to many, many people is they do not do this. They go directly for the boss because big number feel good, endorphins, you know, and whatever running through the brain because they go, big number. The boss dies. And then all of a sudden, you're left with 100 million monsters around you that are all killing you. And you can't do anything about it. It is also very counter to to Hall Same. True. Very different. Toxic treatment is another prime example of this exact scenario. Toxic treatment's the same thing. If you rush down Big Beholder boss, you die. It's off core cost in KT, you have to yell ads. Yep. If you're not screaming ads through your microphone, then people are just gonna... In fact, even when you're screaming ads, you go, guys, ads, someone please get these ads. And then there's just everyone's just standing on the boss. You're like, hey, Tempest Ranger, I know you're hitting the boss, but can you please hit the ads, please? Thank you. They're like, what? They keep hitting the ads, or hitting the boss. You have ads? Oh, you got it. Yeah, that's actually one of my favorite parts about killing time, is that you need the strong people to go after the ads, because the ads are very, very powerful in that raid. They're like no joke. The archers and the was it the Blade Forged Assassins, which are basically these like repeating crossbow guys. They will kill you and everyone else in the room. They're incredibly dangerous. This is a way of a fight that works that way? Nope, you're absolutely right. I'm saying that also, okay, so you are right, the game is not consistent. Also, as somebody who plays like other video games, people don't go kill ads anyway. This is not like a dig at DDO players. Have you played World of Warcraft? Dude, people don't kill the ads. People will only kill the ads in World of Warcraft if they can blow a cooldown and start padding their numbers. So they can be like, oh, the ad spawned? Cool. Warrior leaps it, heroic leap into big cooldown into Bladestorm the ads. And then look at that parse, dude. Look at that parse. Holy shit. Do you see that? Oh, yeah. Or the person that get held responsible? Correct. That's why as a raid leader, you have to assign people to ad duty. Because nobody's going to do it unless you physically tell them that it's a requirement of their playtime here. You have to go kill the ads. You're so-and-so, so-and-so, you're on ads. Actually, the reason? Dude, if you never raided in World of Warcraft, it's everybody just hits the boss unless they're explicitly told to do something else. Not because they're, like, stupid, but because if you have to take time to do something other than hitting the boss, your damage goes down. Because tabbing to another target and turning takes time away from your DPS, and also a lot of time if you have like a dot class where, you know, you have to stack up dots on a target, if you have to go to another target, you have to stack up dots again. That's not good. All your dots are already there. They're burning. If you let your dots fall off, you lose damage. But you can't stack up dots on new ads. Unless you're a... what are those called? The Affliction Warlock? Where they get the thing where they can spread their dots. They can basically pull a copy of their dots off of one target and then spread it to another. Ads, which one is correct? I use ADS because it's faster to type, and so I think that's correct.
Scurvy the bugbear bellows as a scent of prey in the
Does you mean Epic can't hit him at all? Because he blocks it? Epic Ram doesn't get a better shield than Heroic Ram. It's the same shield. That's why Heroic Ram can be really dangerous, but Epic Ram isn't super dangerous.
falls to your party's prowess.
Same shield. But yeah, same thing in like Final Fantasy 14 and other stuff. It's not that killing ads is like wrong. It's that actually Final Fantasy 14 solution to ads, which is awesome, is they just make it so usually if the ads come out, the boss is immune. That's their solution to ads. It's either you can hit the boss or you can hit the ads. It's very, very rare where you can hit both of them. Or Final Fantasy 14 will do it so if you don't kill the ads in a certain amount of time, the raid wipes. Or the group wipes. So they just go like to the nth degree with it. Yeah. So like, for example, one of the first raids you end up doing against Titan, he is this like big rock guy, and the ads in the fight are these rocks that fall into the ground, and they explode, which knock you back and will throw you into this. You're basically standing on this giant platform in the middle of a volcano. So if you get knocked off the platform, it's instant death. You fall in the volcano. And so these rocks will fall from the sky, and they're the ads, and you have to kill the rocks or else you wipe. And so that's like how they do ads. They're like, you could hit the boss, but if you don't blow up the rocks, you lose the raid. In a lot of cases, the boss becomes literally immune, so you can't deal with it. I don't hate it. I really don't hate it, generally as a concept. Because it works. It gets people to actually kill ads. It's one of the few games where people do that. Yo, take care, Kentos. Sleep well. I'm kiting the flowers. Oh, man. I forgot about Throne. That was a good raid. Always on ad clear. Mm-hmm.
You have saved 8
I will say that doing... it was very vindicating to do... what's that new raid? The one with the bad guy? Nezerex, or whatever. Anyway. Garden of Salvation? No, that's the wrong one. It has a garden in it. Anyway, doing that one and being in Destiny 2 and having my job be on ad clear. And then later on, my job ended up being, okay, you can't do ad clear. We're going to need you to do the mechanic. So I was doing like the jumping on the platforms and the side where you have to go back and forth. And I was doing the mechanic with the celestial bodies or whatever in the fight. And then I ended up finishing that fight with #1 damage, #1 ad clear, and I was doing the mechanics. I was like, yeah, feels good. Yep. Another question. I like delving into rarely used or underused mechanics. What, in your opinion, on your Petrify and Flash runestones? Okay, so the Petrify and Flash runestones, if you can take the time, are hilarious on hardcore because the DC on them that you can get at really low levels is very high and it basically always works, which is cool. The problem is the time investment is high on them, and also they activate slowly. And a lot of characters nowadays, especially with the invention of Greater Color Spray, you kind of don't need it. Because Greater Color Spray is basically the same, but better. The best mechanics are when they reward people for completing them. Sometimes. But yeah, killing ads is just something a lot of people don't do. And it's not because that, like, people are stupid. But it's just that killing ads, it's not the main goal. If you beat the boss, you win. So why would I kill the ads? So, like, for example, if you guys watched the Lord of the Rings Online raid that I streamed Monday, we developed a new strategy for the third boss, where the third boss basically brings down these like crazy ads when she gets down to 40%, and you're basically fighting on this platform that's surrounded by lava. It's a lot of lava on raids, I guess. And you're fighting on this platform that's surrounded by lava, and when the ads come down to these giant gargoyles, they have a knockback, and if they knock you into the lava, it's an instant death. But what you usually do is you pull the boss off to the side, you kill down the ads, and then you finish off the boss. New strategy is the Guardian, or whoever is the off tank, grabs all the ads and goes to this one area where there's a wall and basically backs up against it so that they get knocked back into the wall, and they just stand there and tank it. And then, because the boss has a stacking debuff on the other tank, it's literally a race at that point where it's the DPS have to kill the boss before the tank dies to the debuff. Because if the tank dies, it's over. But what it does is it shaves 2 minutes off the completion of the raid because you don't have to do the ads anymore. And it's actually way easier, which is good. 105, and I got aggression. What did I not kill? What? How did I get aggression here? I killed 100 monsters. And I cleared every camp. True. I didn't die. True. Oh, I'm not going to slash death out of here. I could. The guy who couldn't rely on the kite was also the guy who needed to rely on for DPS. That does happen sometimes. I was one of our higher DPS players in the last expansion. Not to toot my own horn or nothing, but I did pretty good in the last expansion. I was posting like top numbers. This expansion, I'm tanking, which is cool because I like tanking. Downside, I'm not DPSing anymore. You know, so that causes some things. What do I do? I kind of just want to go do 3-Barrel Cove. So I'm going to do that. I have no idea. I'm going to go get ship buffs before I do that. But yeah, killing ads. Man, like I said, I just think that SSG should probably be more specific about what exactly they want. And at least they're giving... I will say this. They have done something very nice for me today. I was really kind of dreading streaming a little bit today. Not because I don't like hanging out with you guys or talking about the things that the game would be bad. But I really didn't want to have, like, the experience point conversation all day. Because, like, people mad and I got it. When we beat this horse to death. And then we used necromancy to bring it back, and we're continuing to beat the horse. But the nice thing is that because SSG has actually been updating their thread throughout the day and changing, not so much changing their attitude, but just kind of giving more context and more information, the topic hasn't gotten boring because I find it just interesting to continue to think about, what the specifics are and what it is that they want. And also, I just like talking about the game design and the mechanics. Stop, it hurts. Nah, you're fine. It's just a little necromancy. You'll be good. It's just a little necromancy. You'll be fine. True. Yeah. It's like those worms that you can cut them in half and both halves of the worm will grow into a new worm. It's called a planarian. Or is it planarian or plarian? I think it's planarian. I'm looking this up. Planarian. It is a planarian. Also, if you've never seen a planarian before, by the way, I'm going to blow your mind. So this is the planarian. It's a microscopic flatworm. Now, before you go, ooh, planarian, I don't want to see that. Look how adorable it is. Look at his little eye spots. They have these little eye spots. They're so cute. I don't like worms because they live inside people and stuff, and they terrify me. But, dude, planarians are adorable. They don't actually have eyes. They're eye spots. So they can basically absorb some... Basically just separate out the light and dark areas. So they can detect light and not light. Yeah. Yeah, like those. Those ones are like... They're multicellular organisms, but they can regrow. So you can like chop them in half and you get 2 worms. You fed 1 caffeine in high school? And how did that go? Oh, there's more posts from Cordovan. Hold on here. You went faster. Yeah, I probably bumped into a lot of things. Anyway, with kids, I always wanted twins. No, unfortunately, there's actually a story about this one, about some king who, like, cut a baby in half, and it did not go well. Everybody went to jail. Okay, so somebody said the bonus killing XP, blah, blah, blah. Okay, hold on. So, Cordovan, somebody said, Cordovan, can we get more solutions or more information? And he said, on all worlds... about context. On all worlds, it is both a significant increase in completion speed in addition to a larger pool of players achieving these speeds. It is essentially why, after the recent lag rework, the community has been seeing increased lag as the speed is pushed to the point that things have become somewhat untenable. That is one of the main reasons why the suggestions to move first-time XP to the Conquest system was tried. It allows players to earn more XP in general, since they can get that XP bonus every time they run the crest, rather than the first time. But it also discourages some amount of hyper-zerging that had been taking place. We recognize that it would impact people's XP per minute calculations, but the hope was to find a solution that both encouraged exploration and offered generally more XP with an acceptably low level of slowdown of player speed. For players who wish to continue at their current pace, they still could, although they might need to run a few additional quests per level, but others might be encouraged to take advantage of these new bonuses. I actually think that increasing XP in totality from Conquest would be a good way to incentivize doing Conquest more often and killing all the monsters instead of skipping stuff. They just didn't want to increase the XP. They wanted to keep the XP literally the same for doing Conquest and reduce the amount of XP people got per quest. And again, people don't like it when you pee in their cornflakes. Usually. Yeah, and there's not even a lot of corner cases. There's a lot of cases where it just doesn't work. As you said, like Tangleroot. Tangleroot Gorge is just going to be a net XP loss. And again, this is the problem when they talk about numbers versus people. The same person responds, well, I'm not certain how new record speeds are being achieved. My XP per minute hasn't changed. Yeah, you not going faster doesn't change numbers. Like, it's very easy to imagine how people are going faster in the game. You might not be doing it, and you might not be contributing to the problem. But you can't say, well, I'm not contributing to the problems, therefore there's no problem. That is not how that works. It's going to be crazy, I know. But yeah, sometimes things can happen outside of the perspective of other people. Or something I think a lot of people needed to learn when they were a lot younger is that they are not, in fact, the center of the universe, and they are not, in fact, special. But, you know, some people don't get those lessons. Where were the bullies shoving people into lockers to let them know that they're not special? If you were a bully growing up, I'm disgusted in your lack of work. You should have done better. Slowest Sork life, therefore Sork is a slow class for leveling? Yes. Everyone walks. Efficient, simple. So, that sounds dumb. I actually think it would be good for the game. I think it would be good for the game if the movement speed bonuses around the game got halved. Not movement speed total, just the bonuses got halved. So movement speed capped out at plus 15%. And, you know, instead of getting 20% movement speed from, like, being a monk, you got 10%. Instead of barbarian getting 10% movement speed, it gave 5%. They just cut the movement speed bonuses in half. So you still increase your speed. You're just not getting as much increased speed. So that players who don't have movement speed have an easier time keeping up with players who do. And it would solve their problem. Thinks they're special now. They got 15 viewers on the last post. Hey, man, I had 15 people watch my YouTube video, so... In fact, you know what? Let me check this old lazy guy. Let me see here. Hold on. Since I talked about it, switch account. I got 13 subscribers today on YouTube. On my stream. On my stream VODs channel. That's right. 13 subscribers today. Because I told you guys to subscribe to it, so that way it's just easier for me to post on it, because YouTube won't allow me to link it to the main channel until I get 1,000 subscribers on it. So it's just convenient for me. But you don't have to watch any of the videos. You can literally block the videos. Just please subscribe anyway. Because I just need to hit that subscriber count. It's literally just a number. And I keep forgetting to post it on the main channel. I kind of want to just get a few more videos up before I tell people to go subscribe to another one. That I oppose mounts from day one. I don't think mounts cause the problem, but they might. I don't know. You know, they'll be allowing mounts inside dungeons. I wish. That'd be sick. Please. I was doing the quest too fast. DM text say, please go slower. The game can't handle his. Fuck. Thanks, Deadshot. Also, if you want to subscribe to the VODs channel at very little cost to you, exclamation point, VODs. That'd be very helpful. Thank you. It's just better viewing the Twitch. Also, the VODs channel has a bunch of really old live streams, so if you're bored, you can go ahead and check out a bunch of them. There's a lot of old and now deleted that you can't find anywhere else Drink Souls videos on there. I decided to relook and watch through some of it, and I found a fantastic video, which was me trying to beat the Nameless King in Dark Souls 3, which was not easy. His name is Yardy Body Warlock, build Sylvology, replace the Roguey Body Warlock, because it got nerfed. No, they're both good. I used the Roguey Body Warlock because I wanted the Shader Kai for the chain attack. Blue Butter Dish? No, that's in clip only. It's all gone. I have none of that footage anymore. Blair distorted Eurobeat if you go too fast. The faster your movement speed increases, you just start to hear Eurobeat that gets louder and louder. So once you go past like the 130% movement speed, which is like just having a speed item, then you just start to hear the Eurobeat. And your character, instead of walking straight, now has to drift and slides around corners. So stupid. That'd be amazing. Go like levels sooner? Yes, a lot of people have said that. I didn't have an issue with it, but also I do recognize that it's faster. Discourage anyone? I miss sliding? Yeah. Remember tribes? No. Yeah. Gas, 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 or running in the 90s, or anything you think of. We still do it. Should probably still kill everything. Oh, no, no, no. I'm not talking specifically about this issue. I'm just saying I think they should just change movement speed in general. Because I kind of just hate how, like, fast players who have movement speed go and how slow players who don't have movement speed go. So I would love to see them change, like, to shrink the gap between the top and the bottom. Just so that, like, you know, you don't have people who are running around with sprint boost and full movement speed at level 1 versus people who don't have any of those. Myself included. I have all of these things. Also, this is why I've said before, I don't think that SSG should listen to me, and I don't think that all the time, and I don't think that everybody should listen to me. FPS franchise that made it an early bug into a defining feature. Interesting, I never heard of it. Seems like he's a tabaxi hater. I mean, I like going fast, you guys. I'm not saying that I don't like it. I'm saying I think it would be better for the video game. That's what I've said before. People always don't understand how I can, like, be excited about or advocate for nerfs in the game. And it's because I think about the game as a totality and my own experience. Yes, I think about the game as, like, it is a fun thing and I enjoy doing it. And I love numbers go up and always doing more numbers. But also sometimes, for the health of the game, it's better to, like, you know, take care of it. Abundant stiff issues are more of an issue than movement speed? Good question. I don't know. Fundamentally, if the goal is to slow people down and tone down how excessively dungeons are being left on alert, then do not move all the XP to Conquest. Move it to a bonus for not majorly alerting the dungeon. Again, the problem is you penalize a bunch of people, which also just sucks. Monsters is a major component of the game. Yeah. It's an excellent point, but some really crucial nuance to this. A lot of the monsters game not meaningful obstacles to quest completion. A lot of quests where players do not hit Conquest. Blah, blah, blah. And yeah. People are giving out the nuance. Not nuance. Just harassing me? What the fuck? On my live stream? That's bullshit, dude. You can't harass me.
Levers appear on opposite sides of the room. Adorned.
Yeah, people want the specifics as to exactly what SSG means by hyper zerging. But again, it's sort of like you don't want to tip your hand and tell people what people are doing and that it's actually working. Like, somebody asked me before, do I feel, like, guilty for making that video about us running, like, literally sprinting through slave lords? The answer is, like, I did do that. So if people watched it and got the idea from me, that did happen. But I don't feel bad about it because I don't make the video game. And it's not my fault that the game can't handle something that has been programmed by the developers. That's their fault. Not my fault. That's why I'm also not mad at the developers who are trying to do damage control right now. That they're trying to be like, hey, guys, we got to figure this shit out. Okay, I didn't skip any monsters. I don't even know where there are other monsters. I killed every single monster in this quest. I guess I didn't kill the bats that spawn at the end here. But I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this one. The Legend of Two-Toed Tobias. 60 monsters and Onslaught. I think that also putting Onslaught as the main bonus would be helpful. Because there's a lot of times, as Kento said, where they don't hit the end of it. Is there too fast you can't get McDonald's? No, but I want McDonald's. I need Ronald. There's not a lot of mounts and limits your movement speed to make the world feel bigger. Yep, and a lot of people like RuneScape. Don't forget that.
Of Two-Toed Tobias, an ancient three-barrel legend.
I think I just don't have a lot of RuneScape experience. It's not that I think RuneScape sucks. I just didn't really play it a lot when I was a kid. Okay? Like, when RuneScape came out, it was like the free MMORPG and everyone could play it. But the thing is, I don't really play a lot of RuneScape. Sorry, everybody. I was an Adventure Quest gamer. So, it is what it is. Level up. I was used to have half-decent fast food, 40 years of downhill. I still think McDonald's has reasonable fast food. In the totality of the fast food landscape, I think they do a pretty good job. Because they hit that sweet spot between making you have to go to the bathroom and price, which is very important. It's like right in the middle there, you know? The one you played in browser? Yeah, it was in browser and it was 2D. All fast food has gone down? Yes. All food quality, probably everywhere, has gone down. Pretty much all food quality has gone down. All the time. Why did I want to take level 7? I had a reason for wanting to take level 7. I know why. Like, food quality that you make yourself hasn't gone down, because you can still buy good produce and other things, but if you buy food from a store, prepackaged things or whatever, pretty much all quality has gone down. Some part of it is due to the fact that they don't put, like, you know, a lot of places outlaw trans fats, because they literally give you cancer. So they're like, yeah, let's probably stop that. And then also cost cutting just generally. So they have like more regulation on different foods and sugars and different types, and then also just cost cutting. So companies try to become more efficient. If someone hasn't tried butter chicken lasagna, it sounds good. But yeah. No, I don't want any of this garbage. I wanted the weapons. No, what have I done to myself? Oh god, I gotta wait. Eladred, weapons. Powder pack barrel. No. Rune arm. All iron sides. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted. What does this guy have? Oh! I didn't know this guy had all this. Oh! That's very convenient. Oh, why'd I get pinged in my own Discord? I live 45 minutes south of SSG. If you like, I can take all the complaints and nail them to the door of the office. I love Martin Luther. You can see the office building on Google Maps. They have a metal door. So good luck nailing anything to the office of that building. Like, because it's they work in like one of these big office buildings that has multiple offices in it. So to get in, you need a key card to get into the building. And you need another key card to get into the actual office for SSG. And all that shit's metal and glass. You can't just like walk into the SSG offices and be like, yo, what up, bitches? It's me. DDO's Martin Luther. And then nail your complaints to the door of the church that is SSG. They're bigger, and it's like biting into a tasteless bowl with water in it. Yep. Yep, all in the favor of food production and making things last longer. I will say, there's a benefit. So I'm a young person, right? Not an older person. Benefit of being a younger person is you're like, man, I remember when things used to taste good. I don't have any of those memories. It's the greatest. Remember when bananas used to taste like banana candy? Nope. I don't remember that. I only know banana candy and the taste of regular bananas. It's all new to me. It's the greatest. Grape tomatoes are nasty. I actually like grape tomatoes, but honestly, I don't know the difference between grape and cherry tomatoes. I do like grape tomatoes, though. I buy them pretty regularly because I put them in my salad. Salad. I still do salad time, but I just do it off stream because I eat. It takes me too long to eat. Like, it literally takes me like 2 hours to eat a salad. I just eat so slowly. I'm a very slow eater. It's one of the reasons why I don't really like eating on stream pretty much ever. I'll eat sometimes, like I'll munch down like a granola bar, but even still, it took me like 30 minutes to eat that granola bar. That's a granola bar. Honestly, call me a sloth, because I am not great at eating fast. Not a sloth. Panda? No, pandas eat pretty quick. Probably a sloth.
And there, her luck ran out.
Looks like a cherry. Looks like a grape. Oh, my mistake. Yeah, of course. I don't really like cherries. I know it's like, probably a sus opinion. I don't really like cherries that much. There we go. I don't need Stronti's hand cannon. I have Stronti's. Oh my god, look how cool this rune arm looks. Are you joking? It's a cannon? Oh my god. I didn't know that's how this looked. That's like the best rune arm in the game. Oh, I did not know that this is what this looked like. All iron sides. Fire lore, combustion, protection, sheltering. This is all iron sides from Isla Dread. How much damage is it going to do? Let's see. Boom. Not bad, dude. Not bad. Tier 3 charge with no force spell power. And it's breaking everything. I love it. Oh my god, I'm just killing these guys from around corners. Boom. I am Rune Arm Man. Boom. Oh my god, I don't even have to do anything. Although the higher charge tiers are very valuable in this case, because the higher charge tiers do give us a substantial amount of increased damage. But man, this is a good Rune Arm. Holy crap. Stronti's is going to be even crazier. Because again, I don't really have that much spell power, and this is a first life character. Imagine you're playing a multi-life character with like evocation DCs, you got a bunch of free spell power. You actually have like Kier, insightful spell power and all that. Maybe you have a set bonus. Racial completionist, so my Warforged is picking up an extra 25 universal spell power from Memories of the Last War. Woo! Make RA cores from Battle Engineer available to Arcanotech more easily. So what they need to do is, in my opinion, these two cores should also be here and here. All three trees should give you tier 2 stable and tier 3 stable every time. Yo, take care, Deadshot. Enjoy. So if you get this and this, it doesn't give you tier 3, but if you have this, it gives you tier 3, or this, or this. All trees should give you tier 3. Also, why is my cloak not moving when I'm climbing? It's very bizarre. Does it always do that? Weird. Let's see if I got any new comments in my video. The XP changes pretty much only hurt blah blah blah. So some people were at like 5 comments in the video, which is very good for my numbers, but it's weird. You seem like change for the change's sake. Dumb move, something something. Tavern change is cool. Something should have been there day 1. I agree. The tavern change is such a good idea. Killing mobs removes from equations. It's not a bad thing to encourage mob killing, and it helps servers, but I think this should be seeking to reward us, not break it even. I think most people probably have that point. I think that if SSG comes back to the table with a better idea of like, we're not going to punish the players, but we do need everyone to kill everything, so we're going to find a way. So it's like your experience, it will take you longer, but you will get more experience for doing it, or something like that. I think that will make people happy. But giving people take longer, but for no more experience, I think people won't like that. I do think that they're close to, or I have to imagine a lot of the hesitation and the reason why they don't just like be like, okay, we'll just make it so you get 50% more experience if you get Conquest, and so people are trying to clear out and kill every monster or whatever. I think the reason why they don't do that is because, you know, it is dangerous to mess with the money, and they do make a fair amount of money off of XP potions and sales of XP items. So on some level, they do have to be cognizant of that. Like, even if they wanted to be like, yo, we'll just make it easier, it's really hard to make the decisions when they affect the money. So I'm sympathetic to that. Even as somebody who, you know, isn't spending money on XP potions, you know, I get it. That being said, I still think they can come up with a better deal than what they've got going on right now. Just like nothing. I always do this wrong. I always start to go the wrong way through this. No, reset, please. Now I know what to get on my new Warforged. What name to get? Wait, what name are you going to get? I get the need for the red alert changes, and yeah. I think my comment section is doing a really good job to me of showing that like people are willing to be open about this problem, because I think a lot of people want the lag to go away and they want to work together with SSG. And I think that's kind of the most important thing. I think the majority of people are okay with like making some type of concession, and they want the game to be better for everyone, themselves included. Which I think is a fairly fair assessment. Not everybody is going to feel the same way, but I do think a fair number of people are like, look, no one really wants the game to slow down. No one really wants anything to get worse, but yeah, I do want the game to stop lagging. If it makes the game better, maybe we can talk about it. Like I said, the majority of people commenting on my video are not like, fucking SSG sucks dick. They're not like that. Some people might do that. So I think it's also important to remember that there is like collaboration and stuff. It's not just all hatred. Which is good. I like that. Team effort, guys. Team effort. Any good great crossbows, or should I play mechanic until repeater gets core 5? A lot of people when they play mechanic, they just use Old Aaron's great crossbow forever. But yeah, repeaters are good early. And then you can put in, and you can get a good one after that. Yep, the Korthos one. Old Aaron's. That's 170 damage on the rune arm. Whew. That's a good rune arm. So yeah. After I update the Arcanist records, this bonus does not stack with the enhancement bow is worthless. That's true. It does not stack. Oh, I didn't do it properly. No, am I going to miss out? Oh, no. I didn't answer the questions wrong. Oh, no. I don't know if I'm going to get enough kills. The damage on this rune arm is sick. Okay, rune arm damage is really, really cool for leveling. Not going to lie. I like that. I like this. This feels great. I dread rune arm? Yeah. Rune arms in general feel a lot better in heroics. You actually really want to use it. So if I didn't pick it up and out level in Korthos, I should just use a repeater? Yeah, basically. Use a repeater for a few levels until you get some of the big bonuses for great crossbows out of rogue. Because the tree gives you like extra sneak attack damage per shot and stuff, which is really good. But you won't have a lot of those right away. So the repeating crossbow stuff can be quite good. Yeah, I did get Conquest anyway. Nice. So the fact that this quest gives Conquest is not bad. Let's write her down. Prove your worth. So this is 37 monsters killed, and I got Conquest. That's my third Conquest. So my third Conquest. Not rushing, not monster skipping, playing as I normally play. My third Conquest. Someone might be wondering, okay, third Conquest out of what? Third Conquest out of, we'll find out when we get to the next one. The Nick Repeater? Dude, the Nick Repeater is very good. I like the Nick Repeater. Also, the Hellfire one's really easy to get because the runes from Chronoscope are crazy easy to get. Normally fail to talk? Yeah, of course. Look at me. I'm an idiot. Do you not believe this?
The current is drawn into an opening in the rock.
So 26 quests. I've gotten 3 conquests in 26. Kind of rough. Yo, what's up, Mr. Dorak? How are you doing? So, since you changed your name on Discord to Dorak, are you going to become Dorak on Twitch, or is it going to stay Mr. Dorak? Like, how's that going to work for you going forward? Also, do you have a preferred, like, way of calling it? Because, like, you were, you know, I just want to make sure that, you know, I'm doing what I can. Doing great. Just woke up from sleep. Also, that is weird. That is weird that you're up right now, because it is 8:40. So I don't know why you're even awake, which is already very sus. Because Kentos went to sleep earlier, and he's also in Europe. Oh, it's because there's a heat wave and you can't sleep when you're awake. The forums, and I played Artie since Secrets of Artie update. Dude, Secrets of Artificer was the last time. That was a long time. That was a long time. Do I have a repeater build? Probably somewhere. I think so. Yeah, that's when it came out. The Vaults of the Artificers. It was a good time. Oh yeah, I did. Expanded clip when they added the new feat for Artificer. Yep. And that's still perfectly up to date. Dorak was taking on some apps, and I was like, huh, add Mister, and then I used to just be Dorak. There you go. But you hit 100? Oh, nice. Congrats, dude. Is there a link? Yes. Actually, so type in exclamation point builds. It'll bring you to the build repository. And then in there, oh, I'm dying. Hold on 1 sec. 1 sec. Oh, the death is happening. Okay, we're good. So in there's not a whole lot because that's the new build repository. So we have to go to the old build repository, which is linked at the top. And then in here, it is update 51 new destiny repeating crossbow artificer is right there. So that would be my most up-to-date repeating crossbow build. So under update 51, a new destiny repeating crossbow artificer. There's a written guide and a video. Smarter than I thought. Oh, look at this guy. That is very pog. Helltides. Do you guys not quit the game when you hit 100, or what do you do? 7 p.m. to 1 a.m. So basically your sleep is done. Oh. Yeah, is it a heat wave there? Is that why you were sleeping early, or what? Because I hear there's some heat going through the Europe right now. The AI generated nightmares in Discord yet? No. Okay, I will go look at the nightmares in just a minute. I'm just currently farming this quest real quick. What am I doing? That's the wrong ones. You claim the Underdark mount. So if you bought the pack, log out and log in. It adds it to your character on login, which is actually kind of sick, because now, if you own it, when you go to Hardcore League, when you log in, you're going to spawn with it. Which is very cool. Yeah, so that build, DJ Big, should be good enough for you, because I used it for just ripping through the game, and I did a bunch of stuff with it, so it was pretty strong. Since then, they've also buffed it, because they've made it so more epic abilities work with repeating crossbow than since when I played it. So some of the information, the only thing that would be out of date is if I say, oh, this thing doesn't work, it might actually work, because they fixed some stuff. Okay. What is this in the Discord? Strim pics. What the fuck is this? Strim Tom with a mullet. I like the fact that there's actually at least one character with a mullet. That's okay. Strim Tom with a mullet. Photo. Also very weird. I think I would be best represented by the kid at the bottom. I think that's me at the bottom of that one. Okay, so this quest is called Ghost of a Chance. And I killed 40 monsters, and I got aggression. Group with baby girls? You're in danger? No, they're in danger. Also, just say, I am the danger. I am the one who knocks. And you'll be fine. Also, Uber is tier 80 plus Nightmare Dungeons. Oh, right. The Nightmare Dungeons. The Nightmare Sigils go, like, up really high, right? They go, like, to tier 100, where the monsters are, like, level 150 or something.
Just large enough to wiggle through.
What's it doing? Sorry, I was reading some Discord stuff. Was there 154 on T100? Damn. Has anyone done tier 100 or not yet? Or is it just a bunch of rogues and bone necros? Bunch of roguers and boners. Yeah, because the necros can hit for like 12 million. And it's like, well, it's good enough. Damn, man, look at that.
Heat and steam rise from the
All
cave
right.
entrance
Yeah,
before
I'm proud of you guys. Getting to 100 is very cool. Or getting to level 100 is very cool. I absolutely stopped playing very quick after starting Diablo 4. I have no idea how that game could even remotely attempt to hold my interest. But that being said, I am still, as I said before, I'm happy that other people are finding excitement and joy from the game, and you guys are having a lot of fun. And I'll probably end up playing Diablo 4 when Season 2 or 3 comes out, when they've addressed a lot of like the launch issues, and then try it again. Because I found that, like,
From beyond the door come
yeah.
low, chanting voices, and
The fact that, you know, the game launched with some classes not really feeling that great to get started with, I was not ideal. And then, yeah, just the number of mechanics that didn't work, especially for me. I think I just made a bad, like, I gave myself a bad experience by playing hardcore, dying to, like, an after-death effect, which always feels bad, and then trying to play Overpower Necro when Overpower is the only mechanic in the game that not a single human being uses because it doesn't scale that well.
on a ledge, high above the lake of magma, you sense something unholy and foul.
Which is a bad on my part. There is, like, kind of a neat Overpower build that I saw with Necro, where you get this effect where one of your skills, your Blood Boil, or whatever it's called, actually activates on your minions as well. So when you use it, all your minions also pulse it out for each one that you have. So you go all minions, and then you just have to keep them alive, and you basically just spam it out, and you AoE wave down the screen, which is kind of neat looking. One, it requires getting a specific unique, which is a crazy waste of time. And then two, it requires you to also have, like, a whole bunch of sets of gear, because you need a lot of minion life and other stuff to keep things alive, plus you need a lot of lucky hit chance to be able to generate corpses, to actually have minions to be able to do that. And it's like, oh, I don't know if I want to do that. Or when Mason Menace killed everything, not even aggression bonus. There you go.
A second altar rests at the end of this cavern.
Oh, attack! But my character does not attack. I think it was because I weapon swapped. I'm not sure. It was weird. They are going to bug Necro and fix the warnings on death. Huh? Also, if I'm a Necromancer, can I just resurrect myself if something bad happens? I mean, come on, video game. Where's my real Necromancer fantasy?
Below your feet.
Turn myself into a Lich and take control of the world. Yeah, I'm still having fun with DDO Hardcore and other games. I'm actually, honestly, like, enjoying some of the other stuff I've been doing a lot more. Specifically, I've been enjoying Baldur's Gate a lot, and I'm excited to stream more Baldur's Gate as time goes forward, because I've just been really digging that game. That's fun. Need Vecna's head artifact. But that's from the next expansion coming out. I wonder how much of the traditional Vecna lore is going to be present. The foot of Vecna, the hand of Vecna, or whatever. That, like, sword that people were talking about. I wonder how much of that is going to be present in the actual expansion. I assume a fair amount of it, because the expansion is literally called Vecna Unleashed, so I assume a lot of that is going to be present. But I don't know. I'm also very curious as to where they're going to go, because Vecna is, to my knowledge, the most powerful character that has, like, a traditional D&D character that we're going to be interacting with as well. So it makes me wonder how that's going to go. Because I could be incorrect about this, but I think Vecna is more strongerer than, like, Lolth. So I assume that Vecna would be a you know, an even more powerful entity that we have to interact with and deal with. So I'm curious as to how that's all going to go together. I think that if we actually do have some type of confrontation where we have to fight Vecna, that would be kind of like I mean like Vecna has a health bar and we hit Vecna and then we like win the fight. That would be kind of confusing. So I'm curious as to how they're actually going to run that as a scenario. Because there is going to be a fight and Vecna will be there, but I am curious as to how they're going to land it, land the plane.
The stones echo his words, then are still.
It's sort of like how in Lord of the Rings Online, they had one of the raid bosses is a dragon, and they can't have us actually beat the dragon because we can't beat a dragon because dragons are too powerful. We're not one of the main characters. We can't just fight dragons. And so in the raid, you encounter the dragon by accident. You basically, the final boss is you break into its lair while sleeping, and you have to fight it for long enough that the ice around the dragon thrashes a lot, and it starts to break a lot of the ice nearby, creating cracks that you can then escape in. And then the fight is part boss fight, part escape sequence, where you're trying to get out. And basically the walls of the cavern are too small for the dragon to fit. So then it's like trying to smash its way through, and you're trying to basically break your way through the ice ahead of it. An Avatar of Vecna could work. It's a mini expansion. Something about a raid? Yeah. I think it will have a raid. Because, well, maybe it won't. Because Saltmarsh didn't have a raid. So we might just be getting, like, Adventure Zone plus quests. I just get kind of excited because I'm like, raid. Also, Skeletons in the Closet was a really good raid. Also, it feels like they wouldn't do justice to Vecna to not have a raid. Because, like, you don't really need a raid for Saltmarsh. Like, I don't even know who the bad guy was. There was some, like, nameless Sahagin priest. Whereas Vecna's, like... Dude, Vecna was in Stranger Things. That guy's famous. So... Oh, that's a one-pointer? I forgot that's a one-pointer. Man, Artificer's so good. You don't fight Vecna, you fight his plans? Yeah. Okay, what quest am I doing now? Sorry, I started drinking wine, so I'm like less focused now. Let's see if SSG has actually posted anything interesting about, like, replying to their own thread. Bro, this thread's crazy. Okay, we're gonna look at the thread for a bit. Because this thread is going fast, okay? This thread's going fast, especially since people can log in. Yeah, players already hit Conquest when it's worth it. Players shouldn't have to go adjust things that aren't worth it. Yeah. Cordovan said this. Is it hyper-zerging you're concerned about, or is it lag? Possibly caused by so many dungeon instances because so many people are either soloing or maybe two-manning. I think it's too many instances will overstress the server. Yes. Well, that's not what he said. He said a significant increase in completion speed, additional larger pool of players achieving the speed. Essential why after reducing lag with communities been seeing increased lag as the speed has been pushed to the point of things becoming somewhat untenable. That is one of the reasons why the suggestion to move first-time XP to the Conquest system was tried. It allows players to earn more XP in general, so they can get that XP every time they're on a quest. So the assumption of this is that opening a new instance is what's causing lag more than anything else. So I can see how the confusion is going. So yeah, would people soloing cause more lag? I don't know. They're responding, let us know SSG is reading. Yeah, they are. And I'm bored. And, make them teleport to the end and come back at full health. Yeah, I don't know who posted that. Oh, you can't? Oh, I had it on me. I clicked the wrong button. So dumb. Drinking wine. Anyway. After the instant dungeon alert problems are solved, blah, blah, blah. Use your big dev stick and fight the problems that servers are having. Making people kill more is not the answer. But killing effectively and quickly as you go should be everyone's goal. Yeah. The problem is, like, they wouldn't be suggesting this if this was an answer on the table. That's why. So the player's gonna get hit with this big nerf because the number of quests that don't just spawn enough monsters to get conquest and you don't have a party with you. Lame. Correct. You had no feedback on this because none of us have changed how we play since U59. I think you need to re-examine the data. What a dumb fucking response. So stupid. Anyway. No, what? You're looking at data on your screen? It'd be like if SSG was like, no, you guys are getting conquest. And then I'm like, no, look at my chart. It's the wrong chart. Shit. Look at my chart. I'm not getting. I got 1 conquest, 2 conquest. No bonus, no bonus. Onslaught, aggression, aggression, aggression. 1 conquest, onslaught, onslaught, no aggression. It's like, you get too many conquests. It's like, no. That is not how that happens. So you're saying significantly fewer or exactly 10 kills for our XP, since I'm assuming Reaper is the case, and returning quests, significantly higher number of active mobs and likely permanent dead alert. Really widespread adoption of this red bus now. I have not seen this. Are you sure it's not just your measurements that have changed? I'm especially scheduled permanent DA triggered. They didn't say that. The problem is this is what happens when SSG is vague. They don't say what they mean. They say around what they mean. They dance around it, and they say, well, players are doing some things that are bad for the game. And so people assume this is the case. Like, they just take it to the nth degree and say, well, it has to be this most ridiculous thing, and assume that that is correct. So, yeah. I mean, Shrimp did put out a video showing how easily you could just think through Sailor's lag improvements. I would be surprised to see people following such behavior. That's right. Put it on me. Honestly, the average quest completion speed has grown massively since the stat squish, but the lag was the major limiter. This is literally correct. The stat squish made the game easier. Enemies got their health lowered by too much to compensate for our stats lowering, but our DPS not go down as much as enemies lost health. It put many enemies in the one-shot by Suricalc Druid threshold, which dramatically increased performance of those classes. Correct. This is correct. I mean, this is probably also accurate. I actually don't disagree with anything this person says. Good job, whoever you are. Yeah, what if after a red alert, there's ultra alert that murders you? It just kills your character. We want monsters killing monsters. I'd say increasing the bonus you get from killing monsters and then increasing the optional XP would help out more. Maybe. I just do all the optionals. Like, people are still going to Zerg. This is the problem, is that people are still going to go fast. I don't know how people are they're going to stop people from going fast. I use the custom form thing. It's because I don't understand how to use it. I tried to install it and it was too hard. I couldn't do it in one click. I had to stop. I think I understand the premise here. Generally supportive of the aim. Aiming improving performance, who wouldn't be? What I'm not so clear on is the change. Oh, am I in the middle of the screen? I'm in the middle of the screen. Let me just get out of here. There we go. Let's go down here. Another Chrome extension? No, it's too much work. Yeah. I'm not so clear as what change made that has led to speedier completions. I'm not saying this isn't happening. I just don't understand it. Can someone explain? Exactly. No, like, some people are saying it's not happening, but those people are clearly wrong because they're not playing the same game we are. The problem is SSG isn't really explaining what the problem is, so no one can. They're like, "Can you give us solutions?" And they're like, "Okay, what is the problem exactly?" And they're like, "Well, we can't tell you." Changes first in U60 and then review to determine whether or not required. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, Arcanoverse. Oh, this guy's usually pretty smart. Let's see what he says. Or if I have to call him a dumbass. Let's find out. Alright. Okay, so it's not just defeating monsters. It's also the act of getting in and out of quest frequency that's enough to impact lag. My initial thought is incentives for optionals. Most often it's going to be loot or XP, but it's anything that has values the majority of players will like. Adding multiple things seems prudent. Ideally, these would be thematic and tied to the quest. Potential idea. If they are shared, say if we add different tiers of rarity to things to only optional quests. So always some turn-in material, common, named item drops, cosmetic drops, and store things, uncommon, store items, and rare and rare mount shards, boxes, super cool named items. The problem is, especially with a lot of these, once you have them, you don't need them anymore, and you go back to the super fast zerging. And 2, do you know how much work that has to be? I like this idea a lot. I actually think this is cool. Russia's lag caused an increase in lag from zerging. That's basically what they're saying, is that lag went down, so then people started to zerg like insane degrees, and it causes more problems. Customer gamers' solution to programming and system failures? Is it normal for developers to do that? Yeah, it is. It's normal for people to say, what do you guys think? Do you have any ideas? I don't think that's crazy. I really don't. Video game companies ask people for feedback all the time. That's like literally the whole purpose of feedback. It's also important to note, that's actually one of the things that people bitch about the most in the online community. People go, the developers never listen, the developers never take our feedback, the developers think they're smarter than everybody. That was one of the biggest complaints about Blizzard for years and years, is that Blizzard would literally never respond to anyone on the forums, or if they did, it would be devs being like snarky, being like, we know better than you, and you're idiots. And it was a lot of like negative feedback loop. Blizzard has been getting better about that in recent years, but people like that feeling of like they're getting their little bit. It's the reason why the Players Council is like the Players Council is a volunteer service. People don't get paid to be on the Players Council. The people that are on there are like, yeah, we'll just take feedback and help you out. Seems like asking the paying customer how to fix lag seems a bit odd. They're just asking for ideas. They're not saying do it yourself. They're just saying, hey, here's an angle. Because they didn't ask paying customers how to fix lag. Like you're missing the point, right? They didn't ask the customers how to fix lag. They said, hey guys, we're fixing it, and here's what we're doing. This is the fix. It's right here. They fixed it. But then players said, this sucks, and we hate this. So they said, okay guys, if this sucks, what do you think would be better? They're not like, lag is a problem. What do you guys think we should do? They clearly laid out a plan of what they wanted to do. People said they didn't like it, so they said, okay, if you guys don't like it, then what would you like instead? It's like you don't ask kids what they want because you're just gonna get a bunch of non-answers. You say, do you want, it's like, okay, I'm gonna get you some apple juice. And if they say, okay, and then they go, oh, I don't want apple juice. Okay, what do you want? And then they go, oh, I want this thing. Or they go, I want 10 things. And you go, okay, well, we're going to do this then. And they'll be like, oh, okay. They're just trying to find a way that they can make the game, they can get a solution that works for everybody. They're trying to make an amicable solution. They could have just shoved this change through and told everybody, screw it, it's going to be better for the game. Yeah, exactly. What would we be willing to slow down for? Broccoli all day, every day? Hell yeah, just grind it up, put them into juice. Drink that old brock juice. Exactly. I will say this. As somebody who has worked for a lot of companies and has worked for a lot of managers who, when you say, they say, hey, we're doing this, it would have been nice the number of times if I wish they would have gone, that's not a great idea. And they would have been like, okay, well, what do you think about it? What do you think we should do? Man, that would be so nice. But so many people get in their heads where they're like, nope, this is the idea, we're doing it. I do like that they're actually engaging with the community and asking. I suspect what you're seeing is not real in quest speed, but rather decreasing the occurrence of lag, artificially raising completion times. Quests take longer when you get a minute plus long lag spikes. Besides that, Legendary Framework is notorious for red alerts. Blah, blah, blah. The other thing could be causing slightly faster delay times, removal of Reaper healing penalties like the larger pool of players component melees, which is no change in completion times when running good builds at leveling speed. Again, you can't... This person's saying, I don't see myself going faster, therefore the data has to be wrong. It's like when somebody says, it's like, oh man, somebody goes, oh man, groceries are getting expensive nowadays. That's crazy. And someone's like, what? Groceries aren't that expensive. They're really affordable. It's like I don't struggle to pay for groceries at all. I don't think groceries are expensive. It's like, but the prices went up by like 30% last year. It's like, nah, it's not really that expensive though. I didn't notice. I really think you're approaching this from the wrong angle. Focus on the problem your problem statement, which I've heard correctly is that there's lag caused by monster pathing that are not removed. I see nothing here that we need to reduce the speed. Sure, it might help. That means more skills, but expensive, really annoying players. We don't want to get less XP per minute. We don't want to chase mobs all over the place. We don't want to have to play a nuker caster. Now, I realize devs also objection. Not making this easy so that people get bored and leave. Yeah. Controlling lag so people get annoyed and leave. Any other things keep revenue up? Sure. Those are mind. Reduce the number of monsters, but make them more powerful. Again, I think a lot of people are confused. This is the right answer, right? This is a great answer. This right here is a great solution to the problem. The problem is DDO is done by hand. It's done by hand. So reducing the number of monsters per quest means they have to by hand go into every quest and start adjusting the monsters and adjust the values in every adventure. They basically just have to redo the whole game at that point. And that's really expensive. Because it's not like you do it in a day sort of thing. You don't go through the 800 quests in DDO that are done by hand and change up the amount of monsters in each quest. I agree. I totally agree that the monster placement is generally lame. But I'm just saying that, like, this is a great idea that I don't think SSG wants to do. Like, they'll probably do this eventually, but they probably can't do this right now. Base conquest on mobs aggroed, not possible mobs in the instance, like if you kill all the monsters. I don't think people would hate that, but I don't know if they can do that. If they could, that'd be interesting. Lower the XP needed for in general for levels, reaper points, have your changes, but ensure grinding isn't made worse. A lot of people want that. Ability to one-shot rooms on for melee and ranged. Yeah. And some combination of the above. Sure. Do you think there's generally see more people reach higher end speeds rather than high speeds going up dramatically? I think that's also what it is. I think just it's easier for people to get faster because they're not lagging as much. They have threads of fate that put on all op chests, so you can do some stuff with them. Yeah, I don't know if they have like a global drop table though. I don't think chests. I have a feeling that chests are not like coded as being optional or not optional. They're probably just coded as chests, so they're not tagged. So it's not like you can just say, oh, add to optional drop pool and then done. They're probably just chests. And that probably like bites them in the ass every time. And then you go, but why don't they do that, Strim Tom? Why wouldn't they just tag them all as the same thing? Because the game's 17 years old and like 300 people have worked on it. And so the newest person who starts today doesn't go like, well, I'm going to go back and adjust all those chests. Their boss says, hey, make a new dungeon. You're like, okay. You got it. Anyway. I speedrun the quest because there are a bunch of lives. Correct. I've seen it before many times. I know the path least resistant achieves my playstyle goals. That is correct. I don't think adding more grind is solution. Some stated people the same dungeon 100 times don't want to veer from the path just to get junk. Draw a line that takes you from the quest entrance to the quest and see which mobs within the path completion. Make Conquest for 90% of the subset. The optionals are not going to aggro, so leave them be. Now, if you want to do the optionals, add a bonus. For example, blah, blah, blah. Here's some solutions. XP pots stop ticking while using a shrine. XP pots do not start until the first tune moves in a dungeon. XP pots do not tick during long dialogues. Ability to pause XP pots when running for favor. Slayer pots don't tick in heroic areas. And the ability to buy one-time use pots. One-time use pots? That's crazy. So, basically, this person summed up the problem right here. Which is that there's 183 past lives, so under no circumstance does anyone want to go slowly. Like, I've been playing this goofy-ass Artificer for like 4 hours, and I'm level 8 right now. And so, the fact there's 183 past lives does not... It means that no one wants to go slow. Everyone wants to go fast. Blah, blah, blah. It's probably a big factor in how some people run through things, probably. I'm not seeing any of this hyper-zerging. What? And is this even about lag? Sounds like you're having an XP per minute issue, but went with the headline about lag in the OP. It's possible that they're hoodwinking everybody and that the lag has nothing to do with it. I don't think that's the case. And progression. Repeat everything that's 130 times before, at least. Over time, players push towards speed, and exactly. Again, they let the genie in the bottle. No one wants to go slower. What about quests where conquest is not attainable? Yep. Yep. Eat fat and sleep with attractive women? True. They said probably date attractive people. So it's not women specifically. Men and women. Because there's men and women that work at SSG. What is actually causing the increased server load? Servers more instance be open or completed, or the XP per minute? or the number of monsters. And I think that's what gets people confused. It's like, is it more instances being opened, or is it the... Because, like, I would love to give a suggestion for both of these. More instances being opened means just increase the value of XP per quest, but make the quest take longer, and you're all set. But monsters being pathed, then you need to think about the monsters, and it has nothing to do with the instances being opened. Those are two different solves, and asking people for advice on which one doesn't make any sense, or like ideas. Can't get hot women? Oh, I'm definitely saying that they can. I'm not saying that the women can't date women and the men can't date men. This is a very open channel. I'm saying just be inclusive of both. Nope, stop the Zerg and instant gratification. Most of these suggestions just sound like you don't actually like the game. I wouldn't necessarily say that. But
Quest.
it's like it's a problem that is created, that gets created by the game itself, right? We talked about this before. When there's 183 past lives that exist in the game, and you want to get those 183 past lives, you sign yourself up for playing the game 183 times. And that takes a long time. Now, you don't have to get all of the past lives. The world isn't about completion, and you don't have to complete everything in every game you play. I mean, I would know that. I don't get all the achievements in the games that I play. So I don't have all the past lives on my characters. But it is still something that's there, and people know it's there, and people will work towards it. And when you're working towards a long goal, efficiency becomes the goal, because you're spending a lot of time doing it. You kind of want to do it faster, because why would I do something slower when I could do it faster? Now, you can make the argument that there's new experiences to be had, you know, doing each quest and exploring it all. But I've done that. When new quests come out, I do everything. I read every bit of dialogue. I go and find all the little notes and put the story pieces together. I ask questions about what's going on with the different characters, like about the fact that the Traveler was included in as a character in the most recent chain involving Vecna and what the implications are going to be with that. I ask those questions. I think about it. And I take the time. And then once I've done that, and I've had my fun with the quest, I've laughed, I've cried, I've had a good time. Now I got to run it again because I just reincarnated, and I have another quest. It's like I'm questing again, so I got to go through it. But I'm not going to read everything. I'm going to go again, and again, and again, and again. And so inherently, as a player, I'm going to go faster because, again, why would I do it slow when I could do it fast? Why would it take longer to do something when I could do it quicker? There's also like the satisfying feeling of doing something quicker. Like it's almost like accomplishing a goal at a new pace. It feels good. So when it comes to like making suggestions, I just think it is a problem where SSG has created the issue by giving people hundreds of past lives to want to work towards, and then also has the issue where quests have tons of monsters, so people don't fight them all because fighting all of the monsters takes a lot of extra time, and people want to save time. And now, people not fighting monsters when there's tons of them. I'm talking quests where, you know, like Slave Lords, where you have like 30 monsters in a hallway, are going to be causing problems for the game when people skip them. It's a beast that they created, and they have to chain it in. And I'm okay with that idea. But also, I don't know what the exact issue is because they're not being really clear about it. So I'm assuming that the issue is monsters being aggroed, but they haven't specifically stated what the problem is, so it's hard to give suggestions when you don't know what's being stated exactly. Trying to solve because it could be less instances, it could be less monsters. I don't know. I'm trying to solve. Yeah. Oh yeah, and pathing is definitely an issue. Yeah, true. And it's not fancy. Lower players to dispatch. There's no people not play as much. Like I said, I don't mind the game getting slower as long as it gets slower for everybody. Maybe just go through all the quests and figure out what is the minimum time to complete without hyper-zerbing, and nerf the XP if the quest timer is less than the number of completion. I don't really want to be turned into a zombie murder hobo to fix your performance issues, or worse, fix some notion you have about XP per minute and box sales. Again, they didn't really mention the box sales, but they did talk about the XP per minute, so I can see why people would fixate on that. Put a timer on each quest for average non-Zerg time, and if you complete it after a time, there's an XP bonus. If you complete a quest on slower than the average, you get an XP bonus. Is that a bad idea? Where if you complete a quest slower than the average, you get more XP for it? because, look, it sounds dumb, but also, it doesn't punish everybody of rewarding AFK. Yeah, but those people are still going slower, so who cares? Like, people are still going slower. How about reduce the number of past lives by 1/3, makes each past life equivalent to triple, so the less past lives you need to fully complete your character. Maybe in the long run it'll reduce some of the race completion, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the plan is to kind of reduce that feeling that you have to do it. I think Rachel did that a lot too.
Thanks for all that you do.
Thanks, Vin Killum. Appreciate it. Thanks for the sub. Hope you're doing well. Ember Temple would suck ass. Oh yeah, you would not get the XP bonus. Dark Quest, have a Wang, Zerg, Profit. But the thing is, again, you're still getting less XP per minute. So it's technically
Quest
not better for those
completed.
people. Also, Grey Wolf, welcome back to the stream team as well. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate the support. Thank you. It's just weird.
Thanks for nothing.
Yo, thanks, Horse. I mean, you're welcome, Horse. I mean, thanks for the bits. I don't know. I'm not saying this is a good idea. I'm just struggling to find a way in which it's a bad idea. They want to sell XP pots? Correct. You start a quest, almost finished, make lunch, finish, get bonus XP. Yes, but you're still slower than somebody who just kept doing quests. If you would Zerg AFK at the end until they hit that time, then end the quest. It would solve nothing, then encourage people to be bored at the end of a run waiting. But here's the thing. This is boring. See, if you say encourage people to be bored, but people do quests quickly and skip stuff because it's faster and it gets them more XP, and some people find it fun. Lots of people don't entirely find this fun. I'm not saying this is even a good idea or a bad idea. I just don't think that people would start waiting around to the end of quests. Some people might, but I think the majority of people would still keep going because waiting is boring. But anyways, I don't like this idea. Yeah, me neither, Chevali. I also don't like it. And also not if they have an XP pot going, true. Some very jank suggestions. Let loot gen items drop with Reaper bonuses, so you can break them down for fragments and more rewarding. Not a terrible idea. Dude, Horse gifted out 10 subs. Thank you so much, man. That's so incredibly kind of you. Welcome to stream team Matt from Produce, Midnight Fox, Arcarian, King Pungower, Colton Xanadu, Calamorn, Mistwalker, Majesty Hodge, and Izadeth. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That is incredibly kind of you. I hope you're doing amazing. Make Slayer pots work in dungeons. That's actually kind of
Quest completed.
Just slide into a cube and deaded. Oh. Level 17. Was that somebody doing Creeping Death? What other cubes are there at 15? In level 15 quests? Guess we have to lower XP so that doesn't happen. You just string the ideas together. It makes this absurd concept. Creeping Death is the only 15 quest I can think of with the cube. Which on hardcore is like, what a gamble. I waited a minute on renewing. It could have gotten horsed. Thank you very much, Horse. I really appreciate that. Thin out enemy groups, redistribute the health to the point where nukers don't just one-shot enemies. Increase the value of single target DPS somewhat. Again, this is a good idea. It's just an expensive idea because it takes time. Like, better monster design is a good idea to make the video game more fun. But also, if they were to do that, they'd have to look at every monster pack and change it throughout the whole game. And that has to take some amount of time. Dude, also, 10 more subs. That's crazy. Welcome to Stream Team Cyrenet, Growler, Mangy, Baijukin, Zilly, Falcon, Yubi, Starry Night,
completed.
Hardcore, and Yuj. Thank you so much, dude. Very, very unbelievably kind of you.
I'm a rogue.
And the night with all the deaths today. All right, I'll have to log in. I put out so many officers yesterday. Horse is out of control.
Completed.
And we've been beating the dead horse all day, and yet this guy's still got energy. This is why I said we don't have to stop beating the dead horse. We just need necromancy.
Quest completed.
So thanks, dude.
I'm a rogue.
It's very, very kind of you, and I hope you're doing well. I appreciate it. Have red alerts disable wings and abundant step effects, which are effective at dealing with the threat they're meant to pose. Actually, Giga Chad idea. This is really good. Should you stand your Pale Master? Ooh. I mean, you also probably have Sunflast, unless you threw them all away. Actually amazing idea. Same guy who doesn't believe it. I'm not seeing the hyper zerging in pugs. I'm not conceding that this hyper zerging even exists. I'm not conceding that this hyper zerging even exists. So he's saying he doesn't believe it exists, but if it does, it sounds by definition an extreme form of zerging, like cheesing the whole quest by zerging the end, completing it fast. If people are squirreled away in the dark doing something that they won't do in the light, they can sit around waiting, being bored a tad. IMO. What does this even mean? What? So they said, I don't think this even exists, but if it does exist... Oh, but it sounds like it's a form of zerging to the end very fast, which is what they're talking about. And if people are doing it, then they can sit around. But they're not sitting around, they're doing it, and it's causing game problems. I don't know. I don't know. Another idea. Okay, quick kill bonus. Each monster has an effect. Each time monster attacks, loses a charge. Instead of, or in addition to Conquest, we get a bonus for kills based on the remaining charges and give it a bonus gift on that. Idea is that players want to kill as quickly as possible instead of just as many as possible, because you keep down Dungeon Lord as well. Attacks only reduce. Oh, you get like a treasure table. So monsters give you, so you get extra loot and into the end chest based on how many monsters you kill quickly within engaging them. The problem is with that mechanic is it feels like it's a win more mechanic, where you get more for killing more efficiently and faster, not just engaging monsters quicker, which is kind of weird. Give you the TLDR on the XP change? Yes. TLDR is they're making it so that the XP is spread into the monster killing bonus, so the aggression, onslaught, and conquest, because they need people to kill more monsters because they're having problems with monsters being alive for too long, causing pathing issues, and the pathing server issues cause the whole game to lag, and that's bad. So the solution is to take some of the XP that you would get normally and put it more into the conquest bonus and stuff, so that way you have to kill more monsters to get more XP. But a lot of people are pushing back on that because a lot of times you can't get the conquest bonus by doing the quest normally, just going through the quest and killing all the monsters. So people just doing the quest, killing monsters get punished. And also, a lot of quests can't even be conquestable. So it's just an XP nerf to the game. So then SSG conceded and said, hey, we actually know this is a problem. And so they're looking for alternative suggestions that may also alleviate some of this pressure while they're still working on this problem. They just don't care about loot. I also know some extreme zergers who don't open chests or care about loot. They get to the end chest, and then they get to the end, they DDO out, and or use the monk recall and keep going. They just need to clarify data more. It doesn't seem to match what we're seeing doing. They're talking about completion time, seemingly about breaking new records in all quests, including hardcore. It actually matters is red dark danger alert. Popping up more in every quest? I actually don't know. Anyway, it's more likely you broke your reporting tools with update 59 or accidentally fixed them. Oh, people do it. I know people that do it. Some of you guys know people that do it. This person might not, but people know people that do this. In what ways are players completing content U58 that they're completing faster on update 59? This is one of those cases. Should I just post the video? Dude, I feel like I should just post my video where I run through it. And be like, see this? People are doing this. Before you, and then, but the problem is if I do that, people will just blame me, and I don't know if I want the heat. So I kind of want to let SSG take the heat instead of me. So we're going to do that. That's easier. People are figuring out how to break quests and spend user design. It seems like doing away with first-time bonus would be a disaster. They can just do the most vulnerable, valuable quests over and over. Yeah. Stream nerfed XP. Oh, no. Oh, you know it's coming, dude. You know, first it was Sonic Blast. And then it was I dox people. And now it's going to be I nerfed XP. Are enough players using it where SSG had to respond? I don't know how many views does that video have? That's a great question. Okay, so that video has 5,000 views. It's not me. There's no way it's me. 5,000 views is not that many. Wait, Cruiser nerfed the XP? It was Cruiser the whole time? That takes all the heat off of me. Oh my god, that's amazing. Says stream nerfed XP. There probably is, yeah. Anyway. Well, the allies don't relate to number of active monsters. So 10 solo players killing everything likely causes less than one party with a permanent red alert running past everything. Scope expanded beyond this, blah, blah, blah. XP bonus per party member, etc. Yeah. You didn't nerf shit? I don't know, dude. I'm just saying. Could have been you. Cruiser 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. Honestly, it was probably the Cruiser Hive Mind. It was definitely the Cruiser Hive Mind. The collective, they just did it. I'm a little bit surprised no one's talking about the change in the context of getting favor. Intentionally increasing how long quests take, even if it gives more XP, is also results in slower favor generation, slower DDO store point generation. That's true. But also, you get a lot of DDO points, so I don't really care too much. Like, I just don't care about that in general. Made the decision? Correct. We. Us. Come to take us down. So you are collective now. You really want players to have less downtime to... It's like, all roads. It was pointed out by someone else already, but I think more... You should let us heal between pulls and Reaper without penalties. This means less downtime scrolling back to full health. This means faster completion times, all for anyone who spent time healing between fights. You can pretty much explain any time differences seen off this factor alone. You literally wanted players to have less downtime, to be able to go faster. You're surprised quests are getting done quicker as a result. And this is why specifics matter. This is why being specific matters with what they're talking about. Because you can make this logical leap because they don't explain exactly what the problem is. This could be the issue. This might not be the issue. But they're not putting specifics, so then it's easy to make that assertion, right? So letting you heal in Reaper mode inherently makes the game mode faster. That's just true. Is that causing the problem? I don't know. Homework cookie due to Reaper out of combat healing introduction and blah blah blah. The increase in overall questing speed is causing lag problems and blah blah blah. Further boost all XP to optional content. Yeah, people they just want to boost XP to optional content, which I think is not the worst idea. Nerf to Reaper healing? Maybe. So small steps, check the results, continue adjusting. I think also small steps is the key here. Making every single mob in the dungeon aware of your location. So if I correctly stealth past the mobs, they won't try to follow me. But if a new Reaper spawns, makes them aware, far back. Also true. That is an issue. That's one of the reasons why I don't like stealth and invisibility. How about this? Just ban the people that cast the invisibility spell and delete invisibility from the game. Problem solved. Just ban them. You cast invisibility? Banned. Okay, what else we got here? It's a good point, but for me, the DDO points favor never really mattered since you get a lot of grinding to afford anything worthwhile. I can see summer sales, though, being an opportunity. Yeah, I don't really care. Caster full zerg speed while killing everything hasn't changed my completion times or increased alerts, but the average DDO player is a non-zerging, non-optimal melee build who's likely just saved at least a minute per quest. A non-zerging, non-optimal melee build. I like how people bully each other by saying that they play melee characters. Oh yeah, I bet you play melee builds. Got him. Oh, it's so good. Destroyed. Yeah, really, I'm not saying the top end completion speed raising with the average going up makes sense. Yeah, exactly. I don't think the top end's going up. I think the average is. Okay, so I thought you was trying to fix lag directly correlated to players not terminating monsters, and specifically in this thread to carrot and stick said behavior to cause less server effort. How does increasing player speed accomplish this? Exactly. This is exactly the problem. Increasing player speed has nothing to do with what they were talking about. They're talking about two different things. That's why I think people are getting mad. It's because they're saying two separate things. Actually, as they're saying, it's, your question is to me addressing something very different than Torque's question of, are lag is causing a problem, monsters running away, the battlefield, the bottleneck is pathing system, so which is it? Are fast players causing lag for whatever reason, or is the problem aggroed monsters? Again, we don't know. I'm killing as fast as you can. Questioning how such players... I'm questioning how such players killing bosses for massive damage reduction. They get a red alert now, but maybe they all just start using invisibility again to avoid red alert, which also happens. Yeah. Is there a way to balance XP in a way to most direct route? Blah, 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 blah. People with... Look at this person. They wrote something interesting. I'm going to skip it. It's just they're not clear. I find this has also happened more often where Cordovan has said something and it has not helped at all recently. It happened at the beginning of the year with the VIP changes where he specifically said, oh, we don't know what we're doing with VIP. At which point, like, the next week, they had a big thing where they were like, hey, by the way, we have VIP plans. That was a mistake. And we actually definitely have VIP plans. Because he, like, misspoke. And then you have the Q&A that happened a few weeks ago where Cordovan just, like, read someone's question and paraphrased it badly. So then you had the producer answering the question that Cordovan gave him. That was not the question the user asked. And not even, like, in a malicious way. Where it was like, oh, they were, like, dodging questions because he was rewording everything and they didn't want to answer anything. It was just like, he would just misunderstand what they were saying and just ask the wrong question. Which is weird. So, there's been, like, some communication issues, which is odd because it's from the communication manager. I don't know what's up with that. Here's a few ideas. Would less instances being started at a time help? If so, instead of moving the XP bonus the first time, Conquest would permanently turn on buddy bonus. Yeah. Then, I have not secretly unlocked the monk archetype, I swear. Wait, are we talking about sex monk builds? Got that Kama Sutra, man. Gotta work on the sex monk builds. There's going to be one of those bubble burst epiphany updates, and a lot of people are going to drift away. I need to find out whatever this guy's on, and then get it. It sounds like they're having a good time. Since the invention of the idea, there have been 5 ideas that were rated the most stupid and the most asinine. This one left them all behind. I also don't get it. DOE run? Yeah. It's Slave Lords, not TOE. Is this going to keep happening because I haven't seen The Princess Bride where they're going to keep referencing stuff I don't know? Damn it. This is what I get for not watching The Princess Bride repeatedly. Okay, so I do appreciate the plies. Thank you. Some more recent data from Epic Quest, what it's worth. Studying the words aggression, conquest, onslaught, conquest, aggression. As far as fashion play, I know I just achieved completion. It took me longer in Quest due to class I wasn't used to. Now I'm back to playing class I'm much more comfortable with, which is fast completion times. I can't imagine most others being on the same timetable. Maybe a good number of players are getting better and faster. Players are getting better and faster. Whether you like it or not, the character builds that I write are good enough that, especially for like people who play elite difficulty, it does help them move a lot faster. I feel like people would play slower if I didn't make character builds because there'd be less things to follow. Nothing. Other people write character builds, just there would be less. Players getting good? I don't know. I don't know about how Conquest is done, but percentage of monsters aggroed also killed. Yeah, if they did percentage of monsters aggroed, that'd be good. As far as I'm concerned, my only advice is nuke this idea from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Scrap this and go back to the drawing board and keep asking for feedback. Base idea is not horrible. Make people play the quest more, but this isn't it. Nice. They already said they were going to do that, but yeah, nice. Just is unresolved. Wait, reducing unresolved player AI interactions. I don't think the proposed changes will be effective in this outcome. That is correct, yeah. And then a bunch of things that clearly explain why it's not going to be effective. Make enemies harder to ignore. Make melee enemies trip and stun and sunder more at all. Make archers cripple and sunder. No. Oh, no more crippling. I hate hamstring. Oh, I hate hamstring. Oh, but melees resist crippling? That's actually interesting. I don't hate that. Cut spell power optimization in half and revert the R7 to 10 nerfs. It's the same thing. It just breaks casters on lower levels too. What's up, Bracket Raiders? Are rodents of unusual size? He denied they exist while he was looking person's shoulder. He was looking of the person's shoulder at one. What? Blood Bowl fans invading your stream. Yo, what's up, Brackard? How you doing? You want blood boil? Tell you what, I'm reading this thread and my blood is boiling. Just kidding. It's fine. But But no, I'm just reading over some of the ideas. I don't know if you heard about this, but there's going to be some changes coming to experience points in the future. And I think that, like most people, the changes are bad. You know who else thinks the changes are bad? SSG. They also agree with you. So if you're like, oh man, are they going to push these through? They also think the changes are bad. You know how I know that? Because, oh shit. Oh god. Oh god. Where's the dev? Where's the dev tracker? Where's the staff tracker? Yeah. So there's Torque replying to the thread. And Torque said, hey, we're looking at these things that people are posting. So when we started looking at it, you know, blah, 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 we didn't expect Conquest to be presented. And they said, oh, these are issues. And they clarified some of the problems. And then Cordovan came by later and specifically clarified. And he goes, we had a lot of great feedback. One thing you haven't had feedback is just to get player back the XP per minute in the thing. We have seen a significant increase in general speed of play. So they were like, they got more detailed. And basically, and even Torque, when he talked about it, he was like, hey, by the way, where did he put this? He's like, I pointed out this this plan was all stick and no carrot, which he knows. We're looking at some combination. We also may punt until we can do more elaborate incentive system instead. So they might just like put this on the back burner and be like, yeah, guys, the game's gonna be laggier. Deal with it. Deal with it. It is what it is. What is this? Do you, DDO player, want the new XP system adjustments? Will come on the update 60. Fucking proofread your titles before you write your threads, people. I can't even read this. Do you, DDO player, want the new XP system adjustments? Will come on this U60. With an extra... We said this a few times before, but Dungeon Alert does not cause lag. It simply acts as an alert system to lag inducing behavior taking place. It's like saying the fire alarm caused the fire. Which is so funny. Then I'd love to know what it is. Oh man, if only there was like a way for you. This is so funny. I know it's been stated, but in a dungeon that literally has ground to a halt due to an alert being triggered, and then suddenly every mob in the dungeon swarms me, and the alert shoots to red. Everything drops in speed, and it's impossible to even kill mobs due to the debuff the characters and the mobs. Blah 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 blah. If it's not the alert causing it, then I'd love to know what is. I gotta know what people feel about like smoke detectors and smoke alarms, and like again, the check engine light's the perfect example, dude. You covering the check engine light does not fix your car. Your car's still shit. Your car is on fire. You can't be like, oh man, my car is on fire, and then just like pull out like a map you have in your trunk and just put the map up in front of your windshield so you can't see anything and be like, well, it's gone now. God, it's so confusing.
What if they called it a green alert instead of red? Green good, red bad.
Because the monsters can go. Oh, that's actually really funny. If you get the green alert, that means the monsters are going to kill you. Oh, God. Feels Ayaya, man. Yeah. Trying to scapegoat anime avatars. Yep. Anyway. Yes, no, any suggestions or other? But yeah, it's like, no, obviously nobody wants the changes. I am curious to see what the opinions are of the people who said yes. But I think most people don't really want the changes that are coming through because it just doesn't help the problem. And it makes people angry. They do need to have these, wait. Why is that Lois but Sonic? Okay, I don't know. It's fine. But yeah, again, I kind of want to respond to this person and just say, like, you know that if the check engine light is on in your car, covering it up doesn't solve the problem. That you can't just remove the light and be like, yeah, my car is fine. They'll be like, that's a car. This is a video game. Those are different things. It's literally Dungeon Alert that causes the problem. Oh, God. That's why I've said this before. But like sometimes you have to give up. That sounds bad.
Peter, the Sonic is here.
Sometimes you have to just like give up. You know what I mean? It's not worth it anymore. Just go home. Don't need to try. You know, you can't get the point across. You can't explain your point. You tried everything you could. You made it as simple as possible, and they still don't get it. You say, you know what? I'm sorry. The filter. Here's the filter. Here's you, and you're not making it through the filter. You just can't get through. Lots of other people, they're passing through no problem. They're moving around, they're making it through. But you're like, you're trying to put the triangle peg in the round hole, and you're like, it's not working because you can't figure out the triangle hole, and that's okay. What's up, Axel? How you doing? Because the lag, not the fact the game was telling you his 100 mobs passing you that caused it, but the actual mobs. But you would think that. You would think that. Sorry, for those of you that just came into my very graphic example, I was just explaining the concept that Cordovan's trying to explain here. A lot of people still seem to be confused about what Dungeon Alert is. And at some point, what I'm saying is you have to just stop trying to explain it because they're not listening. They're not going to learn it anyway. Which is what people are confused about. The Dungeon Alert system is the fire alarm. The Dungeon Alert system is the check engine light in your car. If the check engine light comes on in your car, the problem isn't the check engine light. The problem is in your engine. The light's telling you the problem's in your engine. So what people are saying is, get rid of Dungeon Alert and the problem will go away. Putting a piece of tape over the check engine light does not fix the car. The car still has the problem. If the building is on fire and the fire alarm is going off, turning off the fire alarm does not fix the fire. Maybe it does. I don't think so. It might. I don't think so. It might, but I don't think so. But I think hitches can kick in Thunderhome before Dungeon Alert activates. Yep. Anyway, yeah. Maybe they had too much smoke to breathe. Anyways, all that matters is that everybody's mad, and the beehive is swarmed to 20 pages. Dude, 20 pages on the XP system, 2 pages on Machrotect. Oh, rip Machrotect. No one even cares. 14 replies on Rune arm changes. No one cares. This is why when I said, like, people are like, oh, are they gonna, do you think SSG would ever, like, make a polar bear skin? No. Because no one cares about Artificer. Rune arms are really strong, by the way. They're very, very good. Oh, no. I am aware that obviously this affects more people and is obviously more swarmy. But I will say, look at this Dark Souls level tumbling, dude. I don't even slow down. It's pretty cool. How sick is that? Are you never entertained? Not very? What is this? Just look at 20 pages. Can you tumble again? Yeah. Okay, anyway, since SG has already decided they're not going to go on the exact plan of what they were talking about before, I'm probably not going to keep like experimenting and running through like millions upon millions of quests, trying to figure out which ones give good XP and which ones don't. But yeah, hold on. Let me show you the power of tumble. I want to show you it. Let me just watch this. We get blasted the jellyfish. Watch this. They're going to update to the new values. So your rune arms will just become better. Okay, watch this. See this Artificer? This is Blasto the Jellyfish. Pure, First Life, Artificer, Warforged, Arcano, Tech. Watch this. Bazinga. Bazanga. Whoop. Whoop. Be like, oh, there's a kobold here? Guess what, kobold?
By the way, Strim, if you were wondering, I only have 40k flasks because I lost a ton believing in the Lotro Raids smash.
You poor misguided soul. Backwards, please. Do a backflip. I don't have the backflip. Whoa, that's intense, dude. That's intense. Hold on, you want the other one? Give me a sec. I just need to delay the XP changes. U60 hit the 4 mites, for lack of a better word, claim their XP nerf got anyway. Yeah, probably. People are sensitive about the XP. Important note, I'm also sensitive about the XP. The reason why I'm a little bit more calm, I think, than a lot of people is because I know that they're going to be changing it. Like, the plan that they have right now is not the final plan, which I'm very aware of. More intense than House P Carnival? Hold on. You haven't seen the flips. What happens if your tumble is 50? Are you ready? Unfortunately, there's still a pause at the beginning of the animation, so you actually still pause. So they have to take the pause out of the beginning of this animation. But if they can take out the pause, then it'll be okay. But you stop moving with the flips. But if they can get rid of that, it'll be okay. This is all that works. This lamb, aside from nerfing XP. Well, the rune arms function. There's like only one broken rune arm. No, that's not true. All of the homing shot rune arms are all broken. The breaking the bank does too much damage because it's not a homing shot, but it also does too much damage. And the Machrotect has a lot of bugs, but it's really cool. No pause if you're on a druid, though. Oh, I need a druid? Fook. I gotta test a druid. Bee's rune arm was working great. Yeah, I can't get Bees on hardcore. The problem on Lamannia, a lot of rune arms aren't on Lamannia. A lot of the older ones, knife shot, bee shot, they're just not here. Yeah, like I said, this character, you can just tumble like crazy. It's kind of sick. Turn you into a mech. Get on it, programmers. That's what I actually want to figure out. I think I'm going to make a druid to see how the tumble thing works on druid. Tumble on a rogue a while back. 100? That's a lot. They put their whole buffussy into tumble. They had to steal it from other areas of the game. Yo, somebody needs to drop a meteor on the internet. Please. Put an end to the internet. Make a tiefling druid like the movie. With wisdom and intelligence. No, that's skill points. Wisdom and dexterity. Classic druid. I need tumble. Shoot. Tumble with my dex. Need the assets? Yeah, maybe. I like the idea of the mech. And tumble animal. Making tumble animal. I want to see how the tumble works in animal form, okay? Be faster tumbling than running? Oh, yeah, absolutely. And especially considering, so like, obviously this doesn't work, right? But wait. UI settings or gameplay, experimental tumble control, and then boom. Boom, boom. You have to be careful in the timing, though. If you press it too early, you start blocking, you don't move. Which is sweet. Pretty cool, don't you think? Zelda Ocarina of Time speedruns. It is basically Zelda, that is correct. We're just rolling across Hyrule Field, you guys. Look, we may not be able to get the control stick into ESS position for a Hess, but you know, or a Wes. You know what we can do? We can roll. Unfortunately, backwalking is also not faster. So what are you going to do? Is Shrimptown's First Life Capture RD guide from a year ago still good to follow? You bet. It actually gets a lot better with this patch coming through because they're going to amp up the power of the rune arms, and the rune arms scale off of your spell stats, which makes them way better. Okay, this is high enough level. I have bear and wolf. Okay. Bear, wolf. Okay, so I can tumble, right? Zelda is the green guy? Yeah. I think. Okay, check this out. Bear form. This works really good.
I'm here to
It's
chew up
fast.
Elite's ass, and I'm all out of gum or something.
Nice. Me too. Okay, so Wolf still has a pause at the beginning of its animation. So it still pauses. So if they can get rid of the pause at the beginning of the animation, then I think it'll be okay. But because of the pause, it doesn't look, it's not too good. You have to keep level 30 for gear farming and getting 5k favor on. There's an update seal the deal on what you want to play. Yeah, the rune arm stuff is really good. Wold Pogs? No. So they have to fix that. Okay, so I'm going to put that to the list. The list of bugs. Tumble. Wolf Druid form also has a pause at the beginning of the animation.
Go eat grass at H_O_R_R_S_E not ass.
Nice. I will say, I do like the fact that the tumbling does feel very natural. I kind of want to see what it would feel like on like an actual Thief Acrobat, because for those that don't know, if you've never used the Thief Acrobat tree, let me just load it up here for you. Enhancements. Rogue. So, Thief Acrobat. You get Cartwheel Charge. After tumbling, you gain +2 morale bonus on Strength and Dex, which is pretty good. But wait, follow through. After tumbling, 12 seconds, gain 50 strike through and chance to gain on Vorpal, your target is knocked down. That's slick as heck. That's like so slick. That's like a piece of ice. Okay? That's like a slip and slide. So slick it is. Very cool. I like this. I like the fact that you're going to be able to slide around, do a little bit of extra damage. I think it's pretty much it that affects that is on tumbling. I don't think anything else works on tumbling. Is there any other bonuses on tumbling that you get? Oh, and you can pass through enemies when you tumble. Oh, elves. True. I think elves get a tumbling bonus, don't they? No, it's wood elves, right? Elves. Wild Step. When you tumble, you gain action boost bonus to movement speed and action boost bonus to deflection for 10 seconds. Not gonna lie, kind of god tier. I kind of want to play a Wealth. Get a Wood Elf, Thief Acrobat, and just tumble people back in time. Kitty cat people? Do cats get tumbling? I don't think cats get tumbling. We'll take a look at the old kitty cat, but I don't think so. No. Hold on. Control F. Tumble. Nah, there's got a bonus to jump and tumble. That's it. Once every 30 seconds? Well, yeah. But remember that that's fine, because think about it like this, which is what you're not thinking about, which is why you got to be thinking clearly. So listen up. Consider the following. Action Boost Haste. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Duration, or Action Boost Sprint, 20 seconds. Wood Elf, or Wealth, as it's commonly known, 10-second duration, 30-second cooldown. Action Boost Sprint, when it ends, tumble to get the speed. When it ends, sprint, tumble, sprint, tumble, sprint, tumble. I'm just saying, infinity speed. This way you don't have to stand still. Save time. Remember how SG was saying they want us to like take longer to do quests? And then this is what we're thinking about? Escape Artist. Is that from Gnome? Or Deep Gnome? Trailblazer? Whoa. Is that tier 5? It's tier 5. Escape Artist, not bad. Escape Artist, not bad. Would you? But you would never go tier 5 here, because you're not going to be tumbling if you do this. So yeah, I don't know about this one. because it's like really expensive. Am I going? I mean, if you're already if you're a quarterstaff guy, you want this. You want wide sweep. Wide sweep's like bananas. And spring and pounce is also bananas, so that's also good. But then you're never tumbling if you do this. I think that's the main issue, is that if you do this, you're never tumbling. You can actually tumble out of the way of attacks. You can. You totally can. You can be like, oh shit, oh shit, oh god. You can be like, oh, tumble, oh god, get out of the way. There's just like a bit of a pause on some of the tumbling still, but they're eliminating it. Getting rid of that pause on tumbling is insane. The problem is there's no like diagonal tumble. So if you like are going to the left, you can't strafe and tumble. It doesn't work. They need like a strafe tumble. If they can get a strafe tumble going, that'd be sick. Also, the people outside my window are smoking very heavily. It's in somebody else's backyard, but they're just like pounding away. Never used while questing? Aha, but what if it could be used while questing? What if for every point in tumble, you got 0.01 seconds of iframes while tumbling? So if you had 100 tumble, you got 1 second of immunity frames while tumbling. Yeah, from mobility, you get +6/8 armor class while tumbling. Honestly, mobility should be changed to like +20% armor class from tumbling. Is it bad? The only thing I like from Machrotect is a fluid enhancement for caster blaster fighter. Yes, it is bad because you're bad. What are you talking about? Dude, you know what you get from this Epic Destiny? You know what this is from Hammer Time? A new spell. Caster fighter can have Hammer Time, dude. And you're like, this is bad? How is it cringe? You bring the hammer down on people as caster fighter. It's not force. Also, you can get a rune arm on caster fighter. And rune arms, you can get force rune arm, which is also sick. Not cringe at all. Actually very cool. Okay. Actually very cool. And that's about it. That's all you really get, is those two things. They should make a force hammer and a fire one. Actually, just every... They shouldn't make every damage type. But I would like to see them make a rust hammer. I think a rust hammer would be cool. Centered on tier 5. A lot of people want Rune Arm to be centered up here. I don't think they'll actually do it, but they might.
Is it a rune arm going to stop a fucking trap from killing me? Neither is a tower shield, but at least it makes me pretend I feel safe.
You know how many times you ate traps and lived because of that tower shield? I just know you don't, because of all the brain cells that were chopped out from the traps, but I do. Wish Hammer Time was ranged? It is ranged. Hammer Time's a ranged spell. You can enlarge it if you want and just cast it from people across the planet. But yeah. Also, Radiant Prison's kind of cool. You also get Ramp. Also, no fail reflex saves in a 1 is very cool on tier 1. I actually really love that. But yeah, I'm actually really stoked for Machrotect. One, for the characters that work well with Rune Arms. Also for the characters that are just going to be wacky and work well with Rune Arms. I'm thinking about the Swashbucklers. Consider the following. You play as a hybrid Spellsinger Swashbuckler using Machrotect to get Rune Arm use on a pure Bard to allow you to use Rune Arms so you can blast out damage while using the Swashbuckling thing with Rune Arms, while also having Thunder Hammer so you can cast like light sonic spells and attack people, and you get Imbue Dice out of this tree, and you get Imbue Dice out of the other trees, and it's like, oh. Hopefully the Warlock ED probably 4 years from now. Yeah. So too, because that's 3 more lives. True. Think about, dude, you can get minus 9% trap damage taken. %9 less trap damage taken. You know how often you take damage from traps? It's pretty good. Yeah, it is also 1 free Epic Destiny point for everybody. Every time they add an Epic Destiny, it's going to be 1 free point. Fun fact, every time they add an Epic Destiny point, not only do you get 1 more Epic Destiny point, but also you have to buy it. It's definitely not going to be free. If they end up making this tree free, I will be surprised. That's expensive. I'm going to pay Astral Shards. I don't have that kind of money. But yeah, they're definitely not gonna do that. Okay, so what do I have? Galvanic Blast plus Tinker Tailoring. Rune Arm use literally doesn't work, so we can ignore that. Lightning Hammer. Also, Lightning Hammer on the preview, if you found it didn't work, or thing, it doesn't work if you're lawful. So keep that in mind. You can take the Solid Footing, grab the Drive. So now we grab the Stun Drive, which is really good. We grab the Rune Arm DCs because it's great. We grab the Spell Cost Reduction Drive. We grab the Spell School Focus Drive for Evocation. This works, right? This should give me +6 to my Evocation DCs. That's going to function, right? General Spellcasting. Spellcasting, there we go. Okay, that does actually work. Okay, good. I wasn't sure if that was actually going to work or not. I don't know. And you got to get the Boost Drive because you get the boost with the lightning damage per shot. You got to get the Galvanic Drive. You got to grab this. Reduce cost. Spell DCs. Armor Legends. Also, Armor Legends is very cool. If it's not free VIP, I'm sending your lawyer. Since it's probably coming with the expansion, I don't see it being free to VIPs. I'm just gonna say that right now. I don't see them making it free to VIP. They could, but I don't see that happening. So this is what I had before. So yeah, this is what I had before. And so with this build, the character's got the Lightning Hammer for a reasonable amount of damage. I got the Rune Arm charging up here. Best Rune Arm I found generally. Suppressive Fire's pretty good. I also really like Tovin's Hammer with the changes. Tovin's Hammer kind of gets the job done very well. And then Ironside's also a classic. But I was using a lot of Tovin's Hammer with this character. It's probably going to be locked behind the second highest tier, so the $60 tier. That was my guess. This is my prediction right now. We're talking $60 expansion tier. The collector's edition is what's going to drop you the Machrotect. So there's that. But like, look at this Lightning Hammer, dude. How does Cruiser call this cringe? I just did 17,000 damage. That's not cringe. That's really good. Oh, did you tell Horse about that, or are you still keeping him in the dark? R10, you want to say? No, I can't do that. I can't do 17,000 in R10. I'm playing Artificer, okay? Look. My class is trying its best. Oh, Galvanic Blast is also not subject to Maximizer and Power. Which also explains why its damage is a lot lower. So this ability is just literally programmed wrong. All the way through. So it's kind of useless here. But, you know, it's kind of cool. Oh, what's this? Farshot Grathan is an Artificer Dwarf? Cool. Oh, yeah. You sent me a link, didn't you? Did you fix it, or does it still have all the bugs that I was talking about before where the bugs were really buggy? And what do you want? Yeah, because you called this Thunder Hammer cringe. You said Lightning Hammer cringe. And I'm just positing that it is the exact opposite of that. Check this out. You see this? Watch this. Boom. Oh, what's that? 17, 18, 16,000 damage? Cringe? All right, I'm going to show it off because he didn't say no. All right, so everybody, welcome to the new DDO class randomizer. Check this out. This might still be broken. This randomizer lets you choose your starting stats, which is very cool. The number of classes. The alignments. And you can separate out archetypes if you want, which is very cool. So I can randomize, and I have an Azamar Scourge, which... Oh, it's not broken. 14 Ranger, 3 Sorcerer, 3 Artificer, with 10, 17, 11, 13, 14, 13, which is kind of cool. Now, I don't know if the race... Is the race in the stats? So, like, does this start with a 10 Wisdom, and then it's only puts 4 points here or something? Okay. How many points is this? So 10, so that's 2, plus this, which is 13, is 15, plus this, which is 3, so that's 18, plus this, which is 5, so it's 23, plus this, which is 4, so it's 27, plus this, which is 5. So it is doing 32 automatically for the iconics, which is cool. Even though I've set it to 28. Very cool. Nice. That's good. Good to know. So this just straight up works. Oh, man. I like that it chooses your alignment for you, which is kind of fun. Blightcaster favored soul with a 9 wisdom? Oh. Oh, God. Oh, but I can turn off show starting stats. And it still shows starting stats. Oh, it still displays your stats even if you don't want to show it. That's funny. So that's kind of weird. So even if I don't want to show it, it'll still give me the starting stats? Oh, but you can just ignore it. Well, why can't I hide that chunk of the table? You're a web guy. Oh! I didn't even notice in the corner. Why is this even an option? Just turn this off. What the heck? Can we not default to dark mode? Do we not have the computer programming? Please, default to dark mode. Yeah, this looks like a pretty good new incarnation of the DDO class randomizer. So, what is the DDO class randomizer? This is a tool so you can make a random build. Let's just say you died 17 times in hardcore, and you know what? 18th time's the charm. What you do is you know what? I want a random character. I got all the races. I don't own dwarf. Sorry, dwarf. Turn that off. Don't own that. I got all the classes. I don't own paladin. Sorry, paladin. I can't play you either. And then alignment. You know what? I don't want to be true neutral. I don't like being true neutral. I can't turn this off. I can't turn this on either. Well, you know what? I have to keep it random. Can't change it. And you know what? I don't want to be a pure class because I went pure and it didn't work. Let's randomize. Ooh, chaotic good halfling, 11 sorcerer, 6 artificer, 3 warlock. Very cool. That could be interesting. Maybe I got a rune arm in there. I got 11 sorcerer, the warlock. That's kind of sick. My intelligence is a 9, so I can't disable traps. Not ideal. My wisdom is a 13. I don't have a wisdom class. Not ideal. And my charisma is a 12. And I have no dex. I have enough dex for the ranged feats, which is actually not that bad. So you can play like a repeating crossbow sort of character. Something like that. This character is abysmal. This character is abysmal. Oh, this one's so bad. Oh, God. Purge it. Purge it. Purge, 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 purge. Woo. Okay, try next. Try again. Lawful neutral, halfling, Blightcaster favorite soul, acolyted the skin. No wisdom, but you got intelligence and you got charisma. Not too bad because you can use the dex to get some more stats, plus, or like more defensive stats. Charisma allows you to use acolyte of the skin. And Blightcaster, it's a little hard without the wisdom, is what you think. But you're actually an idiot. What you don't realize is because you can go Blightcaster even without a lot of wisdom. Where's Druid? Oh, God. Oh, God. You go Blightcaster, still take Death Eater. Boom. Every time you get a kill, wisdom score added to your temp HP. Don't need a lot of this. Just little bit of wisdom. Ship buffs, you're at 12. Plus 6 item, you're at 18. Plus 2 tome, you're at 20. Boom. Crazy. I got 20 wisdom. I get 20 hit points, temp HP every time I get a kill. Not too shabby, but I've got enough charisma out of my Acolyte of the Skin tree, and I got Favorite Soul. So I can go Acolyte of the Skin. Only one, so I can single target blast, which is really painful, but it is what it is. And so you got the Acolyte of Skin Blast, take the feats, and you can Avatar of or Angel of Vengeance, come in here, pick up, you know what I got? Crit. You know what else I got? Crit. You know what else I got? Crit. You know what else I got? Crit. But wait, what if I wanted more crit? Turns out I can be a druid. That's right, Nature's Season's Herald, go summertime, and then pick up, oh, what's that? Light and fire? I wonder who does light and fire and force. Guess what? It's Acolyte of the Skin. We are talking crit. We are talking crit. Your character is going to be the Acolyte of the Skin Critzilla build over here. You want to play Acolyte of the Skin Critzilla? Yeah, you do. And you never thought about it until you saw it in the randomizer. So that's it. So anyway, if you want to use this program, it's not... When the bugs get worked out, I will post it. So people can start using this program because it's great. But it's buggy. So don't really want to endorse the product as of yet. So use the old randomizer until the new one has the bugs fixed. Yeah, if you can prioritize a main stat, that would also be helpful. If you could say, oh, do you have a stat? And you could set one stat to a minimum, that would be cool. Yeah, be like, okay, like one stat, you get a minimum of like 14 or like 12 or 13. That would be kind of cool. Minimum 13 of a stat. Wizard, Sorcerer, Azamar. 12, 11, 12, 13, 15, 15. What a train wreck. Characters. 15, 5. Wizard, Sork. What a garbage character. Oh, his base attack bonus is 9 at 20. 9! It doesn't even have a 10 base attack bonus. You can't take your greater feat until 24. Unbelievable. Can you? I don't think you can take both Knight of the Chalice trees. I think you can only take one. I think they're mutually exclusive. So I don't think this works at all. How does that work if you multi-class them? Do you get imbue dice from both? I actually don't know how that works. You might be able to. I don't think so. You're on Lamb? Wow, fucking, I guess we're learning right now. All right. All right. I'm looking. I'm going. It's a cool looking stick on Demsack.
Are you bab shaming?
Yes. What of it? Okay, create character. Spell. Wizard. Sorcerer. Oh, I gotta start it as wizard so I get more spells, right? Oh, I can pick a path? Oh, but then I can't multi-class. What race do I need to be for this? Tabaxi, because they're faster, so they level up quicker. Great. Intelligence, charisma. Genius. My character is smart and socially smart. Oh, is Azamar? Oh, I gotta be an Azamar? Okay, hold on. Amazar. Here we go. Charisma, intelligence, wisdom. 17. I can't do enough 17s. There we go. Ooh, let's go.
I realized not long ago why DDO character creation makes my 3080 spin up. Look at that waterfall.
Honestly, probably, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if that was actually the problem. The old 3080. My character is, I think, lawful good. I don't know. There's a bug in here. Bad character. There we go. Actually, looks like bad fursuits. You're just jealous because you can't play as one. Facts, you're the best. This character is pretty bad. Not gonna lie. This is not a good character. I spelled his name wrong, but that's okay. He also spelled his name wrong. We're tied on that one. 1-1. All right. Let's go. Okay, now you got to alternate back and forth. Everybody knows that if you're playing a character, you always alternate the names back and forth. So now I get Acid Spray and Burning Hands, and then you got to go Wizard again. So now I got to go Wizard. Here we go. Perfect. Beautiful. Look at that. I get more spells. Cool. Why do Artificers and Alchemists only learn one spell on level up? That's bullshit. They should fix it. I need Charisma so it's balanced. Perfectly balanced as all things should be. Perfect. Spellcaster, wizard. Now I get 2 more spells. And now we go spellcaster, sorcerer. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Get more spells, and we're all set. Okay, so I have Eldritch Knight Wizard and Eldritch Knight Sorcerer. They're different colors, because Sorcerer is purple and Wizard is also purple. Well, it is what it is. Anyways. Guys. Okay, so I do want to check as well, how many imbue dice would I get? So this gives you a toggle. So it gives you a toggle. Hold on, toggle. You gain +1 imbue dice every 3 wizard levels, and this one gives you +1 imbue dice every 3 sorcerer levels. So I should have +2 imbue dice. I only have 1. Because it only gives me wizard, doesn't count the sorcerer. There we go. Anyway, now you know. Now you have. Did you learn something? Did you learn something? Anyway, now we gotta delete them. Bad character. Myth busted. Yeah. Anyways, yes, you can now have fun with the toy. Well, you can't have fun with the toy now. Only I have access to this. I have early access to this planner. It's pretty cool. So you can make your own randomly generated characters and make your own true neutral tiefling scoundrel acolyte skin favorite soul bard. That's so close to my build. With a 20 charisma? Did you program in my build? Actually astounding. The build that I used is Tiefling, not Scoundrel, 12 Bard, 5 Favorite Soul, 3 Acolyte of the Skin. No, it was 13 Bard, 5 Favorite Soul, 2 Acolyte of the Skin. It's really close. Actually scary how close that is. And then with the charisma, yeah. I'm blown away. Yeah, let me pull it up. Look, there it is. 13 Bard, 5 Favorite Soul, 2 Acolyte of the Skin, Tiefling, starting with 20 Charisma. It's very close. New Demonic Angelic buff Bard. And there's the Bard with the Acolyte of the Skin, and he uses Exalted Angel. It's a really cool build, man. Wow, that's crazy. I also like that you use the DDO symbol, the DDO logo, but the colors are inverted for the little website. Damn, this is fun. So yeah, new characters. You'll be able to write them and make them. I'll probably put out like a new video for tomorrow, going over the specifics of the new thing. This thing. Machrotect. So hopefully it should be good, going over the specifics of what it is, what it does, what it doesn't do, and kind of going more into detail for people that have missed it. Machrotech is not the best Epic Destiny in the game, but it kind of is in the sense that it gives you a lot of freedom and flexibility that your character otherwise wouldn't get. And that's what I think I like about it a lot, is that not only does it actually finally give Warforged and people who are repairable bonuses to repair, which is great, which a lot of other trees also don't do, but also the customizability from the different drive enhancements is very cool. And I really love the hybridization of several of the different abilities. This tree understands how to be a hybrid and does its job very well. It has a lot of high yield stuff, but nothing that's too good for any individual character. So you don't feel like you're wasting your time spending points up the tree. Everything feels valuable in some degree. Like if you don't want the imbue dice, then you probably want to have the rune arm benefit. If you don't want the rune arm benefit, you probably want the spell construction. If you don't want the spell construction, you probably want the extra spell power. So there's something on there. So I really like the additions of Machrotech. I think at the bottom level, just the fact that this gives melee power, range power, hit, spell points, spell power, and spell DCs, this is literally the best third tree in the game for a lot of characters. It's going to be very, very good for a lot of people. Not just the fact that spellcasters also get access to Lightning Hammer. And I think you're going to see also on Hardcore, instead of using Unyielding Sentinel for a lot of spellcasters for the 35 hit points, they'll take this one for the extra hit points plus the fortification and still take the Hammer spell. Honestly, Bard with Hammer spell seems really crazy. So I'm excited about this. I think it's going to be really, really good for the game. And I also can see a lot of Bards changing over to the Blast here as their basic strike, as opposed to using either Lightning Dragon Breath, maybe. But I'm very excited about this. This is awesome. God, man, I love this. Oh, man. I want it out now. I also want to know what this is. No bus for Repeater Arty, so poopy update confirmed. Yeah, but Repeater Arty is not what I want to play. Well, so much the extra SLA is cool. Well, actually, here's the other thing too. And I was saying this, oh, that's expensive. I was saying this before, but like, if you're playing a melee, so if you're playing a melee ranger, fighter, paladin, any melee character that would conceivably use the Fate Singer Epic Strike, this has a 4-second cooldown. So, or 5-second cooldown. Oh, it's 4 seconds on the Sword Sings. So if you're playing like a Tempest Ranger and you're using Sword Sings because it's very good with dual wielding, getting all those extra damage on hits, plus it's got the stun built in. Let's say you're taking damage in combat, and if you're a Warforged, you can roll Mending Burst at the same time. So I can grab both Mending Burst as well as the Sword Sings, have both of these on at the same time. And then it's like, oh, okay, cool. My character's out here fighting, fighting the good fight. And it's like, ha ha ha, fight. Damn, damage is going out. And then you go, oh, snap. I need to heal while it's up. Boom, Mending Burst. And it gives you all that extra health that you needed. Which I think is kind of sick as like the emergency cooldown. Especially considering you can also spec this to get Mending Burst to have a stun on an AoE. So if you get into a bad situation, you can heal yourself with an AoE stun and get out of it while still having your other stuff on cooldown. That type of flexibility is so... It's not like it's the best, but it's really cool. And so it's not going to be good for every player, but like... It's got this flexibility to it, and I really like that. It feels a lot more flexibility. It feels better for the flexibility than some of the other Epic Destinies. Like Fatesinger has like super low damage spell, which is not ideal. Or Exalted Angel, which has super low damage single target spell. Or Magus Eclipse, which has super low damage single target spell. What are these cap at max cash level 20? I don't understand. Ugh. But yeah. Anyways, I am going to make a video about these things. So that 1, a higher weight on the class's main level stat. 2, add random enhancement points distribution. If you can make it so that the highest level character, so make each class, give them a stat distribution. So like Cleric is higher weighted towards Wisdom, or Charisma or whatever. And every class, let's say every class gets 2 stat distributions. And then your randomly generated character has a higher weighting towards one of those 2 stats. Damage Dragon Breath, if that isn't nerfed at some point, for sure. And I totally get that. I'm not saying that we need to replace or reinvent the wheel or that this is going to be better than this. No claim in that. But I think that this has a level of flexibility, which is very cool, especially the Mending Burst. Because remember that it looks really bad now to be like, oh, I'm using my Sword Sings. I'm using my sword. Oh my god. No, I'm using Sword Sings, and you attack it, and then this goes on cooldown. You're like, oh, I got a Mending Burst, and now you have 15 seconds on Sword Sings. That looks pretty bad. But remember that this is only going to have a 6-second cooldown when it actually releases, which is a lot better than it looks right now. So 6-second cooldown on it is pretty sweet. Here's one plus Machrotech. I will probably try that when they fix it. Because the problem is right now, the Epic Strike doesn't function properly. its save is 10, so everything makes it save against it, which causes a lot of problems. Also, it doesn't scale properly with spell power. But I would love to try that, like, next preview. A 10 con in most builds? No, 10 con is part of the randomly generated characters. Sometimes you get good con, sometimes you get bad con. You could also leave that as an option. Like, please don't dump con, or please do dump con. But I don't know how many branches you would need to make out of something like that. But speaking of branches, hey guys, it's me, Stream Tom, and it's time for me to make like a tree and leave. So that's all we have for today. So thank you for watching. Oh, any ETA on Update 60 Live? No. This is going to go active probably whenever they are ready to announce the expansion. Because this is the pre-expansion stuff. So this is going to have like the pre-purchase bonuses and things in Update 60 for the expansion. And so they're probably going to make it go live whenever all that is ready. The copy, the expansion is like the dates locked in and what have you. So we're going to, we'll find out at the date of Update 60 and 61 at the same time. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. We had a fantastic time. If you liked what you saw, consider following the channel or subscribing or whatever. I got nothing else to say. New video. I'm going to be putting out about Machrotect. It's very cool, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'm very excited about the future of it. Numbers are off, but the numbers on the forum thread are actually way better than the numbers in game. And they said they're going to be using the numbers on the forum thread. So I'm excited to see kind of where this goes as we go into the future. Rune Arms, feeling really good. And I spent it's been 8 hours. I spent probably 6 hours talking about XP changes. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I just don't. It's actually, if I'm being honest, I talked myself into a bit of a headache going over all those XP changes. So I kind of want to take a break, which is why I'm not streaming Baldur's Gate tonight, which I know I normally do, but I need a break. I need a mental break. So we'll be back tomorrow with some more content. Hope you guys have a good night. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you do well. Eat your vegetables. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Oh, my head. I have major headache. Actually, I kind of want to move the camera. Hold on. I want to move the camera. Okay. You guys can now be part of the secret club of watching me do stuff that I would normally do off stream, but I'm doing now. Thanks. The floor is pretty nice. Why is this it's tilted? Yeah, that cable is bendy. Is that a weird thing to say? No, it's fine. It's like found footage. It kind of is. Yeah. Try to get a good angle. I don't like the angle that I have. I think I look better on my profile. Oh God. Stop. Please. Oh. Is it frozen? Oh, my camera froze. Is that Herman Miller? Yeah, it is a Herman Miller. It's pretty good. My camera's broken. Let's try this again. Oh, cool. It's me. So, because, like, I don't want to... I've had the camera, like, direct on me for a long time. Where, like, the camera's, like, looking straight down at me. And I kind of like the look of the camera at the angle. So, like, it's not looking straight at me. It's, like, angled a bit. I don't like the way this is looking, but... Yeah, I want to be, like, center here. Also, this is angled. I don't know why this does that. Move something like so. Here we go. And that way I can be like, yeah, new angle. And so, because then when I'm looking at you guys, that's chat over here. So I'm playing computer game. And then hello. And then chat's over here. I kind of like the new angle. I like the angle, you know? I don't know. There's something about like this angle versus that angle.
I can be your angle or your devil.
The problem is this. So now this part's ugly. Because this is where because this is a stack of boxes that lets a cat go to the window. It also means cat is now naturally in the window. And also, it means I can read chat while looking into the camera at the same time. So it's kind of like we have this deeper connection, you and I, which is important. Now, granted, I can actually fix this. Because will the sunlight cause a lot of glare in the daytime? Absolutely not, because I have these curtains that cover it. Because I'm a good live streamer. Get a throw for the boxes to make it look nicer. Ooh, I could do that. I was thinking about maybe getting like a little like cat tree, because you can get these things that mount to the ceiling, so they basically like screw in like poles, and they can kind of do that. Yeah, I think the angle is good. Downside of the angle, I don't have an RGB lamp anymore. RGB lamp is gone, so I don't know how to fix that, because I think the angle's good. So a pipe. I was thinking also the benefit of this angle as well is I can more easily set up a green screen right here, because there's less space to cover. And so I can actually put myself, if I want, I can basically just cut the camera right around here, put the green screen up, and then I can put myself back in my old apartment. Do we have a set of cat stairs for your cat? What do you mean cat stairs? Do you have a link? The pipe? Yeah. I do kind of want to get... I have the setup for the green screen. I actually have all the lights now. So, that I didn't have before. You do the weather report? I can also do that as well, yep. But, yeah, set it up some back where I used to be. I was previously doing that. What I did instead is I didn't have anything to mount it to. I need to buy a frame, actually, because my frame broke. I had a frame before. What I was doing when my frame broke is I was actually putting it, like, I was putting the green screen against the wall, and then what I did is I just pulled the table all the way out from the wall. So I was basically streaming right up against the wall instead, and had this whole extra space behind. It was really inefficient space in the room. So, there's that. What is this? Is it stairs? Oh, cat stairs! I get it. There's stairs for the cat. I feel like if you had cat stairs, the cat wouldn't use the cat stairs. Unless they were, like, sick. Like, if the cat was, like, you know, injured, they would use the cat stairs. But I feel like the cat that lives here, she would never use the cat stairs. I feel like she would always jump next to the cat stairs. You have fat cats? Fat cats. You have your cats use the cat stairs? Stairs to get into bed? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just assume that the cats won't use it because the cats like jumping, but maybe they will. Also 18, yeah. Well, I think that also I'm like assuming that the cats like getting energy, but I think it's also probable that they have a different goal. You know what I mean? Also, I really like this angle, so I'm going to keep it. So congratulations, you just found a new angle. So we're all good on that one. So we got the new angle here on the stream. It's a good time. I might change up the exact positioning of me on the camera as an example. So I might just move things around a little bit. So, because like I don't mind being like on the edge of the camera. So then you got like this extra space here. But yeah, we'll see. So look at that. Look at that new angle. New angle, new me. But yeah, I don't know the answer. It also means that, like, also, when my roommate comes in to talk to me, she's, like, not ever on camera. So I can probably draw, like, a line somewhere so she knows, like, I can probably, like, draw a line on the wall and be like, okay, this is the wall, so you know if you don't step past here, you're good. If you put it aside, you have room for a guest? Yeah. Table look better as well? It does. Table looks a lot better. It does. Yeah. I know, I'm like big as hell. So it's all we've done. My hair looks pretty good today. God damn. I will say, one of my favorite parts about my skull and the hair that I have on it is it goes straight up. There's no product in this. My hair literally goes straight up. It's really stupid. I feel like I'm Calvin from Calvin and Hobbes. Seems nice, though. She has no need to hide. Oh, no. We're going to be watching more movies. For those of you that watched Christmas with the Prince last year with us, we're going to be doing that again. So we'll be watching Christmas with the Prince 2 this Christmas. Shrimp is a Saiyan? That's me. The movie was horrible? Oh, dude. Imagine how much worse that movie can get. It was the first one was horrible. Think about how awful the next one's going to be. So the problem I have with this is now I'm looking this way off screen instead of into screen. So here are my two options. Option A. Now I'm looking towards the screen, which is an option. I don't know how much people will like this because it's going to be a little confusing because now I'm looking the other way. Or option B. I do this, but then we go over here now. So I'm on this side of the screen looking inwards. Which is technically an option, because I can just move the chat boxes around. But then I have to have chat on the bottom right instead of the bottom left, and that is very confusing. So I don't know if I would do that. Well, I can move the chat box. That's the idea. So yeah. Thank you, whoever's assisting me with the callouts. Do the cam and chat box? Yeah, okay, I can do that. So I'll put this here. I'll put this here. And then I don't want this to feel left out. So I'll move this over here. Here we go. So this would be pretty good for gaming. So you'd be like, yo, what's up, gamers? It's me, Stream Tom. And today we're going to be gaming. Look at the damage. Boom, 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 bam, 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 boom, boom, boom. Gamers. Gamers. Boom, gamers. And you guys can see it. Do you guys see it? That's right. We're gaming. Yeah, where would I put chat? So the problem with chat is like it has this curve. That's so annoying, dude. Okay, I don't know how much I'm going to like this, but I'm going to give this a shot and see how this goes. Okay, hold on. Moving this over. Okay, move that over here. Also, listen to the song Drive It Like You Stole It from the song Sing Street. Or not song, from the movie Sing Street. Would recommend. Great film. Okay, so now we want to put this over here. Freedom, taking it back. If you haven't seen Sing Street yet, would recommend. I don't know what platform it's on, but it's not hard. It's not easy to watch, but I would highly recommend it. But it's not for kids. It's not a kids movie. It's a musical about kids, but it is not a kids movie. Sec. Need to like zoom in on this. I need to roll. I need to roll something so I can see my rolling. I don't know where the roll dice. Oh God! Get that away. Here we go. Like so. Okay, so my roll is here, and I can put the dice roller... Oh, it goes behind my camera. I can also make my camera smaller. But I can probably still just leave this. That's fine, I guess. And now my camera is reversed, and everything is reversed. Which is kind of weird. This is cringe. I don't know how much I like this. Does this look okay? Mind you, close in and have over your character's head when watching a third-person view. Not the worst idea. Is this Is this okay? How does this look? Okay, I'm going to save this just in case. It's weird having my chat be on the right side, just for starters. That's bizarre to me. But yeah, it's interesting. It's like it's so weird. It's so weird having everything over here. Oh my god, this is weird. Oh. Oh, this is so weird. Oh man. I can get used to this. This is not a big deal. Crossing your screen from chat to your head. Yeah. I think I like this angle, though. I think I can get used to it. It means I'm going to have to change my Latro layout as well, but that's actually probably fine. I'll have to adjust all my characters, but this looks okay. This looks good. Like I said, I like this angle a lot better. It's more personal. I can probably zoom it in, though. Let me see. Hold on. Where's my camera? Camera. There we go. Okay, hold on. I can probably zoom it in though. So let's just hold on. Let's just here we go. Okay, so that seems pretty good. Hold on. Let's just zoom in. Here we go. Let's just zoom in. Let's just go in just one more. Let's just do that. Okay, there we go. So now you can see me. You can see me, and I can't see you exactly, but we're close. This is as close as we can get. I mean, I can move closer. That's as close as you get. Can't really get closer. But I can just like. There we go. That's a moment right there. We call that a streaming moment. And now we zoom out. So there's the whole camera. But I usually zoom it in, I put it in 4 steps. I could probably go 5 steps, honestly. 5 steps seems pretty good. 6 steps? Ooh, that's a zoom, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is good. I think this is the right amount of zoom. So I like it. I also have to be careful because I put stuff over there. And I usually keep it out of frame so you can't see it. So like if I have like dishes I really need to clean, but I don't feel like cleaning them right there, right before I turn on the live stream, I'll be like, meh, and I'll put the dishes right there. And then I'll clean them later. Like I don't have like really awful dishes, but I'll have like, you know, like a plate for like breakfast. Like I'll have had toast on it. So it has like crumbs. I'm like, oh, I don't want to get up and bring it away. So I'll just put it there. And then when I get up to like go do a thing, I'll like grab it later. You know what I'm talking about. Dude, I haven't had a frozen pizza since since my blood pressure thing. It's weird. I've cut out pretty much all the frozen food out of my diet. It's been good. Like I feel good, but it's weird. I gotta say, like I ate a lot of frozen food, like a lot of frozen food. I was cooking some things for myself, but I would like especially when you'd stream like 10 hours and then it would be like video editing and doing other stuff. It was a lot, but there's a lot of frozen food. And I just need to be more efficient. What happened is I basically got like terrified and I thought I was going to fucking die because I was going to have a heart attack because my blood pressure was like 140 something. It was like 140 something over 96 or whatever. And I was like, oh, I'm in heart attack range. That's good. Anyway, my blood pressure is fine. Last time I checked, I'm 124 over 83. So I'm good. It was because I had literally had a coffee minutes before taking my blood pressure. Like I just pounded back a whole big ass McDonald's coffee and then I checked my blood pressure right afterwards. Not good. Is that normal? 120 over 80 is normal. My blood pressure's elevated, but it's not like I'm gonna have a heart attack elevated. It's I need to change up my diet and do better elevated. But anyways, so since that time, I was like, oh, I'll start cooking my own food and doing everything, which I've been doing. I've been cooking like my own food and making meals and all this other stuff. And I always told myself, oh, I didn't have time. But I've had time. I've been streaming. I'm uploading my YouTube videos. I've been writing a lot for my D&D campaign. I have I have the VODs channel and keeping up to date, and I'm going to try to keep up to date on that every day. So like I've been doing good and I'm getting more things done. So it was really just like psychological, telling myself like I couldn't do it. That being said, fresh food is really expensive. Vegetables are really expensive. Meat is disgusting in cost. It's basically cheaper to buy McDonald's than it is to buy the actual meat. It's crazy. I don't even know how that's possible. How is uncooked, untreated meat cheaper or more expensive than literally just buying McDonald's? That's crazy to me. I know it's like lower quality beef or like lower quality meat, but still, it's just, I don't know. For groceries, the grocery cost is really high right now. Everybody's feeling the squeeze. Yeah. So I found like my strategy is I basically just go out like on garbage day or like the day before garbage day and go through people's trash and pick out some of the food that they're not eating that they're throwing away. So yeah. Yep. Serve much more, yeah. Well, I think that's the issue though, is volume though. So because I buy for one, whereas if you buy volume, that's the bigger thing. Because if you buy volume, you can make food for 10 and feed, you know, X number of mouths, and it's not as bad. But for me, I like buy, and then I basically have to freeze everything. And the problem is like I don't have a very big freezer. We don't have a deep freeze in here, so I can't just like make a bunch of food and then freeze it for later. It's, you know, it's got to go. So yeah. Free on Prime, it's in the menu, but not claimable yet. Yeah, but I have Baldur's Gate 2 already. I already purchased it. And Baldur's Gate 3, which we'll be playing. I'm still not decided. I wanted to do a outside isn't a deep freeze. Nah, dude, it's like 30 degrees outside. It's warm. Oh, sorry, it's like 90 something right now for Americans. But in Baldur's Gate 3, you can actually connect Baldur's Gate to Twitch. So the game itself connects to my Twitch account. So that whenever I talk to a character and the character says, "Oh, hey guys," like you talk to a shopkeeper and like, "Hey, what did you want to say to me?" You in chat, a pop-up will come up in chat and you can vote on what my character does, and I do it. And I don't know if I want to do that for my first playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 because I know I'm going to murder everyone. That's what I'm worried about, is that I'm going to play the most bloodbath-filled, like bloody Baldur's Gate 3 of all time where every single character dies all the time. I kill everybody and I have sex with everybody. And that would be my worry about playing Baldur's Gate 3 with chat at the control. No, but that's different. That necromancer was very rude to me. And the leader of the Thieves Guild didn't let me go. I didn't want to murder him. I had no choice. True. That's true. Because this is formula? Yeah, that's true. It wasn't there like, I remember it was a few months ago, there was like a formula shortage, wasn't there? What happened with that? Did they fix the formula shortage? It was like a few months ago or beginning of turn of the year, there was like a huge formula shortage. Whatever happened with that? Did they fix it? After a year, formula still out of stock, so levels below 93% average for all product. So it's 1 year shortage with no end in sight. Oh, Canada has information on Canada.ca. Information for families limited supply. We share your concerns. We understand the ongoing supply disruptions are distressing. Usual formula may not be available. Interesting. Yeah, major plants got shut down. Then they fixed it. There was a cave in to the big from a big storm. Shut down again. That sucks. Yep. Damn. What is Health Canada doing? Health Canada is working closely with manufacturers to increase availability of formulas normally found on the Canadian market to compensate for a reduced supply of many products since February. In addition, Health Canada's interim policy has been an essential tool to mitigate the shortages by facilitating the importation of formula from countries which hold comparably high quality and manufacturing standards.
It's fine. Don't worry about it if you don't want to do it, even though you now know where our base of operations is.
When the guy offered me 50 gold for the meeting, I knew it was crime. I just took it anyway, but you know what? They are in the game and they knew it was going to happen. Also, what's up, Wrath? Welcome back. Oh, if you just tuned in right now and you're like, what are we doing? Why aren't we talking about video games? I said, like, probably 10 minutes ago. I was like, yeah, I'm done with the stream for the day. I don't really have anything else to talk about with the game. I'm tired of talking about the XP thing. And like I'm hungry. I'm not going to make dinner. But then I decided to like move my camera for the new angle because I like the angle. And then we're just shooting the shit. The Jenks intolerant. They're just soy and everything has soy crap in it. Yep. Quit bringing it up. I did stop. So I'm talking about baby formula shortage because I just remember hearing about that like it was a huge deal, and then it stopped being in the news. So, you know, when things are like, oftentimes they don't go away. They just, you know, you don't hear about it unless you look for it. You know, it like hits the center of like news media. Everyone's talking about it. Everyone's talking about it. Everyone's talking about it, and then it's gone. But the problem isn't gone. It's just like the hubbub around it is gone, of course. So, just chat room is a welcome activity. Yeah, it's nice. XP changes, the nerds. Yeah, I also don't really care that much. Like if it does change, it's whatever. I think the issue is the mixed messaging where they're like, we're gonna do one thing and it's gonna be another thing. Man, I've already wasted 1,000 hours of people time with my new video. Boom. Let's go, dude. It's what we have to get. Again, it only comes in small cans. Use 9 a month. Yep, kids be expensive nowadays. Especially if your kid's got allergies. Woo-hoo, you gotta be careful about that. Yeah, there we go. Somebody commented that, like, you got to the tumbling changes, which I hadn't on the comment on my video of review of the patch. Like, you got to the tumbling change, which I hadn't seen in the notes, and I'm suddenly less upset about the XP nonsense. Dude, this shit is crazy. Ready for the fill news formula? What it's going to cost? To drop out of tier 2 sub if that happens. All right, how about this? We'll do kind of like a loan program. Because if you drop out of the tier 2 sub, that's not really going to work. But we could do a loan program. So, or kind of like an agreement. So basically, you drop the sub down from tier 2 to tier 1. But listen, we're not done. But to make up the difference, a lot of costs come down to advertising. We'll do advertising costs to kind of cut it. Middle name, Strimtom. Temporary middle name while you go from tier 2 to tier 1. Downside, now tier 1 sub. Upside, now people go, oh, you know, this is little, cruiser Strimtom 2. And then they go, oh, Strimtom, what is that? And you go, oh, well, it's actually this very interesting and cool, funny live stream you should go check out on twitch.tv/Strimtom. And then they're like, wow, that's awesome. I love twitch.tv, and I didn't know about this live stream. I'm going to have to go check it out because there's such an ocean of entertainment on there. How am I going to know who I should watch? And then you'll be like, yeah, but aren't you happy that my kid is named Strimtom as the middle name so that way you can know? And they're like, wow, advertising really does work, doesn't it? And then everyone smiles in the camera, and then you all wink at each other. It's very good. Strimtom, user the Strimtom DDO main advertisement, Strimothy. Yeah. Also, Fairy, welcome back to the Strimtom with Tier 2. Appreciate the support. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Glad to have you here for 3 calendar years, dude. Wow. It's a long time. Made a Machrotect post? I guess we'll just read it. I got nothing else going on. I was going to make dinner, but no, I'm enjoying talking. I got to say, there's like... I don't know how like the big live streamers do it, where they just like, they're like so chill when there's like thousands of people there. I don't know if I can desensitize to that. Anytime my viewers are over 100, I get like, not so much stressed, but like I'm just like aware that there's 100 people watching me. It's really crazy. All right, let's talk about this. Doc Jekyll? What the fuck is this guy? Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde wannabe? Also, first post, you know, this is some dude that probably doesn't even, they probably just installed the game today. And they're like, no, game's not very fun. Game looks like RuneScape. I'm gonna go. All right, we'll see. Turn off viewer count? Honestly, not a bad idea. The problem the reason why I don't turn off viewer count is because if I have viewers, I usually like to keep it on. So, or like if I have a lot of viewers, I don't like to turn off the stream. But it's actually not a bad idea. I probably should turn off the viewer count. Anyway. I'm liking the Destiny so far. Seems like it's leaning into what makes Artificer class interesting to play. And making that accessible via an Epic Destiny. See, my favorite part about this is he's right. The new Epic Destiny is really not the best at anything. Like the Artificer class. IMO makes Artificer is mid. 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 That's pretty good. Mid. I may provide more detailed feedback on the individual items, but the undefined epic moment. Oh, look at the colors. Look at the fucking... Look. I thought I was reading something. I didn't realize this was a tome. Hold on, let me just... Hold on. Let me just get my player's handbook for scale. Okay, so what's bigger? That or this? I can't tell which is bigger. Holy shit, that's a tome, man. Alright, I'm ready. Let's go. Here are ideas of different moments. The idea is that using the epic moment, the player can flex into a role. Be primary healer. Oh, so maximum overdrive is a multi-selector, or does it give them all of them and you can press which one you want? That's not really clear to me. It is the epic moment that by using the epic moment they can fill. So like the epic moment by taking it gives them all of these. They're separate. I don't get it. I'm too stupid. It's not clear. Anyway, push it to the limit. Risky stacking buff. You cast aside, limits your mortal form, and release your true potential no matter the cost. Gain a stacking buff and damage over time for each attack you land, each offensive spell you cast. Healing spells may provide some relief, but remember that the limits exist for a reason. So when you activate it, it does a bunch of shit. Let's see. Coup contracts appear on the shoulder. For as long as the buff stacks, it can be acquired. Upon activation, every 10 stacks acquired, show an electrical burst center around the caster. Player reaches very high levels of the stacking dot. The player is supposed to pulse red, making clear their power is killing them. Very cool. I like the visuals. Very nice. Player gains push limits or Blaze of Glory protocol effect that lasts for 60 seconds. While this is active, the player gains buffs for any melee or range strikes on enemies. Gain 3 buffs for offensive spells cast, and loses 1 stack buff per healing cast received. Problem A. Something you don't know about DDO that I do. DDO can't do multiple stacks except the first one. Yep. It can put 3 initially, and then it can't do more than 3. It's really weird. But gotcha. Lose 1 stack per healing spell cast. Interesting. The buff gives hit, damage, tactics, caster speed, cooldown length, spell DCs, and take electric damage and fire damage every 2 seconds. Does this apply every time you get the buff? Maybe. Buffs fall off immediately in the epic moment, but the dot remains for 10 seconds. All buffs are typed as an action boost bonus. By the time the player gets into the 40 stack range, this should require active healing in order to survive. The player ends up in the 80 stack range. This should almost certainly die from the damage. As well as the effects of Radiant Force Field. At 100 stacks, the player dies instantly. Awesome. I love this. The act number 0 flexible with DDS. At the specific bonus of the time you get to better bonuses, epic moments, you should be at the risk of death and damage. Kind of interesting. All right. High-tech sorcery. You deploy 2 mage fire cannons to assist you in battle, specially equipped to mirror the enhancements of your equipped rune arm. These autonomous turrets will fire several volleys at nearby enemies before their enhancements expire. Okay. So 2 cannons appear on your side of the player, and they do damages. Upon activation, they are created. The turrets are invulnerable. Turrets target random enemies and deal damage based on your rune arm. If the player has no rune arm equipped, the epic moment fails. The turrets last as long enough to fire 3 or 4 fully charged rune arm volleys, but the first volley fires almost immediately after the epic moment activation. Very cool. So I don't know about that. That's a little sketch. You guys can keep talking about whatever you got going on with your you can guys keep talking about your kids or whatever. It's all good. I'm not policing chat right now. I'm technically the stream is off. So it is what it is. Cool idea. I have no idea if they can animate this. Also, the complicated nature of making every rune arm shot be turnable into a cannon is probably at least a month's work, probably in and of itself. So, I don't know. Cool idea, though. Really love it. If they did this, I would be very happy with this. And this, actually. I think these are both good ideas. Like booby milk and substitutes? Yeah, absolutely. I don't know much about kids, so for me, it's just to get a chance to learn something. Demonic Circuitry. Your Rune Arm Surge with Arcane Might bordering on the Profane. Your next 6 Rune Arm Blast strikes. This one doesn't fit, but strike with the Might of Hezra, striking down nearby enemies without save. Struck enemies cannot move. Cast spells, use special abilities for 4 seconds. You get a Hezra appears over you, like the Demon of the Frenzied Blood, and then Into the Deep. Very cool. Upon Rune Arm AoE Blast, Shockwave goes out. Gotcha. Upon activation, Epic Moment goes on cooldown, Visual Shut buff goes, and gets 6 stacks, which lasts for 5 minutes upon rest. The problem with this is it's not a moment. So I think that this one is very cool. I like the fact that each one has a different effect, whether it's like the Empowered Blast, whether it's the multiple projectiles, the cone shape, the projectile. I think that's all actually very cool. The main issue is just it's not a moment. It is like a buff that you get, which would honestly just be better as a tier 5. This would just be better as a tier 5 than like an epic moment. And Revengeance Machines. All right. Unleash a set of fearsome iron defenders which intimidate all nearby enemies. These elemental hounds will draw attention to all enemies and briefly fight them for their while their enchantments expire after 20 seconds. 3 or 4 visually distinct iron defenders spawn around the caster. Each one looks visually distinct based on the types of damage they deal. Reuse the models, the monsters, the hound, and Vault of Night. 5. I agree. The Eric's Night Hounds would be very cool. Basically a party egg reset button. The hounds spawn in the caster, run a short distance away from all directions, then turn to face the nearest enemy, attacking the same rate as typical iron defender pet. Each hound deals a small amount of elemental damage. The hounds may deal blah, 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 blah. The damage should be light but noticeable, enough to take one down. Hounds cannot be killed. The hounds emit. I actually think that this is kind of sick, where you pump out hounds and they blow everything up. This is sick. I would like to see this, but like damage. So like you summon a bunch of hounds and they go to town on people. So they do taunt and they grab aggro, but they also do like shitloads of damage for the duration and then they die. I love this one. Revengeance Machines is very cool. I love the thematics of it, so great. So for me personally, I think that Push the Limit is very cool, but this would just be called Maximum Overdrive. High-Tech Sorcery, Maximum Overdrive, and not Demonic Surgery, but Revengeance Machines, Maximum Overdrive. All those sound pretty good. I like all of them. What I think would be super cool if the trio let a player flex in different roles some Epic Moment. Blah, 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 flexibility. Epic Moment actually provides multiple buttons that all share a cooldown, so the player can decide which unique aspect of Machrotect they want to emphasize around in that moment. Which I think that could possibly work, but then they'd have to design all of these, and I think the problem is also they're worried about dev time, but I like it. Just comments. All the ideas here are based on mostly repurposing existing assets, effects, bonus types, etc. If it's actually viable to transform into a big stompy titan, by all means, let me do that instead. And this was posted in the wrong thread. Because the Machrotect thread is here. Oh no, I'm wrong. You're right. It is the Machrotech Epic Destiny. Never mind, you posted the right thread. I'm stupid. I'm dumb. My brain is small. Thank you. Good job. You did it right. You did it right. So yeah, overall, very cool ideas. Good post. New poster. Mechanical spiders. I don't like the swarm of mechanical spiders. I just don't like it. Conceptually, not a big fan. I get why you guys like it. I don't really. Anyways, I'm gonna bounce. So this is good. Thank you for joining me on this extra time. Doc Jekyll, good write-up. You have good ideas. I apologize for being very like casual about my review of this. I'm tired. My brain is melty. This is what happens when I talk for like 9 hours. My brain is just like blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I mean? Do you have a build video for an 18 Wizard 2 Rogue? I have a build for an 18 Wizard 2 Rogue. I don't know about a video, but I do have a build. Nope, this one. Okay, so I got this. This is the meme wizard build. That actually works. It's a 17 Wizard 3 Rogue, but you could just do 18-2 instead. And then the most recent one I played is this one. which is Hardcore Season 6. Because for Hardcore 6, I ran the free-to-play Dwarf 18 Wizard 2 Rogue Palemaster Trapper. I did it in 1 to 20, and I also got the all the Reaper points and everything else on this character, so you can do that. So this one works. I don't have a specific video in terms of like the play style of it, but in the video here, shut up, bastard. Okay, in the video here, you can click around, and so there's the video. Oh, look at that camera angle, and you can see what I have going on here. Is that really the shirt that I decided to wear? That like shirt I bought at Walmart like 6 years ago? Man, the quality, the level of quality. Anyway, where I go through the whole build right here. I talk a little bit about how to play it, but I don't have like footage for you or anything. And I don't think I made a follow-up video on that character, which I probably should have, because they do that for other things. Like for the Blightcaster I did. I don't know. Anyways, that's all I got. So thank you for watching. I hope you had a good night. Make sure to eat some vegetables and don't forget to go to your house later on during the day. Thank you for watching. Appreciate you guys. I'm hungry. I didn't buy groceries. I have like nothing to eat. Ugh. I don't know what I'm going to do. So thank you all. Have a great night. Oh, I also got to buy more Rogue. I forgot about that. I do have to buy Rogue. Take care, everybody. See you around. Yo, those emotes are trippy. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Lexi Brew, Obese Potato, Jack Burton, Cruiser Zero, Danik, Doc Jekyll, Julian, Ipsum, Grey Wolf, Cruiser, Wrath. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. We had a good time. Why are you using stare? Why'd you reply to him with stare? Are you staring at Ipsum or are you staring at me? Because I don't know. No, I don't like that. Put it away. Oh, thank God, you screwed it up. Whew. Discord to talk babies? That's fine. Everybody should. Everybody should.